Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. How's everybody doing today? Welcome to, I lost count what day it is. I think it's day six. We've been going pretty strong, guys, for quite a few days here. And welcome to everybody coming in the room to day six of the Awakening of Humanity conference. And to start out today, this is technically the halfway mark, right? I think midday today, we're at halfway. And I want to start out with just kind of like taking a moment in silence and centering ourselves and breathing together before we really get into all of what we're going to experience today. So let's wait for a few more people to come in here and checking with the chat. Love to hear some comments in the chat while we're waiting for you all. Let us know how you're feeling and what stood out for you over the last few days. And actually, while we're waiting for everybody to come in, actually, I'd love for you to let me know if, when you were tuning in over the last few days, was there something specific that stood out for you? Was there a speaker that you really resonated with?
There were a couple speakers I really resonated with. When I was watching Igor's presentation, it really illuminated an entire field and new way of existing and being. And I saw him, and I think I sent you a text on the side, as someone who's going to be offering something new to the collective, a new science, a new gift, a whole new avenue of work, which is etheric surgeons. I call them etheric surgeons. People who are working on our energy field as science catches up to the subtle systems within and around us. That really touched my heart. And I could feel that all over the world, as he shares his knowledge, as many of us share our knowledge, you're going to be awakening and activating others who have those gifts of working with the subtle energy field. So that really stood out. And Aluna, when she was speaking, something that came through her wisdom for me was that divine neutrality. And the fifth dimensional living is not necessarily about living in, complete bliss and ecstasy. It's about accepting all that is wherever you are without judgment and flowing with that and honoring other people where they are on their journey. So that was really beautiful as well. But you've had so many amazing speakers. They've all been tremendous.
And great. Yeah. And, we can take a moment to speak about a little more divine neutrality and get it's, and I've said this before, but I feel that maybe part of humanity's dharma, if you will, is for us to see how we can live in the singularity, which is that neutral point, while the world still exists in duality. And just like, I forget who shared it yesterday, I think it was Soltara, or the day before yesterday, she was speaking about being in the eye of the storm, right? And that is, and I feel like we're moving from a co-creation to a creation, right? And like where we're co-creating to the point that other energies can affect us in the co-creation, but ultimately it was all a creation in the first place, and we're waking up to that idea that we all creating it all. And being in the center of the eye of the storm is like the external reality can be chaotic, but we realize that we have complete control of how we perceive it.
Absolutely. And the more we consciously participate with our ascension and embodiment, the easier it's going to become to navigate those challenging situations. Our systems become a lot cleaner and clearer. So we're affecting the environment rather than it impacting us.
Yes, yes. So something that I've loved for these last few days is the diversity of information, which I knew was going to happen for sure. Yeah. But the level of like practical awareness that is also going on, like Igor did a really great job of bringing that higher dimensional energy reality to what it really means for us to like even concentrate on how we focus on things, and being able to see things through, and even being able to meditate for extended period of time, all has to do with our own mental capabilities. And this world has been designed, as we know, to really move us away from that, to have 30-second attention spans. So that aspect of it all, because ultimately, how are we going to be the caretakers of a new world? How are we going to usher in this disclosure and connect to the galactic community if we aren't even comfortable being ourselves? You know what I mean? So yeah, so I think it's been really beautiful. And I see some comments coming in. So are you guys ready for today? So Chris says that you are ready. Karen says, thank you for doing this. I greatly enjoyed it.
Yes, thank you, Neil. And for those who enjoy this, please donate to Portal to Ascension so that we can keep doing stuff like this. Like I can't even imagine, Neil, what your workday looks like with, like organizing all these events, the speakers, the back and forth email. There's a lot. So show Neil your love and support by taking action, clicking donate, and supporting Portal to Ascension.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And this is, like, to be honest, like a few months ago, I decided I was not going to do any more events that hadn't scheduled already. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And this event had not been created. I was like, okay, I've got all my schedule ready for from now until June of next year. Everything's done, booked on the website. And that's a little plug for everybody as well. On the website, we have all our events available up until June. And then a few months ago, I don't know, I just woke up and I was just like, I have to create an 11-day event. and I don't know, like I always try to feel what level, what I can create that creates more unity and collaboration, right? And I like one up the last thing that I did on collaboration and unity, and I feel this is a really great way of doing it because this is my thing. I love doing conferences, events, but being able to have 77 speakers and 11 MCs, everybody has their own platform, all coming together in unity for a free or donation based event for the collective good. You know what I'm saying?
You're
I think
giving me
that's
goosebumps.
beautiful.
I feel you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I'm excited to be doing this, and I can't believe we're halfway already. I'm kind of, yeah. We've had a lot of awareness and content, but we still have a lot more to go. So I'm excited for it. And everybody, strap on your seatbelts for today because we're gonna have a fun ride. We have a lot more in store for you all. And I want to just go ahead. We're gonna do in a moment. I want to breathe with everybody and just center ourselves together, synergize our energies as we are halfway. And firstly, I want to let you know the schedule for today. We are going to start with, and the schedule is at 11daysofawakening.com. So if you're tuning in on YouTube or another platform, you want to sign up, go ahead and sign up there. And if you want to donate, you can do that there as well. And the schedule is on that website if you scroll down just a little bit. And today we're going to start out with Nan Akasha. We have Mark Anthony, Rob Gothier, Laurienet, Bridget. Actually, Bridget cannot make it today, so we're changing her schedule to another day. And then we're going to close off with Paul Williams. So beautiful day, a lot of awareness, and we're going to have fun while we do it. And Ashley is going to be one of your main MCs for today as well. So you'll be bringing on Nan in a second. So
Yeah.
everybody tuning in, go ahead, Ashley.
I just was going to say how excited I am to bring on Nan. After reading her profile, she sounds like a phenomenal, extremely interesting person.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see what she's going to bring.
She definitely is. And she was actually just speaking at Glastonbury. We're in Glastonbury together. Yeah. I have no idea what she's speaking about today, but really tapped into the dragon energy. And we've done a couple dragon workshops with her. And I don't know if you've noticed, but the dragon theme has been coming up quite a lot during this conference.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just there's a really strong dragon presence. And I kind of want to invoke them in this beginning meditation here. And it just happens to be synchronistically the day after this conference, we're doing the Dragons conference. So it's like building a momentum for that. So speaking of dragons, let's go ahead and throw this dragon up here on the screen, shall we? While we do this. Actually, no, let's do this one. There we go. We're gonna have the dragons having our back here. Okay, so for everybody tuning in, let's take a moment and we're going to breathe together and do a little invocation as we start for today and ground ourselves on Earth as we're going to receive a lot of codes and a lot of galactic awareness even. And just take a moment to really appreciate all the speakers that have come here, all the awareness that is being shared, and to re-establish your intention from the beginning. You know, we started out with an intention here. So take this moment for yourself so we can all center ourselves on that collective intention for the good of humanity, for the awakening of humanity. So I invite you all to close your eyes. And we're just going to take the first minute in complete silence. And I invite you to really just feel your body. Feel all the energy, all the thoughts, observe everything that is happening with you right now. And as you're sitting in silence, just begin to deepen your breath. With every breath, just a little deeper. Feeling the oxygen go in and out of your body. Now put your attention on your heart. As you're breathing in and out, feel your heart. Feel the sensations around your heart. Pulsing, heat, whatever it may be. As you focus your attention on your heart, we're connecting our heart and our minds together as one. And as I do an invocation, calling in the energies for today and for the rest of this conference, I invite you to take deep breaths in continuously, in and out of your heart. In and expanding out of your heart. As we are going to call in dragons and other beings and activate the dragon heart. Ia no kaya ni tia na sana hoa. Ia na ko na tia na lia na wazia ka na dana wana mia ta na ka o. Ia na hoa na o na kiri ni na suma ka na a. Ia na tai aya o na ko na tia hana. Iyo no ka na tia sa mua ka na o nia aha. Insa na kumpala ia a tina ka a unsa ni a. Ia ka ona a uzi me katano a. Insa na ohana ina o atmona dina ha. We call in the dragon races. As we set our collective intention and we put our frequencies and connect it to the stars above, down into the quantum wormhole within our own body, to our own singularity, we connect to all of creation and bring in the beings that are here to support in the evolution of humanity, from the inevitable awakening of humanity. We release this paradigm that has served us in order for us to bring in a new reality that can be ushered on planet Earth as we all start awakening and the veils get lifted from all of our eyes. We release it with gratitude. We integrate the darkness within ourselves. And we call in all the benevolent beings of creation, the red dragon tribe, all the dragon races that are here to support us, the stewards of the birthing process, our ancestors within the stars, our ancestors on the planet, the star nations that are observing us now, all the beings that have a vested interest and also an excitement for our awakening. We call you all in now. We call you all in to be a part of this stream that we are doing across the world, across the planet, as we know that this event is just a milestone in the inevitable awakening of humanity. That the awareness that is shared here today and throughout this whole 11 days gets embedded into the grid of Earth so that it may go out to all of humanity, so that we may all receive the harmony that we're creating, so that we may all receive the awakening that we are cultivating. And we call in our higher selves. We call in our awakened selves. We give gratitude to all the beings that exist And we realize that we are one of those beings. We call in our future selves, the awakened version of all of humanity, the collective oversoul of planet Earth. Be here now and support us in this stream. And we send out to the cosmos that we are ready to wake up. Take a deep breath in and out through the heart. Deep breath in, out through the heart. Deep breath in. Let it out with a sigh, everybody. Big sigh. Move your head around. All right. Go ahead and open your eyes. And let the games begin. Ready? Let's do it.
Mind. All right.
All right. It's all yours, Ashley. You ready to go ahead and bring on Nan?
Yeah, I'm very excited. So Nan Akasha, she is a transformational spiritual teacher with over 36 years of experience, guiding individuals to unlock their potential and live with purpose. She is a 7-time #1 best-selling author. She is ancient and future wisdom embodied. Nan integrates deep shamanic practices, particularly the jaguar medicine, into her healing work. As a jaguar medicine woman, she leads sacred retreats that awaken and heal, blending ancient wisdom and modern spiritual tools to help others expand into their highest selves. You can find Nan living the Sandy Feet lifestyle in her beach home sanctuary on the Emerald Coast of the Yucatan with her soulmate Chris, while her beloved twins embark on their college adventure. I am so excited to welcome Nan Akasha. Hello.
Hi, thank you so much. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, everybody. I'm super excited to be here. The energies right now are very interesting because we're between different points, between different realities. So I love the beginning, Neil, because we were feeling something that maybe we didn't understand. And when you surrender to that, you get more present in the moment. So what you did guiding us into this really gave us an opportunity to drop into the moment and let go of our attachment to the realities. So, all right, let's dive in. What I would love to share is whatever spirit wants to talk about. And there's a lot of titles. You could call me a channel or a seer or a priestess or an energy healer or a homeopathic doctor or spiritual teacher or an intuitive or so on and so forth. So go to nanakasha.com. Please get on the email list so we can tell you about. Normally, I do probably about 3 live streams a week. And sometimes I have amazing people like Neil on my show. And we're always looking at the energies, what's happening right now, what's coming up for you, what's the opportunity, how do you see everything harmoniously, how do you see everything positively, how do you take this grand awakening and not get lost in everybody else's story, because it's not that things aren't different than they used to be, but are you doing it the same way that you've always done everything in your life? So I've had lots of ups and downs in life, lots of successes, lots of epic transformational experiences. And when it happens when your daughter dies, or you go through a 3.5-year divorce and end up homeless after owning 80 properties, or all these things are huge opportunities. And my daughter, Jordan Ann, who passed on, came back and told us that through 3 different people, 3 different random people came up and gave us this message from our daughter. And so I had that on my website for a while. Everything is an opportunity, because when something doesn't go the way you wished, when you feel like you lose something, what is commonly being called trauma right now, it's easy to stay attached to that label. It's easy to stay attached to that energy, to define yourself by it, and to notice it and to look at it and to label it. And if it's a healing path, then do it. if you've been doing it a long time and you're starting to become identified by being a traumatized person, I highly recommend that you reject that now. You graduate from it, you accept it, you metamorphosize it, you slide out of that skin like the sacred serpent. Next year is coming. We are going to become deep in our sacred feminine, deep in the earth energies, deep in the sacred serpent. We're in dragon energy year right now, though. And that overall, the reason to think about, understand, even in just your own personal way of feeling into what's today like, how am I feeling? What's happening? And then surrender it. Don't try to mentally figure every sign out, every reason somebody did something. Here's really bold, simple truth. You have to disconnect from the good opinion of others. You have to discern from all this information what is really for you. And the easiest way to do all of that, and to stay on your path, and to follow your truth, and to discover your soul's promise, and to reconnect to your soul's powers, awaken your intuitive skills, which are natural for you, start to live life as you, for you, on your path of bliss. That's what I want for you. And that requires you stepping into your own authority. So sometimes we call it reclaiming your voice. That's a very common one, to feel like you don't feel safe speaking up. Maybe you've been criticized or abused or lost a job, or were told you were too much, like me. You're too everything. So whose life are you living? And it feels like the dragon energy is really coming forward, because I was so honored to be a part of a dragon workshop we did here. I'm in Glastonbury, England still. And Neil was here a little while ago. And a lot of the speakers, I just had afternoon tea with Zoe. So, but the idea that we talked about dragons, and there were 4 or 5 different people who just organically came in and stepped into the energy of dragon and did their own unique thing. So Neil or Flo or me, we had a completely different connection to dragon energy, yet we were in one flow of this dragon year. And we were tuned into what was optimal for us and who we were the optimal channel to be, of what information is optimal to come through each of us. And it turned into this beautiful flowing experience. And so today I wasn't going to talk about dragons, or I didn't know what I was going to talk about. And it feels really like that's going to be where we end up. So as a shaman, it's very important for me to give you an experience. It's very important for you to feel something outside of words. So there's a lot of information. Are you processing it? Are you integrating it? Are you letting it flow by you? Are you selecting? Are you watching it from afar? Are you staying afraid of it, or are you diving into it? So discern all this information and go into your heart. And when you are in the present moment, which I have some guides called the Prosperity Dream Weaving Grandmothers, and I met them. They're from all different times, all different cultures. They sit along the Pyramid of Venus, the Temple of Venus, at a Mayan site near me, not too far from my house. And I went up and sat down to do my meditation with Chris, and the Stargate opened. We began to transform our energy, awaken, raise our frequency, move into different states. It always happens at all power sites, temples, churches, all the wells, the springs I've been taking my people to. We're having a day off today between the two aspects of this retreat. It's 10 days. And we're going into all the sacred lands, all the sacred places, temples that are churches that were destroyed, but before that they were Druid temples, before that they were stone circles, and so on and so forth. Dragon lines, dragon energies live in the earth. And where did the dragons live? Well, when they were more in form, they lived on power spots. They understood earth energies, and there's a lot of different earth energies. And so when you go to a pyramid, when you go to a river or a stream, when you go to a place that maybe you sanctioned as sacred in your meditation room, you spend time there, you hold intention there, you clear and cleanse your body there. I got this herbs from a shop here in Glastonbury. If you know about Glastonbury, it's like Fantasyland, Disneyland for spiritual adults. The stores are amazing. And there's this store called Star Child, and it's like an old world apothecary. It's got herbs and essences and flour and things you can mix together. And so they had these pre-blended mixes, and they won't tell you what's in them, and you burn them, like smudge. And they're so powerful to connect to the elementals. It's so powerful to connect to the resins and the herbs and the leaves that are in there. And it's called the unicorn blend. And I don't know what's in it, and they won't tell you what's in it. It smells incredible. So we haven't been able to burn it yet, but we've been just passing it around and smelling it. So if you like dragons, if you like nature spirits, if you like animals, whatever connection is most powerful, sweet, peaceful, beautiful for you to connect to your true self. Your true self isn't a body, but your body is a temple. It's a container. It has the ability to taste or smell the herbs. It needs your support. It needs you to think and feed it positive, beautiful things. And dragons don't poison themselves. So an interesting thing about dragon medicine is that they don't succumb to other people's opinions of who they are. And we've thought a lot of bad things about dragons. There's always these evil looking dragons, or dragons that are coming to kill your village, or they're equated to demons, like inner shadow parts of you that you have to defeat. Or they took Archangel Michael, one of the sweetest beings, in my opinion, is always hanging out with me, protecting everything, is, there's statues all over Europe and many places on the earth of Archangel Michael or Saint Michael. And he's standing on top of a dragon, or he is stabbing a dragon, or he has a sword over or on the dragon. And there's a lot of different opinions about what that means. But overall, most people thought it was dragons are bad, kill them. Well, it equates to the Catholic Church taking over and getting rid of all other religions, all nature religions, pagan religions, especially the Celtics religions, the Druids, the shamans, all forms. And so they personified free, direct contact with source and elementals, where you become empowered through your own personal experience. So as a shaman, that's the most important thing to me, is you have your own personal experience. So we're going to go into a shamanic journey any minute now. I don't know when. So I would recommend, if you're not doing something dangerous like driving a car, please lay down or sit down and be somewhere you can close your eyes, and just start closing your eyes, because the energy that moves through me is pure and divine and directed and intentional. And it's not intentional based on my head. My head moves out of the way. I become a clear and open channel for spirit and source. I travel with guides. I talk to all dimensions, and you could call it a soul retrieval. You could call it a past life regression. You could call it awakening your intuition. You could call it healing, which means becoming whole. You can call it a lot of whatever you want, whatever resonates with you. I want you to take the whole day to be in harmony with who you are, because reality is plastic. Okay. And one of the most passionate things that gets me going is watching people live in poverty. And it's not just financial poverty, like I can't get out of this loop. Oh, I've broken a lot of clients free of that. And we have the Wishes Fulfilled workshop coming up, I think early November, and it's all online. So very, very, very affordable. So make sure you go check that out. Just go to nanakasha.com and you'll find everything you need. So what happens is that we are reawakening our ability to multidimensionally connect, whether it's to light language or to flowers, whether when you come here, you feel the energies and you have a breakdown, or you have a challenge, or you get sent on a quest, or you feel like you go through the labors of Hercules. I've been up the tour like 4 times now, once in torrential rains, and it was definitely a vision quest. It was the first day of my retreat. And we went out and we were going all of these sacred sites, but they were all outside. And we had to climb this enormous, enormous hill, okay, to get to this tower. And we're working with a local expert. We're working with Maria, who's on a lot of Gaia TV. If you watch that, you can find Maria Wheatley. And people are learning to sense energies, and I'm activating their light bodies, and they're having their dowsing rods, and they're finding vortexes. And then we're finding the chakras inside of this one church area, and we're going to each one, and then individually we're locating. And it was interesting, within a band width of, I would say, 4 feet, every person, even if they were brand new with a dowsing rod, after getting a little training and practice, activating ourselves at the healing spot, activating ourselves at the vortex. And I'm telling you this because you can go there right now. So as I speak it, I am seeing it. As I see it, I am it. There is no time. Time is fluid. And that's another thing the dragons just think you should stop doing, is paying attention to time. You have to pay attention to time to show up on time if you've made a promise to someone. However, outside of that, Don't let time dictate your life, or don't fear time. Don't get behind on time. Don't think you're late. Don't give out all these qualifications. You are the creator. You're putting it out there. It's unequivocal. You will always get what you are putting out there. There's no mistake. And so no matter what you've done or what you have been doing, what you are doing or what you intend to do, the only real thing that matters is that you go inside and you disconnect from everybody's opinion and you let your centered self say, you know what? Facts come from my thinking. What I believe is true for me. I'm ready to get on my path. I'm ready to get open and receptive. I'm ready to be ready and willing. I am open because I am a clear and open channel to my highest good. And I am truly interested. In fact, I release all craving and desire that is not congruent with my soul's promise, power, path, with peace and purpose in this prosperous present moment. I enter this sacred space and I enter this prosperous moment because it is my time to connect to all that is, to select my reality because everything is already created. And I now attune my heart, my mind. Yes, indeed, my entire auric field is dancing with rainbow light right now. I'm in the land of the fairies, the dragons, the waters, the chalice, the goddess, of the Merlin or the Merlins, of the priestess or the Lady of Avalon and Morgan Le Fay and Lady of the Lake, and Archangel Michael and Mary Magdalene. And I am in the land of sacred stones and circles and Neolithic and megalithic ancient wisdom. And Gaia and deeper than her and the stars and the moon above and the Tor and the labyrinths everywhere. Now, we ask to enter the sacred space because we are the portal to ascension. And I am ready and I have arrived here. I have answered the invitation from Neil to go through a portal to my personal ascension. Take a quiet moment, feel and sense what you've just said, because you have just said a spell. You have just said a program. You have just said a command into your computer or your phone. You have said this into your own light body, that I am that I am. And I'm ready and willing and open and receptive to follow, to hear, to see, to know, to awaken to attune to align to that which is optimal for my highest good at this time. And I am a clear and open channel from Avalon, from Glastonbury, from Stonehenge on the equinox when I sat and kissed and meditated on and laid on these sacred stones, these stones that have been denied the average person except for 4 times a year. You are there through me. You feel it. You sense it. It's pouring rain. And this wormhole that Neil reminded us that goes deep, deep within us connects to our umbilical cord. And our umbilical cord goes down through the deepest realms, through our womb, through that cauldron. The sacred goddesses have come. They're surrounding us. It's time to embody who you are. It's time to embody who you came here to be. These are not just words. This is truth. Will you truly let go of who you were, what you thought you wanted, who you think you have to please, what you think you have to keep commitments and obligations to? Throw it all in the cauldron right now. And curled around the cauldron is the most gorgeous flame dragon. This isn't a sun dragon or even a fire dragon. This is a flame dragon. He's gold and he wraps around the bottom of the cauldron. It glows. Sometimes little flicks of flames come out. Just like fire under a cauldron of iron, it heats and warms. And what does that do? It speeds up. It amplifies. It accelerates. You want to be aligned to the right thing because the dragon is shifting gears. And this is the time of the year that we go between the worlds. The veil is thin. You've heard this. Oh, there's nowhere it's thinner than where I stand. The first step in your journey is to say yes and step outside your comfort zone. Step into the unknown. See yourself now Breathe in deeply. Walk down those spiral stairs into your own very sacral center. There are seeds and gems glowing here. This is the realm of your creation. You keep going deeper and deeper and deeper, and now you see and you sense the 4 dragons of east, west, north, south. To the east, there's air, there is yellow. You look, you breathe in, you connect to that dragon, it becomes an expanded mind. To the south, there's red, there's fire. You connect to that elemental. Perhaps it's a dragon, perhaps it's a flower. Is it a sunflower? Is it a flame? Is it a comet? Is it a volcano? Is it embers? Is it a bonfire? Is it a fire you were burned in because you were wise? You were a healer. You were a woman. We've all been one. We've all burned. We've all tortured and been tortured. So why not just let it all be melting into this cauldron? This cauldron is held by this gorgeous regal dragon. This is your soul's dragon. This dragon is pure divine, feminine, and says, whatever you want, I will become. I create life. You give me the template, you give me the artwork. You give me the drawing, you give me the idea, you give me the outline for your play, for your sketch, for your artwork, for your painting. I'll make it for you. But before that, do you want to take a look deeper and deeper? Look west, water, blue. Breathe in the sacredness of your emotional field and breathe in only sparkling, clear, pure, crystalline waters from the liquid light of what makes all reality. Let it overflow and you are pure. Now ask yourself as you turn to the north, to earth, to the great goddess, to your body, to your temple. I am a clear and open channel to my highest good, and I'm ready to take all this information that I have and all this love I have in my heart, and I'm ready to become the molder of this plastic reality. I'm ready to know and realize that whatever I go to bed with, whatever I think, whatever I do, whatever I feel is creating my reality. No one else has that power. I'm willing to change my mind because nothing ever stops. My mind must constantly churn out the most beautiful divine flowers of love and light and beauty. The Fae are here, the fairy kingdoms. You'll feel them all around you. They're very tall, they're very slender. These are Celtic Fae. They walk the land. Perhaps you were one, perhaps you were with me. I joyfully create the life I love to live. Life loves me. Love is all around me. It's at my fingertips. Everything is a possibility. Earth is my body. Air is my breath. Water is my blood. Fire is my spirit. Now tune into below because the dragons, the energies, the elementals that you put in charge of holding your power in a dungeon in the shadows is now dissolving. If it was a demon or a monster guarding your power and your voice, it's now a little puppy or butterfly. Something adorable, beautiful, innocent, sweet, wonderful. Let it be what it wants to be instead of being a guard. I'm ready and willing to enter, to receive my power, to become who I promised to become. And this is the moment now that I become a galactic citizen. Because this step will connect me back to so much truth within me that it will surpass the stars. And above you now, The stars are twinkling. You see and sense a piece, a rainbow arc of light coming to you from 1, 2, 3, 4. How many stars? How many constellations? Are you a part of the Royal Star Gateway opening now? Tune in. Your crown of sovereignty are the sparkling stars of the universe above you. They reflect within you. See and feel yourself a reflection of the stars above, of the power below, held by earth, air, fire, and water. Now go within. Surrender. There's no time to control, to plan, to hold back, to wonder who may like it. You are on your journey, and your shamanic guide is here. Go down that spiral staircase deep, deep, deep within you. It begins to spiral. It is a bejeweled dragon, or perhaps serpent, or perhaps both. It may have wings. It may breathe fire or water or stardust. It may dissipate, evaporate. It may look like a flower or a ship, a cloud or a planet. Down, down, down. Who is your guide on this journey? There's a beautiful sacred woman here. She's shining. She is a triple goddess. We have become the triple goddess this week. I bring you to the labyrinth when we first met our magical child at the center. Feel it, breathe it in. We are going to that time and that place, and you can transmute yourself there now. Walking on the soft, wet grass in the cold morning in Glastonbury, England, in the yard of St. John the Baptist Church, an ancient church, perhaps from the 1400s. This labyrinth lies alongside of a beautiful space where earth energies spiral up. Mary and Michael lines, the sacred feminine current and the sacred masculine current, curve around this space. They hold space for this labyrinth. And you enter with your heart open and walk. The sacred woman says, the divine within you, regardless of who you think you are, is awakening. You must become the creator, and the first step is to be the magical child. Walk the labyrinth. This is not a maze. A labyrinth and a maze are not the same. A maze is made from fear. A maze tricks you. A maze has dead ends. A maze makes you feel stuck and scared and looping and repeating. A maze is illusion. A labyrinth, you can never be lost. It always leads you. It guides you to the center, or it guides you to your next reality. There is no dead end. You can never be stuck. There are no corners. This is the secret of your life. See your feet as you walk on this sacred land. Blessed. The energies of the divine all around you as we have called in. Enter the center of the labyrinth and merge with your magical child, waiting for you all this time, so excited. I am the center. I am one. All forms of fun and beautiful playmates are popping out. The first question to answer before you can walk out of this labyrinth now, having reunited with the secret within. Are my thoughts and intentions creative or destructive? You know, let the true answer rise within you. Are they limiting and judgmental? Are they loving and uplifting, freeing and supportive? Your magical child is the master of these things. It is not a child that needs you to take care of it and tell it what to do. It is a child that needs you to recognize it, to see it, to play full out with it, to let that part of you come alive again. Because without that, without your imagination, you are not being the creator. You are letting your life be created by your past, by your fear, by those you hand your power over to. Now is the time. But your power doesn't have to be hard. It doesn't have to take a lot of time. Your wishes are fulfilled now. The fairies are here now. With a blink of an eye, you can enter the kingdom of any reality you choose. And you can be any part of that reality. And you could be at any level of your awakening. You could be full of joy and love and acceptance, knowing that you're loved. Knowing you're so loving and it's safe for you to give that love. Knowing that you are lovable. Say it. I am lovable. I am lovable. I am so lovable. I am loved. I am so loved. There is love everywhere. I take it in. I receive. I receive. I receive. I do not care who you are. You must receive first, and you receive this love. And what do these beautiful elements of love look like and feel like to you? Do they float into you like a river, like hearts, like sparkles, like fairies, like Pegasus? Do they flow like a river of bliss? Are you in nirvana with Buddha? Are you flowing on a river? Are you far away from everyone in a mountain stream? Are you under a waterfall in Maui? Are you underwater where it's peaceful, serene, and the mermaids take you to other worlds? Are you parting the mists and entering this sacred time? We move forward now into Samhain. It is Day of the Dead. It is a portal. It is a time of great power. You will be walking into your shadow in the next few weeks, and you will be needing this part of you. Are my thoughts creative or destructive? Are they uplifting or judgmental? Now, choose. Declare now, and you will merge like magic with this magical part of you, and you can continue your journey because the wise woman is waiting for you. My thoughts are filled with harmony and bliss. I know that reality is in my hands, my thoughts and my heart. I know that everything is created, everything is for me, that there is more than enough for everyone, that I am living in abundance. I think every day about what magic and miracles are going to appear in my life, what doors are going to open, what fairies and wizards and butterflies and angels and guides, all manner of beautiful beings who are playing in my field of bliss. I now align to those who play in my field of bliss. I walk the path. Oh, the yellow brick road, please. This is the path, paved in gold and silver, but not money, in joy overflowing that contains whatever it requires. Whether it's money, joy, peace, happiness, friends, health, energy, ideas, inspiration, courage. I choose to be present, to receive now in silence. Smell the unicorn blend. Let them dance around you. Let all elements, guides, and energies that represent your thoughts that you are choosing, the field of bliss that you are projecting and radiating, dance around you. Breathe it in, drink it in, till you're full and you're saturated and infused, and then let it begin to pour out every cell. I'm ready and willing to receive. Now declare, what are you willing to receive? What are you willing to receive? Oh, yes. Now flip it into, I have received this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, I love what I've just received. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love this. Thank you for this. More of this, please. Oh, opening the heart, the mind, the womb, opening the hands, receiving through the senses, pictures, visions, harmony, color. Feel the pleasure like a soft wind, a lover's touch, a mother's hug, a peaceful moment in the forest, a moment of seeing, loving, and accepting yourself. 3, 2, 1. Now the magic has begun. You will activate magic everywhere you go. You begin to skip and play, do cartwheels out that labyrinth. You don't even look where you're going because you trust, you know, the labyrinth leads you. And you wind around and it looks like you've gone backwards, but you're not. You just get to go see, wow, time is curved. I am this and that, and I am that and this, and I can choose whatever it is. If I think about me 10 years ago or in 14 other lives, then I will think and create more of that. Is that good? Is that what I want? Is it aligned? I get to choose. Flow on out of that labyrinth and now feel as if you are released into an infinite space of divine realities. What is it? Is it energy? Does it look like a time and place? Are you alone? Are there others there? What is happening here? Enter your journey. You chose it. You asked for it. Now you see a glow. It is emanating from some kind of divine structure. Is it a temple, a pyramid, a grove? What do you see? You feel drawn to it like the priestess or priest, the shaman or wise elder. Something amazing and full of wisdom is awakening within you and drawing you forward. Your wise being, like the magical child, the part of you that knows the wisdom, that has traveled through time and space, that's already been every future, that already knows every past, that doesn't get caught up in judgment, that knows all things are possible. Suddenly you are inside of this sacred temple, you are inside this sacred space, and as you stand there, you are overwhelmed with gold, the flames, the gold, the sun, everything around you. It doesn't burn you, it feels beautiful, but it is so bright, and there's a giant X, and it's burning brightly, and you are standing in the center of it. You are X, marks the spot. You feel yourself, your energy body, your light body standing in that sacred pose, arms up and out, legs wide, drawing in the energies, being the center of all reality, being the temple of the descended God, goddess. You are now entering your temple, coming in to oneness. The triple goddess has always been mind, body, spirit, all aspects of all things, stillness, growing, destruction, water, fire, earth, maiden, mother, sage, whatever trinity, whatever triskele you are living. The 3 are coming, and you are the 4th, and in the 5th is your new reality. Stand in the center. Connect with your wise one. You will be your own guide instead of Merlin or Athena or some magical dragon lining your path. It is you. It is you as the wise one. Maybe you are a dragon. I see a purple, iridescent, spiked dragon. Somebody has one that keeps changing shapes like a caterpillar. It's green and it's purple and it's full of pointy silver spikes. I see one that's deep brick red, sitting almost like a slug on the earth. So grounded, so beautiful, so earthy. ready for you to plant seeds in. Now, 3 as 1, we will be when we decide what is the next for thee. Open your heart and open your mind. Pick up your wand. It is time. You have 3 hands. You have 3 hearts. You have 3 minds. Now, the wise and the magical, the elder and the new beginnings, the potential, they blend together with you. You are the creator. You are the open channel. You are the wormhole that leads you back into the reality you are ready to become. Blend together. Declare, my thoughts are creative. They're harmonious, supportive, and uplifting. They're loving and beautiful. They radiate light. I see this divine in me and in all. I know that everything unfolds. Creative ideas, they flow from me. I receive nonstop support, love, abundance in all forms. That's all I see. It's all I look for. I know it is there. I trust it. With every breath and every step, the wise woman is here. The magical child is here. I am fully supported, and I am the one holding the container. I am the one creating the matrix and the grid of my reality, of my world. Your supportive, loving dragons and fae are here. They are representing the dynamic, something that is there, responding to your feelings and thoughts. You are the uniqueness that we have waited for. Thank you for being here. Because you live out.
I believe she's frozen. So if you enjoyed her amazing presentation, we want to invite you to the Dragons Conference, which is December 19th. We're going to give you a little preview of that now. Hope you can join us.
Years across continents and cultures, one presence has been with us, silently guiding, protecting, and revealing the way. From the sacred mountains of ancient China to the jungles of Mexico where the feathered serpent soared, in every corner of the earth they have been with us. The dragons are not mere myth, they are the wisdom keepers. In East Asia, they symbolized power, strength, and the flow of life itself. In the ancient empires of Mesoamerica, the serpent god Quetzalcoatl embodied the essence of knowledge and renewal. Their energy flows throughout time, weaving humanity's fate with the divine realms. And now, in this pivotal moment of human history, they seek to reconnect back to humanity. But who exactly are they? And why have they never left the ancient seers, the shamans and mystics of every culture who knew their power? Join us on this sacred journey to the dragons with star codes and portal to Ascension as we uncover the truth of the dragons with channelers, historians, and mystics in this one-day conference on October 19th. From light language to celestial guidance to the wisdom of ages past, this is your time to activate with the dragons.
So Nan's camera, it froze as she was finishing up her transmission. But if you resonated with her message, please join her on the Dragons Conference. Our next speaker is Mark Anthony. He is the psychic lawyer. He is an Oxford-educated attorney, and world-renowned psychic medium with a unique blend of legal expertise and spiritual insights. Mark has captivated audiences worldwide. His work has led him to partner with major media outlets such as Gaia, Fox News, NBC, and ABC. Author of best-selling books like The Afterlife Frequency, Mark merges science and spirituality, offering compelling evidence of the afterlife and spirit communication. Recently, Mark's live stream show, The Psychic and the Doc, co-hosted with Dr. Pat, won Best Radio Show of the Year. Every Thursday, Mark performs live readings for callers, while Dr. Pat provides intuitive and healing insights, making this show a must-listen for those seeking spiritual guidance. Let's welcome Mark.
Thank you, Ash. I want to thank you, Ash, and I want to thank Neil and everyone associated with Portal to Ascension. I especially would like to thank all of the people who have tuned in. Welcome to my presentation, which is the electromagnetic soul and the afterlife frequency. Spirit contact is part of human experience. And since the dawn of recorded history, there have been accounts of communication with spirits. The problem is they come in many different forms and people don't always understand them. They can come in the form of visitations, after-death communication, such as you may feel the presence of a loved one near you. You may catch a glimpse of them in your peripheral vision or in the dream state. That communication can also come through a medium like myself. Spirit contact can occur during what is known as a near-death experience, where people die and their consciousness, their soul, their spirit leaves their body, but then comes back. And they have these incredible tales of going through a tunnel into the light and encountering deceased loved ones, and dare I say, the divine power that we call God. Deathbed visions and shared death experiences, very common, being reported for thousands of years and even more so in the modern era. But unfortunately, spirit communication has often been dismissed as fantasy or feared as paranormal or supernatural. But is the existence of the soul in the afterlife a matter of faith or science? Every great belief system teaches that the soul, the spirit, consciousness, pre-exists the body, comes into the body, and then lives on after the body dies. This brings us to science. The modern era of science really began with Sir Isaac Newton. For all intents and purposes, he invented physics. And in the 18th century, the 1700s, Sir Isaac Newton was nothing less than a superstar of the Enlightenment. And then while quarantined during the plague of 1665, he invented calculus. And he's probably been cursed by every high school and college student since then. But then he also explored and expanded the laws of optics, and he developed the laws of gravity. And reductive materialism emerged. Reductive means that physical matter is made of molecules which are composed of atoms. Materialism means the only thing that can be proven to exist is matter. And according to Newtonians, everything is a mix of matter and energy according to physical laws. Reality is what is observable, objective, and reproducible. And Newtonian reductive materialists believe that the supernatural does not exist, neither do spirits, the afterlife, or God. Paradox, because Sir Isaac Newton believed in God. However, he did not believe in the existence of a soul or an afterlife. And then he spent more time studying the Bible, seeking hidden and cryptic messages in Scripture than he did in science. Now, think about this for a minute. Time studying the Bible for hidden said that atheism every great belief system describes the divine power that we call God in terms of light. From the sages of ancient India, the Hindi word for God is Rama. And Rama, who has different manifestations as Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, and Lakshmi, many different manifestations, is the light that has lighted the world. Then you go to Judaism, when Moses encountered the bush that was on fire, yet was not consumed by the fire. Now think about this. If you were living in the Bronze Age, like Moses, how would you describe an encounter with an intense form of electromagnetic energy? You would describe it in terms that you were familiar with. In other words, the most powerful form of energy in the Bronze Age that you'd be aware of, outside of lightning, would be fire. Then the Buddha explained that a certain way, code of behavior in treating other people and other beings is the path to the light. Jesus said his teachings were also the path to the light. Islam teaches that the light of Allah, which is simply the Arabic word for God, lights the world. Native American belief systems and other indigenous belief systems from the entire globe all describe God in terms of light. Now, why is that? And it's because we believe that light is how we perceive the spiritual energy that people got. Since the dawn of recorded history, there have been accounts of people who have died, and then they talk about traveling through a tunnel and entering, once again, the light, where they encounter deceased loved ones, and then they return to life. These resurrections have mystified physicians and religious leaders. I give a lot of talks on the science of near-death experiences and the scientific basis for that, because this is how we now describe this phenomenon as near-death experiences. We know from science that life depends on light. Sir Isaac Newton was absolutely correct that the Earth is the right distance from the sun to give it the proper amounts of heat and light. If it weren't for that, Earth would be nothing more than a frozen chunk of rock floating through space. So the light from the sun is then converted through photosynthesis by plants into nutrients. And we as humans consume plants, and we consume animals who consume plants. So the building block of life, as we understand it, begins with the energy of light. Light is electromagnetic energy. And we know from the first law of thermodynamics and physics that energy is neither created nor destroyed, only transferred from one form to another. We also know that everything is made of molecules, which in turn are made of atoms, which in turn are composed of electrons, protons, and neutrons, and they in turn are composed of a smaller particle known as a quantum. Now, for all of our physics friends, technically an electron is a quantum because an electron is 1/1800th the size of a proton. So I want to make sure that that is stated. And this is also where we get the term quantum physics. Now, what's fascinating about this is that everything, you, me, the radio waves this presentation is being transmitted on, the surface of the moon, the rings of Saturn, and beyond, are all at the same subatomic level made of quanta. And a lot of people say, well, this is really difficult to wrap my head around. But we've also been hearing from great spiritual teachers from the beginning of time that we're all energetically interconnected. And now through quantum physics, we know that's true because on the subatomic level, everything in our material world universe is quanta. Now, Sir Isaac Newton had quantum physics. And if he had, I think he would have been singing a very different tune than he was. Matter and energy, which include light, are composed of quanta, particles of electromagnetic energy. Nikola Tesla, inventors of all time, said that Well, Tesla is one of the most enigmatic and geniuses in history. Let me say this. A power grid would not function. Albert Einstein, we've all heard E equals MC squared relativity, and that energy equals mass times the speed of light. It's the relationship between energy, mass, and the speed of light. What this means is that mass and energy is neither destroyed, only transferred from one.
Hey, Mark, can you hear me? Mark, you clicked mute on your camera. You have to unmute yourself. Click unmute. For some reason, you got muted. So click the microphone button. It says your microphone's not connected. Something happened to your settings.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, there we go. Yeah, we lost you for like
Can you hear me now?
30. Yeah, we lost you for like 45 seconds.
Okay. All right. So everybody you saw about the biophotons, correct?
If you can go back a couple slides, let's see where you were.
Hold on. I'll be happy to, because this is important stuff. All right. Did I lose everybody at biophotons?
Yes.
All right. Biophotons.
Yes.
Here's the scoop, everybody. Our cells create flashes of light that are not visible to the human eye. And what's really fascinating about this isn't like fireflies or bioluminescence. These are invisible to the human eye. And scientists, starting in the 1920s in Russia, but it's been recently reaffirmed by the most recent scientific discoveries, are that biophoton streams consist of short quasi-periodic bursts similar to those used to send binary data. In other words, our cells communicate to each other using flashes of light. Now, you ever step on a tack or a Lego and immediately it hits your brain? You know that it hurts. And according to MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and the National Institute of Health, there is evidence that biophoton emission correlates with neural activity, suggesting biophotons could act as neural communication signals. In other words, your nervous system operates using biophotons, flashes of light. That's why if you step on something like a tack, you feel it immediately because it's moving at the speed of light. So, biophoton emission is a general phenomenon of all living systems. Biophotons originate from a coherent photon field within the living organism, its function being intra and intercellular regulation and communication. And it's not just in human beings. Recently, when I was at the Muir Redwood Forest in California, I discovered, with the help of park rangers, that the roots of the redwood trees and other trees seem to interact with each other, and they use the mycelium fungus on the tips of their roots. And the mycelium fungus has biophotons, as do the roots of trees. And it appears that the mycelium fungus can direct the roots of the redwood trees and other trees. All plants do this, but the redwood's been studied extensively to find nutrients, water, and also trees help each other that have been injured. So biophoton communication between cells is not just limited to human beings or mammals. It is even present in plants and fungi as well. We are light beings. Albert Einstein was absolutely correct. From the cosmic to the subatomic, the common denominator between science and spirituality is light. Light is how humans perceive the spiritual energy of the divine power we call God. The word enlightenment. Enlightenment in its basic sense means beginning to understand something. In the spiritual sense, enlightenment is an awareness of our connection to the eternal light. Enlightenment is a term I developed in my book, Evidence of Eternity. It's awareness of the light within. So from the subatomic within us all the way to the cosmic, we are light beings. Neuroscience is the study of the human brain, and the brain is a carbon-12 and salt resonator floating in water. It does have an electromagnetic field, and even though the brain is only 2% of the body's weight, it consumes over 20% of its energy. The official position is that the brain creates consciousness through chemical reactions and electrical impulses. But neuroscientists can't explain how. To Professor Hans-Peter Dohr at the Max Planck Institute of Physics in Germany. Now, I've spent a lot of time in Germany, and you're never going to find anyone more serious than a German physicist. And that the brain is like a computer hard drive. When the hard drive dies, we do not lose this consciousness, this information. The body were immortal. Then Sir Roger Penrose and Stuart Hammerhoff and Roger Ekanoff and Professor Bandyopadhyay all chimed in, and I'm really proud of Sir Roger Penrose. I attended Oxford University. It's my alma mater, and I'm honored to say that Sir Roger Penrose recently won the Nobel Prize in Physics. And what Sir Roger has said about consciousness is that it derives from quantum vibrations within the brain's neurons. In the spiritual sense, consciousness has been here all along. So what are these physicists saying? See, for centuries, science has been in one quarter, okay, had the Newtonian reductive materialists, and faith has been in the other. But now, through the advent of quantum physics and these discoveries about biophotons and quanta and the nature of consciousness, we are now seeing that consciousness pre-exists the body, comes into the body, and moves on after the body dies. Like Professor Hans-Peter Dohr said, the brain is like a computer hard drive. Think about it. Your computer did not create the Windows program on it, did not create the data on it. It simply hosts it. And when that hard drive crashes, the information lives on. So it's really fascinating that we live in a time where now some of the world's top quantum physicists are on board with the concept of eternal life. We are not these bodies. We are energy, which is referred to in the realms of psychology, neuroscience, and philosophy as consciousness. In the arena of faith, it is known as the soul or the spirit. It's what makes us unique, and it includes our personality, observations, memories, knowledge, and love. Consciousness is pure energy. It pre-exists the body, comes into the body, and then lives on after physical death, meaning it's eternal. Consciousness is capable of perception that exceeds our 5 physical senses of sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. It is also capable of communicating with other dimensions beyond our material world. So what are we? Well, think of your body like a car. Some people have really hot cars, and you look at that hot car and you say, you know, I'd really like to take a spin on that. And then others of us, well, maybe not so much. But the truth is, our body is simply like a car. And when the car stops working, we get out and move on. This brings me to physics and faith. What does physics teach us? That energy is neither created nor destroyed, only transferred from one form to another. Every great belief system teaches us that the soul, the spirit, consciousness exists the body, comes into the body, and lives on after physical death. And after years of research and a lifetime as a psychic medium, I developed the term the electromagnetic soul, the EMS. And that's a 21st century term to describe what we really are, that a soul, a spirit, consciousness, which is eternal electromagnetic energy. Now, I've received some criticism, particularly from people in the realms of faith, who said that, well, electromagnetic soul sounds rather technical. But one of the great luminaries of our time, one of the top afterlife scientists, said, let's look at electromagnetic soul like this, that the word soul stands for the source of universal love. And that is my dear friend and colleague, Dr. Gary Schwartz from the University of Arizona, who believes that the electromagnetic soul theory does explain the nature of eternal life and spirit communication and near-death experiences. The electromagnetic soul may be analogized as a drop of water. So in other words, when you die, that drop of water leaves your body and then plunges into the eternal sea of soul. Make no mistake, you're still an individual. It's just that now you're a drop in this infinite ocean, this collective consciousness. That's also why during spirit communication, spirits oftentimes are able to transmit information that far exceeded the scope of anything they knew here in this world. One of the greatest psychics on record was Edgar Cayce. He would go into a trance-like state and be able to transmit information of a medical nature that far exceeded anything that he knew. I've noticed this with readings that I do and some of my colleagues. And so when you're communicating with a spirit, you're not just communicating with that lone spirit. That spirit is interlinked with other spirits, connected to other spirits, connected to other spirits. And this wealth of healing knowledge is a gift from the divine. The human eye can only detect light wave frequencies between 430 and 770 terahertz. Human ears can only hear wave frequencies between 20 hertz and 20 kilohertz. These ranges are only a fraction of the sound and light frequency range. Their perception of our physical in a mirror. Ever feel you see a spirit in your peripheral vision, then you turn and the spirit seems to vanish? Have you ever tried to look directly at a comet, but you can't see it clearly when you look directly at it, but you can see the comet much more clearly when you shift your focus away from it and observe it in your peripheral vision? This is due to the structure of the human eye. Within the retina, there's two structures, rods and cones. Cones are at the center of the retina, and they detect color and details. They're daytime vision. Rods are on the periphery of the retina, and they're light sensitive. So what happens is when you see a spirit, you're picking up the subtle light patterns with the rods because the rods are light sensitive, but they don't see color. This is why in literature, in paintings, in pop culture, spirits, quote unquote, ghosts tend to have that shadowy white and gray look because when people generally see them, they're viewing them through the rods in the periphery of the retina. And that's why when you pick up on a spirit in your peripheral vision, you turn, it seems like the spirit vanishes. Well, it doesn't. It's just that you're switching from rods to cones. And I teach paranormal investigators this when we're on investigating spectral phenomenon and elementals and other types of spiritual phenomenon. Astronomers have developed what is known as averted vision. And that's a technique for when you're viewing a comet. Don't look at it directly. Instead, observe the comet with your peripheral vision, because that way you're exposing the most light sensitive part of your eye, and you'll see faint objects better. The electromagnetic spectrum. Think of the electromagnetic spectrum as a yardstick. As you can see from the diagram, visible light is maybe about a quarter inch or so, maybe half an inch. In other words, what we are able to perceive is white light. And white light is an extremely small portion of the electromagnetic spectrum. Now, a hummingbird can see ultraviolet light. Why? Because the hummingbird has an additional cone in its retina, which enables it to see ultraviolet light, which we can't. This brings me to tetrachromats. Tetrachromats have a quote-unquote abnormal fourth gene. I don't think it's abnormal. I think it's a gift. I think it's a genetic enhancement. And tetrachromats also have a fourth cone. Instead of just the red, blue, and green, they have a yellow-green cone, which enables them to see more deeply into the yellow-green spectrum. And because of it requires 2 X chromosomes, only women can inherit this gene. So, guys, the next time you're out shopping with your lady and she tries on a dress and she says, "Does this color look good on me?" It does. She already knows it does. Just say yes, okay? And the thing is, for all the ladies listening, you may be a tetrachromat and not even know it. Why would you? Because this is how you've always seen color. You may see colors in such a more in-depth way and not realize that the people around you can't see this as much. And it gets even better. The normal eye sees 1 million colors, but tetrachromats can see 100 million colors. So everything in the material world universe has a vibration. In other words, when we're getting from molecules to atoms to electrons, protons, and neutrons to quanta, everything vibrates. All things in our universe are constantly in motion and vibrating. Even objects that appear to be stationary are in fact vibrating, oscillating, and resonating at different frequencies. And frequency is the rate at which vibrations occur. This brings me to the 5 main brainwave frequencies: gamma, beta, alpha, theta, and delta. Gamma, that's when it's like you're on Final Jeopardy or you're doing a Newton's calculus homework. Your brain is cranking, running at full throttle. Beta, that's the state that we're in right now. That's the awake state. That's where you're able to perform activities of daily living. Alpha, for everybody that lives in California, I know you're very well aware of alpha. I call that the groovy baby state. And I'm not making fun of California. I'm just because alpha is when you meditate. It's when you begin to relax. It's the daydream state. It's as you start to drift off to sleep. Theta is reduced consciousness. This is the dream state. Delta, very little brainwave activity going on in delta, but it is extremely important because in the delta state, that's when your body heals and fights infections. But I want to go to the alpha theta border. As you can see, all these brainwave frequencies are within certain hertz ranges. It is right around 8 hertz, the alpha theta border, where psychic and mediumistic activity occur. This is why the most common form of spirit contact is in the dream state. I mean, think about it in scripture. There's so many incidents of angelic entities, like in Jacob's ladder, where the angel came to Joseph, warning him that Herod was going to murder, it was out to murder Jesus, so he had to get Jesus, Mary, and Joseph out of Egypt. You have so many references throughout history of people interacting with spirits in the dream state. And so that's much more accepted and common than saying, "Oh, gee, I was standing by the water cooler at work and in my peripheral vision, I saw my Aunt Martha." What I'm saying is, it is the alpha theta border where spirits are able to communicate with us. Why does it occur in the sleep state so often? Spirits are capable of identifying when you are in that receptive state So what they do is they take their much higher frequency, remember we were just talking about frequency, and they lower their frequency and vibration until you get a frequency match. Now, for people like me, and we're not entirely sure why, I'm capable of going from the beta to the alpha theta state at 8 hertz within seconds and voluntarily, where generally it requires going into the sleep state, and it can take hours to do that for most people. So why not just use technology like an electroencephalogram or quantitative electroencephalogram to identify the EMS, the electromagnetic soul? Well, the truth is that EEG and QEEG, they're great for medical research and diagnosis, but they're neither sensitive enough nor designed to identify the electromagnetic soul, much less the afterlife frequency. And Professor Shelley Renee Joy of the California Institute of Integral Studies has said, it is entirely feasible that there are specific ranges of harmonic frequencies that interact with mind-brain systems through resonance at far higher frequencies than currently supposed. In other words, our technology is not yet sophisticated enough to tune into these higher frequencies. Nonetheless, the year 2022 was a banner year when it came to afterlife research. This 2022, I think, is going to go down in history as a huge breakthrough point in our understanding of the afterlife. In Tartu, Estonia, excuse me, an 87-year-old man started having epileptic seizures. Now, the standard protocol, they rush him to the hospital, is to hook him up to an EEG, electroencephalogram, and monitor his brain. Well, while that was happening, he had a massive heart attack and he died. This was the first time in history that somebody was on an EEG at the point of death. And what happened shocked the medical world. All 5 brainwave frequencies, delta, theta, alpha, and beta, went off the scale. Dr. Vicente said that just before and after the heart stopped working, we saw changes in a specific band of neural oscillations, the so-called gamma oscillations. In other words, all 5 of his brainwave frequencies surged. They didn't anticipate that. They figured brainwave frequencies would have been slowing down and fading out. Dr. Zemmer, a neurosurgeon from the University of Louisville, said the brain may be playing a last recall of important life events just before we die, similar to the ones in near-death experiences. Then came, in November of 2022, the lucid dying study, which was put on by New York University, and it was conducted in both the US and the UK. 567 people at 25 different hospitals. When they started going into cardiac failure and CPR was being administered, they were hooked up to an EEG. And what was noted is that there was massive brainwave spike in all subjects. 1 in 5 of the survivors reported lucid experiences of death, which weren't hallucinations, illusions, or delusions. In other words, this was in conformity with what happened in Tartu, Estonia, but now we have close to 600 samples, and of the people who did survive, 1 in 5 reported an NDE. And according to Dr. Sam Parnia, who is the lead doctor and scientist on the study, he said, identifying measurable electrical signals of lucid and heightened brain activity together with similar stories of recalled death experiences suggests that the human sense of self and consciousness may not stop completely around time of death. In other words, consciousness, the soul, the spirit, survives physical death. Now, granted, Dr. Parnia wasn't ready to come out and say just that, but the data correlates that all 5 brainwave frequencies surge with electromagnetic activity, and based on the recollections of the people who had near-death experiences, that their soul, their spirit left the body and came back to the body. In other words, Your consciousness, the who and what you are, lives on after physical death. So we have the afterlife frequency, the other side, and the material world dimension. Both of these are energetic systems. Once again, molecules, atoms, electrons, protons, and neutrons, and then on the subatomic level, quanta. So both systems utilize electromagnetic energy, but they vibrate at different frequencies. However, there are times when the two systems overlap, and I call that overlap the NDE zone. And this is where interdimensional communication occurs. Mediumship, visitations, near-death experiences, shared-death experiences, deathbed visions, out-of-body experiences all occur during a frequency alignment between our material world dimension and the afterlife frequency. So think of our world as AM radio, the other side is FM radio, and sometimes there's a frequency overlap, and that is what we call interdimensional communication or spirit contact. How does interdimensional communication happen? This brings us to quantum entanglement. According to Edgar Mitchell, who's an astronaut, Navy pilot, founder of IONS, the Institute of Noetic Sciences, he said that when subatomic matter is in a process together, subsequently, the subatomic particles go apart from each other and go across the universe. When they do this, they will remain entangled. This means if you do something to one, the other responds instantaneously. Let me explain. Scientists fully believe that if two subatomic particles are separated, even if they're 1 billion miles apart, if you do something to one, the other reacts instantaneously. In other words, they are energetically linked. That's what quantum entanglement is. Frequency beacons is a term I developed to explain the two-way street of interdimensional communication. Think of everybody that you know and love, either on planet Earth or in spirit, being interconnected by a three-dimensional spider web. Okay, let's take the spider out of it. But how's the spider web work? Through vibration. Okay, something hits the spider web, it sends a vibration. Well, let's say you're grieving very heavily and you're thinking about a deceased loved one, and all of a sudden you feel that person's presence around. You just sent out a frequency beacon, they're picking up on it and they're coming to you. Ever been driving in your car and suddenly you're prompted to turn on the radio and there's that song that touches your heartstrings? Guess what? Spirits can direct you to do particular things. I write about frequency beacons extensively in my book, The Afterlife Frequency, and I can guarantee that pretty much everyone viewing this has experienced a frequency beacon, whether or not they fully understood that's what was happening. So interdimensional communication occurs when a spirit, an electromagnetic soul, transmits an electromagnetic impulse which is received by the brain. This wave of frequency is then translated by the brain into recognizable information. So think of a medium as like a cell phone. So in other words, mediums are like phones through which interdimensional communication occurs. Let me explain this a little bit more clearly. As a medium, what a spirit does is he, she, or they, a group of them, transmit an electromagnetic impulse which goes into my brain. Then that interfaces with the electromagnetic field in my brain and is then converted into recognizable concepts based on memories, feelings, and cultural associations that I have. So in other words, I was doing a reading for somebody recently, and I kept seeing an image of Disney, okay? And the client said, well, wait a second, he died in Orlando, Florida, which is right near Disney. And so that was how the spirit was getting me to the concept of Orlando. There was a lot more to it than that. That's a very basic way to understand this. But what about people who aren't mediums? The truth is, everybody's capable of experiencing interdimensional communication, whether or not you're a medium. And I explain this in the Afterlife Frequency, how to recognize, accept, feel and trust messages from spirits. And that's what I refer to as the raft technique. It's when you can recognize the sign from a spirit, accept it for real, as real. It's the third step, feeling without overthinking. That's where people, well, this must be my imagination. This can't be. It's got to be a coincidence. That's where people will torpedo the experience. But once you start working the raft technique, then you'll get through that and begin trusting the messages that you're receiving. Deathbed visions. People who are dying will oftentimes report seeing or hearing deceased loved ones. Could be human spirits, animal spirits, like here. This woman is connecting with her deceased husband and her beloved pet. People will report seeing religious and spiritual beings and or beautiful scenery. And Dr. Jeffrey Long, who's the founder of NDERF, the Near-Death Experience Research Foundation, has created the world's largest database on deathbed visions and near-death experiences. And if you've been in close proximity to people who are dying, maybe they're in hospice or they're in long-term care, and they start talking about people who have passed, this is a deathbed vision. This brings me to Betty White, our favorite Golden Girl. All right, Betty White. I mean, I can't remember a time in my life when Betty White wasn't on television. She is like the history of television. And back in the 1960s, she met Alan Ludden, who was a game show host. They got married. They were just the ultimate couple. She loved him so much, said that they both said, "You're the love of my life." And he died in 1981. And Betty White never remarried. She always talked about how he was just the greatest thing. Betty died just a couple weeks short of her 100th birthday. I believe she died on New Year's Eve of 2022, just as it was getting ready to become 2023. And her caretaker and actress Vicki Lawrence, who Vicki Lawrence was the star of Mama's Family, and she was in the Carol Burnett show, said that just before Betty White died, she opened her eyes, she looked up, smiled, and said, "Alan." Steve Jobs, right before he died, he was surrounded by his family, and all of a sudden he looked up and started saying, "Oh, wow, oh, wow, oh, wow." And his family members said he was trying to describe what he was seeing. George Floyd, now this is one of the most controversial cases in the last half century, probably. But I watched, it's very painful to watch this video of when the police officer was on his neck and he died. And I'm not here to play politics but as a near-death experience researcher, I found this very, very interesting because he said, "Mama, I'm through," right before he died. And it appeared to me that there was a look of recognition in his eyes. It is very possible, because a lot of people were filming this, videoing this on their cell phones, that George Floyd's death may be the most heavily documented deathbed vision in history. A shared death experience occurs at the time of a person's death. People around that person who are not in danger of dying, they begin to observe phenomena associated with the energy of a spirit leaving the body. They may see, and this isn't just family members or friends, this could be hospice personnel, other medical personnel. They may see a transparent replica of the dying person leave the body. They may describe a feeling of their own bodies rising to accompany their dying loved one toward the light. They may hear incredibly beautiful music. They may actually see the spirits of the dying person's loved ones who have transitioned. They may see a brilliant light filling the room at the time of death. And Dr. Raymond Moody, who coined the term near-death experience, these are his observations in the science of near-death experiences. As a medium, I've been called to the bedside of a number of people who have died, and I have personally experienced all of these. But what's much more significant is people that were with me, family members, friends, hospice personnel who are not mediums, also experienced all of these phenomena. There's an overlap between deathbed visions and shared death experiences. So the person who's dying is having a deathbed vision. People in close proximity will start seeing this as well, which is why it's one aspect of a shared death experience. Now, here's how this happens. So we have the afterlife frequency. That's, the FM radio. We're here in AM radio. And there's a person who is transitioning. Their electromagnetic soul's getting ready to leave their body. So it's getting, it's pulsating. It's beginning to overlap with the electromagnetic souls, the brainwave frequencies of people in close proximity. So what's going on here is, as the person is beginning to see spirits, people nearby are getting, they're getting radio frequency or frequency overlap. They're picking up on it as well. And then as the person transitions into the light, that's why people in close proximity can see light surging out of the dying person's body. They may actually see a transparent replica going into the light. And that's why they may also feel like they're being lifted up, because that is their frequency overlap with that of the afterlife frequency. So, spirit communication technology. Thomas Edison believed he could develop the spirit phone. That was one of the last things he was working on when he died. And he believed that he could develop technology sensitive enough to communicate with discarnate intelligence, meaning a spirit. More recently, Dr. Gary Schwartz is developing technology known as the soul phone. And Dr. Mark Pitstick is a spokesperson of the Soul Phone Project. I'm honored to be on the board of directors of the Soul Phone Project, and I'm one of the research mediums that work with Dr. Schwartz and with Dr. Pitstick. And let me tell you something. This is amazing, and I think it's only a matter of time before we have technology to communicate with spirits. In the meantime, we, as human beings, are the technology. And this brings me to the best friend I ever had, Billy. We met when we were 11 years old. Our birthdays are a week apart. We grew up together, went to junior high school, college together. After college, I went to law school. Billy went to Asia and began to teach Japanese executives conversational English. He was a linguistics genius. He could speak Japanese, Indonesian, Thai, spoke some Cantonese. And I went to visit him in Japan, and this is at Kinkakuji, the Golden Temple. Absolutely beautiful. But I was raised Catholic, as was he. My mom's family was Italian. His family was Irish. But he was an atheist. And our entire lives, I don't want to call it an argument. It was a spirited debate. He didn't believe in an afterlife. He said there's no technology to prove it. There's no science. And of course, I argued, pun intended, the other side, that indeed there was. And he always used to say, I don't really believe in an afterlife, but that psychic thing you do and that's talking to spirits really freaks me out. But like I said, he was the best friend. He was like my brother. I mean, we just had been through life together. In fact, I even performed his wedding ceremony. He met a beautiful woman from Japan, and they asked me, because I was a notary in addition to being an attorney, and that was one of the best days of my life. I'll never forget. We're at this oceanfront hotel where his parents, my parents, all of our friends from high school, college, half my fraternity brothers were there, and there I was standing on the podium, and there's my best friend, and now my new best friend, his wife. It doesn't get better than that. That was one of those shining moments in life where you just realize it doesn't get better than that. Everybody that I loved, that meant something to me, was there that day. And sadly, Billy had always struggled with depression and alcoholism. And about 5 years later, he took his own life. Needless to say, I was devastated. not long after that, I was asked to speak at a paranormal conference at the Estes Park at the Stanley Hotel. And I had just given my presentation, and I was seated at a table where I was signing books. And the place was filled with paranormal investigators, a bunch of people from TV were there. And so I'm signing books, and my manager, Rocky, and she travels with me on all my trips, and I've known Rocky forever. She was walking around looking at some of the other exhibits, and she walked by a table where all these paranormal investigation equipment, which all scan different frequencies within the electromagnetic spectrum. But when she walked by the table that was displaying the spirit box scanner, all of a sudden she stopped because she heard a voice come out of the spirit box scanner that said, "Get Mark." So all of a sudden I hear Rocky and the guy selling us, his name is Chris, they're yelling, "Mark, get over here." And I'm looking up and they're like, "What?" And they go, "Get over here now." And I get up and I run over, and of course, all these people are crowding around, and I walk up and all of a sudden I hear, "Dude." And I stopped and I looked at Rocky, and tears were flowing out of her eyes. She goes, "Mark, I know that voice." And he goes, "Love you, bro." It was Billy's voice. Rocky said, "Oh my God, that's Billy." And I burst into tears. And the thing is, we were from the surfing culture of East Coast Central Florida. And, he called me Mark, but he always just, "Hey, dude. But the last thing that he ever did say to me in this world, I remember it was a couple of years before, and he was with his wife, and I hugged him. He goes, "Love you, bro." And here I am in front of this spirit box, and his voice comes out of it. And the investigator said, "This is highly unusual." It called for Mark. It said, "Get Mark." And then you both were able to identify the exact person, the exact spirit that was communicating through this. And then it dawned on me, it was the atheist, my lifelong friend, who told me that there's no science, there's no technology to prove the existence of spirits or an afterlife, who chose a piece of technology to communicate to me. Thank you, Billy. The spirit box scanner was invented by an electrical engineer who I believe is a genius. His name is Gary Galka, and he invented it after his daughter Melissa passed. And I have the pleasure of meeting Gary Galka, and we're both in an episode of a brand new Discovery Channel series entitled Destinations of the Damned. It's Zach Bagans' new series, and there I am with Gary, and we're both on a paranormal investigation. And I can't say enough good things about him, and I have to say that Destinations of the Damned was just an absolutely amazing experience. So I want to thank everybody for tuning in. I'm Mark Anthony, JD, Psychic Explorer. Please visit my website, afterlifefrequency.com. I'm also a VIP executive contributor for Best Holistic Life magazine. All my books are bestsellers and award winners. And if you go to my website, afterlifefrequency.com, I cordially invite all of you to sign up for my newsletter, because it'll keep you up to date on what I'm doing. I'm going to be in Houston in late October, and I've got spirit communication events in Tampa, November 8th. And you can find out about my books, booking readings, and also please call into my show, The Psychic and the Doc. I do many readings on callers in tandem with Dr. Pat's amazing insights. She's a world-renowned behavioral psychologist. This is part of our ministry, is all about helping people understand that physical death is not the end of life. I want to thank all of you. Special thanks to Neil Gower, to Ash, to all my colleagues who are speaking, and especially to the audience. Many blessings. Namaste. God bless.
Thank you so much, Mark. That was amazing. You connected the dots between science and spirituality in such an easy to digest way. If you had some final words of advice for the viewers, for those on that journey of awakening, and maybe those who are awakening their sensitivities and abilities for the first time, what would you say to them?
Well, I would say that my raft technique, how to recognize, accept, feel, and trust spirits, I explain that in great detail in the Afterlife Frequency, and it's very easy. It's easy to do. And the thing is, that's really amazing, Ash, is wherever I go in the country. I just got back from the Ancient Mysteries Conference at the Edgar Cayce, where I presented the Secrets, Mysteries, and Curse of Tutankhamun, and that was fun because I love Egyptology and you know, being an attorney, I used to be a prosecutor, criminal defense lawyer, and psychic medium, so I got to put all of that together and create a whodunit on what killed King Tut. But the thing is, wherever I go in the country, people come up to me and say that the raft technique has really helped them a lot, and it's quite an interesting story how I developed that. But I don't want to take up too much time. But if we have a few minutes, I can tell you that if you'd like.
We do, yeah. We have a few minutes, and I think we'd like to hear.
So I was here in my office, and I was working on the Afterlife Frequency, and I was trying to figure out, how do I explain to people who are not mediums that you can have a mediumistic experience? And then the dreaded writer's block. It's like writer's block, and everybody who is listening, who's ever written anything, but particularly the authors, you know that you got to get away. So I figured, all right, I'm going to go for a walk on the beach. I live near the ocean, which is normally great, except this last week we had Hurricane Milton, which was not a whole lot, but thank goodness everyone and my family members, we made it through. And I thought I was going to go for a walk on the beach. But what happened, Ash, is I'm going down the driveway, and all of a sudden I'm getting pulled in a different direction. And I'm getting pulled towards this bike path. So I thought, okay, and I'm feeling cold chills and tingles. And I said, okay, this is spiritual activity. So I'm walking on the bike path, and I see these two things shining. And I walk up, and it's a nickel and a penny. And I'm going to pick it up, and both my parents have passed, and I could hear my mom's voice. She was Italian, okay? And Italians, we have a superstition for everything, all right? And I hear her voice saying, if they're face down, it's bad luck. And then I hear my dad's voice, it's money, grab it. So I'm laughing, okay? Because it was just like, you know, hanging out with parents. So here I am, I'm holding these 2 coins. I go, oh, 6 cents. And I go, 6 cents. And then I knew, and the cold chills and tingles. Now, the cold chills and tingles, that's why a lot of people think spirit contact is scary, because it's the same physiological response in fight or flight. But what it is, we're interacting with the electromagnetic soul, or in this case, souls of spirits. And I said, all right, Mom, Dad, what do you want me to know? And suddenly I saw an image of my dad. He was a Navy SEAL. He was a scuba diver, a swimming instructor at the Y. And he used to have this blue canvas raft with these yellow rubber like bumpers on it. And we used to like wave ride when I was a kid and all that. And I saw him standing in the ocean up to his waist, holding the raft. And I thought, okay, and this is what you do. You don't start overthinking. You go, what do you want me to know? And then I heard my parents in unison say, teach people to recognize signs from spirits, accept the contact is real, feel it without overthinking, trust the message. And then raft! That's why I was holding the raft. And I ran back to my office. The words flew out of me. I must have written like 20 paragraphs. And that's how the raft technique came to me, because they had to walk me through it so I could understand how to explain it to people who aren't mediums. And that's just one of the things that you'll learn in the Afterlife Frequency. My first book, Never Letting Go, that's a guide on the journey through grief. And that's for when you're in that stunned phase and you don't know what to do, how to cope. It's also a good present for people who are doing that. When I was on the Never Letting Go tour, Ash, people kept asking me questions like, is reincarnation real? Do animals have souls? What happens with suicide victims. Do they go to hell? Is there a God? Is there a heaven? And so that became the basis for writing Evidence of Eternity. And then the scientific aspects of Evidence of Eternity were so well received, that led me to writing The Afterlife Frequency. But for all the people, when you start hearing quantum physics and science, trust me, I did not write an algebra textbook. All of my books are illustrated with stories that you can relate to, because I suffered through enough boring books in the practice of law that I promise I won't inflict that on you. So that's some of the things that you're going to learn from my books in The Afterlife Frequency. And I'm very, very honored that both Evidence of Eternity and The Afterlife Frequency were up for Pulitzer Prizes. So
that's amazing, Mark. Thank you so much.
Very, very overwhelming.
Yeah, for leading the way in, this spiritual movement. I think you're one of the forefronters and what I would consider an OG, helping us all, walk that path. So thank you for that. And thank you for your amazing presentation today with Portal to Ascension.
Thank you.
All right, family. We're going to bring on our next MC. Hi, Debbie.
Hey, Ash. How you doing?
I'm great.
Great. That's wonderful. Well, I love Mark so much. He's been on my show several times. Real deal. And I love his passion for us, really, for translating the information to us. For those of you who are interested, he's also done a lot of extraordinary work around the UFO world, because many of us here are into the galactic, myself included. So, yeah, check out his work there too. And then I'm also an OG. So I guess it's a badge of honor. I've been doing podcasting and radio for 17 years. Listen, I love you too, Mark, and thank you for your beautiful presentation. I'm going to shift now because I know we've got somebody who's been waiting in the wings, and I want to make sure we're sticking-ish to the schedule. We're always an ish here, right? When we're Portal to Ascension, and I like it because it teaches me flow. It teaches me flow karuna, and it teaches me to flow. And I'm all about it. I just want to say, in transitioning here to this next piece that I'm going to be introducing, I went last night to the Billy Joel concert. So blessed. My friend is friends with the drummer, Billy Joel's drummer. So we got 8th row seats. It was way beyond my expectations. Unbelievably spiritual and magical. And one of the beautiful things about it is that I was standing where the Clippers play, the basketball team, looking up at the entire stadium, massive amounts of people. And I was thinking about us. And I had that moment where I was looking up and thought, wow, what if just in this moment, I send kindness and love and awareness and consciousness and compassion to everybody here. So much care, and there's been an evolution now about how I view things like that. So I share that with you because wherever you're driving today, going to spend time with people, whatever it is, go shopping, What if you took a moment and sent that kind of awareness and compassion and consciousness to every soul being in that space?
Oh, I love that, Debbie. I love that. Like, you're it. You're all of it. You're the entire structure you enter into.
Yeah. And we are the everything that we put out. And I know the timeline I want to live on. I know the kind of world, the kind of earth, the beautiful earth and the beautiful humanity. And I believe in it. So it starts with me. It starts with us.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce the next guest. It's such an honor when I get to introduce a friend of mine. That's the most meaningful. So I'm grateful, Neil. Thank you for putting me in this position that I get to hang with my friends a bit on this beautiful Happy Birthday to Portal Ascension 11-day awakening festival. Yeah. So Rob Gothier, get ready, people, because he is next. And he's one of the most respected trance channelers in the world. Maybe he's a bit of an OG, but not as OG like as Lyssa Royal. But I will say that Rob's been around doing this for more than a decade. Now, he does hundreds of beings that get channeled through him, but very specifically, it's often 3. There's Treb, there's Aradif, who I've met many times, who's an ancient Pleiadian, and there's Metatron. And they are beings that come through this amazing channel named Rob Gothier, and globally, people know him. He is a professional channel for Pleiadian, ET, Archangel consciousness, and thousands of ET races. By the way, he now runs his own channel panel events like the one coming up in January in Sedona. So you can go to his website for more ET Whisperer. And he also has his own podcast, Rob Gothier, the ET Whisperer. Rob is my galactic brother from another mother. So everybody give a lot of love through your screens, through your phones, through your YouTube and replay, however you're tuning in, and just send lots of love and gratitude for the gifts he's about to give us. I welcome Rob Gothier to Awakening Portal to Ascension. Great to have you.
Oh, hello, Debbie. It's always amazing to be here with you, and I'm always excited to connect with you. And what a beautiful introduction. I appreciate it. Thank you.
From my heart, brother, always. And I can't wait also to hear what you're going to share today. Are you going to be channeling?
I'm gonna channel a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna channel Metatron today. I haven't been channeling Metatron a lot in the last couple of years, but his energy always helps push forward my own progression in life. And I'm at that stage now where we've done all the work to get us ready for the next step. So I've been pushing more Metatron energy out lately, and it's really exciting for me. A little scary sometimes because of how powerful that energy is to push my life forward. But it's a very personal desire for me. So I've been really connecting to Metatron's energy a lot. And everybody loves Ardif and Treb too, whoever connects with them. But Metatron's energy is it's a little different. So it's always nice to explore that.
I thank you, because I'm also in a massive, very, very positive transition. And I could use some help too, because I'm just doing my best energetically to keep up and say yes and receive. But it's, there's a lot of massive expansion. I know many people are experiencing change, some people, things falling away. I have a feeling you're doing exactly the right thing at the right time for all of us.
That's what I'm hoping. At least I'm trying to do that for me and my family, and in hopes. I always there's always a thing of me where, as much as I want to help people, I also recognize that the channeling works differently with everyone. So when I channel an energy for someone, it might help them stimulate some mental energy and help them understand things logically and mentally. Other people, it might help open up the emotional energy inside of them if they're stuck trying to feel a love for family, friends, or themselves, or whatever. And sometimes it's just an energetic translation. So the energy of the channeling itself is encoded. And most people who know about channeling understand that there's more than just the words that the beings are speaking. It's the energy behind those words, and a lot of time that encoding is needed for a lot of people. That's why light language has been such a big thing in the last few years. And you are right. I've been doing this for a while. I've been doing it since 2010, publicly and professionally since 2013. So I've been sharing my channeling for a long time. And one thing I've noticed is that everyone receives it differently. I kind of joke with my wife, who's also a channeler. Her name's Kalina Angel. She's amazing. And when me and her talk about this, it's funny because I'll channel this really profound thing and put it out in the world. And then someone will be like, oh, wow, this confirms everything for me. And then they go and share something, and I'm like, I didn't hear any of that in that channeling. I heard nothing about that. And then someone else will say something completely different. So it really is a as needed thing for each person. And I really enjoy being able to kind of share that, because that's my own passion and excitement, being able to channel for other people.
And following your passion and excitement is so important. I'm really glad you follow yours. Thanks for bringing up Kalina's name. I hope she's doing great. Your amazing wife. Our love to your beautiful son and daughter.
Thank
And
you.
our love to you. And I'm going to let you take it away. Thanks for being here so much, Rob.
Oh, thank you so much, Debbie. I love you and I appreciate you and thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm Rob Gothier, the ET Whisperer. I've been channeling for a long time, since 2010. It was a journey. It wasn't something I intended to do, and it also wasn't an accident. It was a journey, and that journey was through a lot of different things. Part of it was being a young father, and before that, being in a deeply Christian family. And after that, but before my son, I hung out with a tough crowd of people who did bad things, got into a lot of trouble when I was younger. Violence was kind of a lifestyle then. So I went from this place where I was lashing out at the world, to a place of having my son. And that taught me real love, unconditional love, as close as humans can come to unconditional love. It taught me to love someone more than myself. And that was something I never experienced before that. He was born with cerebral palsy. And we didn't understand the implications of how much that would affect us until we got to that point, which was about 2 years old, a little less. And then we found out, hey, he's not going to walk. He's not going to talk. He's not going to be able to communicate. He'll be in a wheelchair, on and on and on. And that really affected me. It put me into a deep depression. I got into a car accident, and I was given prescription medication. And then that became a drug addiction of opiates for almost, 7, 8, 9 years. I fought with that badly. It was the only thing that took away that pain that I felt about almost a feeling of losing my son. Even though my son was still there, all the hopes and dreams that I had for him when his mother, was pregnant, and all the things as he was a child, after I got to love him so much, all those things kind of got thrown to the wayside. And it was really a rough thing. Anyway, after I figured out that the drug problem was worse than the depression, that I was killing off all my relationships left and right, that the only love that remained in my life at that point was my son, I figured out I needed to stop. And through getting clean, it gave me a lot of different perspectives. It gave me a new sense of spirituality. Like, oh my God, I'm seeing things that I haven't seen since I was a kid. The beauty in the world, the beauty in people, the beauty in my relationships. And I always had that Christianity thing. So I wanted to understand what God was, what creation. I never believed, although I did have an atheist type of side to me, I never really believed that this was all an accident, that Earth was here on accident. I always believed there was some kind of really strong and deeply intricate design to all of this life and afterlife. And as a kid, I anybody who grew up in the 80s, Unexplained Mysteries and those books, the time books of all the Bigfoot and UFOs and all that stuff. So that was in my life, and I wanted to know, how can I connect this with thought of souls and death and God and all of that. So I started exploring, learned meditation, did a lot of things, and eventually brought me to a place where I was on my own, learning the gateway experience through the Monroe Institute, HemiSync. That binary beats really connected me into the energy of doing all the things. So I kind of took that onto myself and learned how to go really deep into meditation. And then in one of my times, I was really, really disconnected. I met Treb, and Treb was my first guide. I met him. And what I mean, he didn't come to my living room and say, hi, my name's Treb. I was in a deep astral projected meditation. These meditations took me that deep. And when I was in one, I left my body for the first time in a real deep way. And so I'm not meaning that like I was having a dream state, but my body was awake, my mind was deeply asleep, and this being presented itself in front of me. And I talked to him for a while. I thought my brain got broken. I thought maybe mental illness or the drug abuse that I had done for years had finally broken my brain. And I quit meditating. At this time, I was meditating hours and hours and hours a day. We're talking anywhere from like 5 to 8, 6 hours a day. And then I went to not meditating for 3 or 4 days. And finally, I said, I've got to go back and see what this is about. So I went back. And for 2 years, I met with this being every day through meditation. And eventually, after seeing, I had to look at what this being was saying. So I went online and I found the Daryl Anka, who channels Bashar. I found Seth who's channeled by Jane Roberts. So I was like, this information he's sharing with me has similarities with these other works. Can we do what they do? And I asked Trev, and he's like, yeah, we can do that. You know, I can connect to you while your body is there and present through. And that's what channeling is. And we did. And then I channeled and channeled and channeled. And I met more beings and more beings. And eventually I'm at the place now where I met his guide, which was Aradif. And then after that, my channeling exploded. So I ended up at this point, probably over 1,000 different ET consciousnesses, which is why they call me the ET Whisperer. And this has led me into a lot of different understandings. So the galactic energy is where I shine. It's kind of the energy that I'm most excited about. But Metatron is an earth energy, and that's a very ancient earth energy. It's a creative energy in earth, which means it's part of the earth creation itself. So, you know, when we think of creator consciousness, we think of ourselves as these little parts, and that's true. But Metatron is a big part of that energy. And I do want to share some of that. And I was wondering, Debbie, and I hate to put you on the spot, but is there a way that when I'm channeling, you might want to ask Metatron a few questions? Because I find the channelings always work well when the channeling is done and then questions are asked about that.
Wow, what an opportunity for me. I'll tell you what, I'm happy to start off. Wow, there's so much. You say that and the downloads start. Woo. So I am really happy to start. And then I think what might be very fun is if Ash is still here, for her to jump in and take some audience questions. Would that be okay?
That's perfect. Yeah. And actually, that'll be great. I think I'll channel Metatron and let him share whatever he wants to share with people to start off with. And then after that, you can ask questions. Ash can take audience questions. Anything you guys want to do, it's fine with me.
Beautiful. Thank you.
All right, guys. I also want to share, you know, as channeling is a part of my excitement, as Debbie mentioned, the channel panel is something that we've done. That's something that's very much in my field of excitement too. And if you guys do enjoy channeling and you like channelers, we have a bunch of amazing channelers at the channel panel event. We've got Daryl Anka, Lisa Royal Holt, Wendy Kennedy, Jamie Price, Sean Swanson, Kalina, my wife, myself, Jim Charles, Daniel Scranton. We've got a bunch of channelers there. So if you want to check that out, you can always check that out. Channelpanel.com.
Since you're talking about it, Rob, just to jump on real quick, I'm just going to screen share for a quick second just to show
Sure.
it. Okay?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, and I'm going to be there as well, and we're kind of I'm going to be presenting there, doing a workshop, promoting it. And Rob and I go way back. I was at his other live channel panel event, and this is really truly a historic event with some amazing people there. So I'm excited for it. Go ahead, Rob. You want to say some more about it?
Yeah, it's on January 3rd, 4th, and 5th. The 4th is my birthday, which is awesome. And it's a live event, and you can buy live stream tickets. Neil's going to be both presenting there as a presenter, and he's going to share. And there's a couple different ways you guys can access that information. You can do it live stream, which is just the auditorium, and that's what people get when they get the 3-day pass. You get to go to the auditorium and watch all the channelers channel and do audience Q&A. And then we have workshops, which are breakouts that are additional past that. And some channelers are channeling for their workshops, others aren't, but they all are going to be a part of that. So if you're in Sedona area or you want to go there, it's January 3, 4, 5. But yeah, that's the channel panel. And I wanted to make sure people were aware of that because that's a huge excitement. And it's very, the idea of having multiple channelers in one place at one time channeling, it's very powerful. Neil has been there for both of the live ones we've done before and a lot of the online ones too. It's just, it's way more powerful than hearing a channeler channel in person. Or online, just having all the people excited and their guides working. It's exciting. So thank you for sharing that too, Neil. And thank you, Debbie, for being willing to field questions and do some questions yourself and everything else too.
And just real quick, Rob, so I guess, Debbie, you have to leave in about 10 minutes, right? So since we had a little discussion beforehand and we showed this, let's do 35 minutes so we can go a little bit over, okay? And I'll jump on in like 10-15 minutes and take over from Debbie.
Great.
Okay, sounds great.
Perfect.
All right, it takes me a minute to get in my state, everybody. So I'm just going to breathe a little bit, and then Metatron will come in. He'll share whatever he's going to share. And thank you again, Debbie. I appreciate it.
Always.
All right, here we go. Greetings and salutations. We are the Metatron. The consciousness of Earth is trying to find its center in this moment. Many humans have gathered within groups, friends, neighborhoods, and asked each other, what can we do to come together in a time that seems divided? You see the governments of the world scrambling and arguing with one another, trying to find what's wrong in the way that the systems are created. Many humans individually are going through many traumas and sorrows and trying to find their own center. Now, when we speak of the center, what we mean is the 0-point consciousness inside of you, the part of your own consciousness that's based in the most you of you. And this is being the most natural consciousness that you are while embedded inside of your body. Some of you will manifest this differently. Some humans have perceived that the center point of my consciousness is to be angry and to fight the world because they feel that great desire deep within. Although you can be a warrior in consciousness, although you can desire and want to fight the system, the fighting is not the aspect that's the most central. The most central is the part with least resistance. Now, what would be the least resistant in your world today, in your experience today as a human in this time? The time of finding yourself. This helps you propel to that 0-point energy inside of yourself. This helps you understand yourself in a much deeper way. When you recognize that the experiences you have where anger is ignited come from a place of your desire to see the world in a better place, of your desire to see the world in a place that resonates with you, that is helpful to other human beings, that holds the container of love equally for all people, that expresses itself in an ability for you to have personal freedom in whatever direction that your heart desires. So these energies that you're perceiving are anger from within because of the lack of alignment outside. But as most of you are already aware, this energy doesn't work that way. You can't have anger inside for what's not right on the outside and create something better outside of you. The only way that you can create something better outside of you is holding the space of what can change inside of you. And for many of you, that means doing the work inside of you that is often most difficult. That means looking at your own self internally and working for the consciousness of yourself to be yourself. And although this is difficult for many humans as conditions of other humans are placed on you, it's hard to find that center and see other people in exchanging with their own personalities and be open to you. But this is something that we also feel the need to share with you. The acceptance of others isn't important for your own divinity to shine, for your own consciousness to manifest itself into the most you of you. The most you of you does not need to resonate with others. It needs to be natural. It needs to be the consciousness of your truest self. And the formula for this has been expressed many times to Earth through many teachers: to love, to be yourself, to follow your guidance, your passion, your excitement. And oftentimes, by following a simple joy, following this leads you to many different experiences, and those experiences can take you to other excitements. And if you're willing to act on those excitements in each moment, then the door opens to a new pathway that has the probability of many more excites. And when those excitements are shown to you, if you yourself can be yourself and actively act in that moment towards the excitement, it opens up other doors. Now, we understand, many of you say there is no way for me to be happy or to be excited or to be joyous when the conditions of the world around me are burning. Those conditions have been created by the group of you as a collective consciousness. The burning of the world around you is there to teach you a lesson as a human being and as a soul in a human body. Those lessons are there to teach you that the systems we've created as humans collectively are not working and need to change. And you see the agents of change all around you. You see the world political stage where humans are equally upset between two candidates that would be presented in your North American and United States region. You see two sides of two groups, and one another are mad at the other side. There's anger between the two sides, but both sides represent a different energy. When you look at the political ideologies of most humans, it makes many humans mad. Why would they choose this perspective? Why would they choose this person? But when you look at the hearts of all of those humans, most humans desire one thing: happiness. The way to find happiness is different from one another. This is why we understand Rob himself has striven or strived to find many balances in himself and to also share with one another that seeing the differences with each other doesn't mean you have to hate one another. It doesn't mean that the other side is your enemy. It means that both of you are different within ideology, but similar in the desire to have joy and peace around you. But because you have been grown in a different environment, because you have different experiences through your life, you find that joy and happiness in a different way. We are to say that none of those ways are wrong. None of those ways are right. Even those things that come out in a negative manifestation still are good as teachers, still are good as valuable lessons to be learned. And although we understand the temperature of the political ideology around the world is very contentious, it is still there to teach all of you a lesson. When you're able to pull back into yourself, to know inside of your heart that no matter what happens, everything will be as it needs to be, to know that when you act on your excitements, not from your anger, that you will be in the best position for your life to teach you the lessons that you need and to find joy and happiness inside of yourself and your experience, then you'll be able to let go of some of that anger. We don't mean to say that anger doesn't serve as a great teacher. Anger is an agent of change inside of you. Anger often motivates many of you to change your own behavior. Anger often ignites your desire to start acting when before you were not acting on the things that you want to see changed or the experience internally that you want to change. So anger is helpful, but keeping anger as your natural vibration will not help you find the things that are most exciting for you and that are the most relevant and the most change-making agents of your own consciousness and experience. Thank you for hearing our message, and we will take your questions.
Thank you, Metatron. It's an honor to be with you, and I'm really appreciating and feeling your energy strongly over here.
We thank you for being in your center of excitement and being here, as this place and this experience of co-creating with others is truly in your passion.
It truly is. That is so correct. Thank you. You know, I heard everything you said, and I like so much how you positioned what we're living in and experiencing. And I know many people are having very different experiences. And I'm wondering, what is the magic of this time? What is the rainbow, if you will? Because my experience of this time is that Yes, there is chaos. Yes, there is underbelly coming up to be healed and looked at, and paradigms to be changed for all of us moving forward. And what is the magic also that is concurrently happening?
The magic is just how you stated. It is a time of change, a time of shift. Nothing can be solved without understanding there's a problem first, and all the problems must present themselves and agitate the collective accordingly in order to see results. How can you change something that you didn't realize was broken? To use the analogy of Rob's other friends, Treb and Aradif, they have said the systems are in the boat and there's a hole in the boat, and it is a slow leak that has been leaking for hundreds and thousands of years on Earth. And these systems that were created by the early versions of humans, along with other extraterrestrial and extra-dimensional help, that these systems are outdated. The systems that don't allow for personal freedom and collectivism to be united, then of course these systems are not needed. This time, the magic in this time is that this is the change time. This is the beginning of a new cycle. The end of the old cycle was perceived in your 2021 years. And we know Rob's other friends, Ardif and Trem, have talked about this also for a long time. But the dates are irrelevant. The energy is what's relevant. Time, as fluid as it is outside of your experience, it is very linear for you. So you need to understand the linear perspective of this energy. Right now, you are at the very beginning part of a large cycle that will last tens of thousands of years. And that cycle is a cycle of more connectedness, where humans need to be connected with one another in order to achieve oneness. That can't happen until the division is at its maximum, and all of those parts of the systems that are broken and divided are shown for what they are. And this is your show. This is the magic. This is the experience that now all of you can take what you need from and learn to change for yourself. The collective cannot change as an entire unit. It must be the individuals who first change, and then the collective changes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And for those who do experience what you talked about, this divisiveness, this is the political person, not your political person, and they become very much in a power stance where nobody's moving, or they're upset by what they're hearing, or maybe there's a lot of sensitives here with us today who are taking on a lot of collective energy and feeling very depressed, not happy, not able to move forward. I know you gave some overviews. Can you give something really specific about some choices we can make or places we can come from so that we can start to shift into a very loving, peaceful timeline?
Yes, the very first step to take is join a community. The energy of yourself by yourself is a very hard energy to maintain when you don't have a good feeling around you. And when you're by yourself and looking at the collective in disarray, one of the very few choices that you'll have is to go within yourself and fight the energies that don't feel good. This, again, isn't helpful. Join a community that's linked by passion. Some of you have joined communities in your local neighborhoods or towns, and that's enough for you. It's enough for you to understand that there is a community of people who all want the same thing, who want to be happy, who want to have local laws be adjusted, that want the neighborhood to run correctly, that want to look out for each other, as maybe you remember 20 years or 30 years before. And this experience is a good starting point. Once community is brought together, the amount of consciousness behind the new manifestations becomes higher. That means when you want to change the neighborhood, the town, the city that you live in, you have more consciousness behind. Instead of one human soul anchored to a body, you have dozens or hundreds of souls working for the same thing. That joint and shared consciousness manifestation level becomes much higher. And not only does that happen for the higher manifestation levels, but also you have a better environment to be more happy. You can see the changes that you want taking place in front of you in near instant time. After this, you would go into the collective sense by sharing what you've been able to change in your local environment with others to help give them the motivation. Keep your own eyes on others who are doing the changes that you want inside of their own towns or inside of their own homes, as to motivate you and to teach you the different possibilities of how to make those changes. We have shared many times that having a perspective is very simple, but being open to all perspectives is hard. The energy of how you perceive something is very locked in with your own internal perspective. And when you start having an expectation on how things will work out, you close the possibility of many doors to be opened and only have one door in your eyesight. Being open, holding the space of the change that you want without necessarily feeling or seeing or thinking about how it should take form or how it must take form is very important. Being open to the possibilities of how change is made and how the agents of change will come, this is important also. Lastly, the focus of your own happiness in your own personal dynamic region. Many of you are alone. Many of you have only friends and family. Make sure that you are putting the efforts and energy behind love into the relationships you have. Cultivate those relationships, because these are what will help you get through those difficult times.
Thank you so much, Metatron. And we do have some questions coming in from the audience, but I want to circle back in a few here about what you said. Division is at its maximum, so we'll get to that. But a question here we have is: do you have any awareness regarding Earth's ancient stone formations, possibly those along natural ley lines, and any awareness around possible changing of Earth structure?
Yes, first, the ancient stones, especially on the ley lines, were placed there in a mixture of different experiences. You have many extraterrestrial races that came to Earth to teach humans. You had others come for other reasons, and some of these reasons were positive for humans, others not so much. But throughout the co-creation with humans in early time, they placed these ley lines to enhance the consciousness of the collective and humans. The energy, first initially with the races that may not have had your best intentions, placed some of those along the ley lines to enhance their own ability to communicate with one another across the entire planet, when their avatars and physical bodies were not as conscious as their own dimensional. Now, we will share with you how this works quickly, but it is a complex energy. The energy behind these higher dimensional beings who would come to your planet, they could not interact with humans in their native higher dimensional bodies. So they created avatars and placed them into the earth and placed parts of their souls into the avatars. They did this so that their physical bodies could interact with humans, and these technologies helped them with their telepathy because their consciousness was limited. When placing a consciousness the size of a gallon into a container that's the size of a pint, you will not get all of what you had. So when separating their consciousness and creating the avatars, they created many of these structures on the ley lines. After that, the other beings came to help humans and created those, and many of these are to help the ley lines with their accuracy and to strengthen the energy. Many humans are unaware of the ley lines' purpose. The ley lines' purpose are a natural electromagnetic phenomenon that occurs on all planets and structures. Even those your technology cannot read electromagnetic field, they are natural, but they also work to help create a conscious connection. This is why animals and humans can shift their behaviors. A human that lives in Australia can invent something, and within a day or two, in North America, another human will have that same thought process. This is the connection of the grid system. This is the connection of the ley line. The ley lines enter the crown chakra of all humans and keep humans connected. All of one type of animal, dogs and cats, are all connected through their crown chakras into the ley line system. And then there is the unified field within the system, which connects all living beings that have consciousness on Earth. So this is what they were using them for, whether for selfish purposes or to help humans. But humans have access to the ley lines in higher levels and percentages now due to these structures.
Is there a connection between Metatron? You mentioned Metatron of Earth. Is there a connection, and is that the same as Metatron of the angelic realm?
It is one and the same. The Metatron consciousness is based within Earth. If you go to Mars, there are beings who are of the same matrix that we are, who are archangels, as humans would call them through your religious ideology, but they are creator beings. And on Earth, I am one of those energies. And even though I am not limited only to Earth, the Earth is where my energy exists and where my own consciousness manifests. And we do not manifest our desires on Earth, we manifest your desires. If you've seen humans collaborate with one another in a local place and remove a lot of tension, you will notice that storms will build in those regions. And the natural storms are a releasing of the human emotional releasing. And this is what we take our cues from in order to manifest. So as the weather would turn, the energy of the humans tell us where the weather would turn. And the consciousness of creator energy in our realm would be directed to that consciousness, the part of our own consciousness that works with weather. And we work with that through sound vibration, because all things in the physical realms are vibrations and sound.
Is Metatron yourself, are you connected to Metatron's cube? You know, you probably are, but what is the connection between you and the geometry of Metatron's cube? And then also there's awareness around some people saying that Metatron's cube is actually, you know, for lack of a better way of explaining it, they say it's nefarious, whereas it seems like it could actually be the geometry of this matrix, and then they're polarizing this reality as being maybe negative. Do you have any information on that?
Yes, geometry is what creates the physicality of the universe. The sound vibration creates the physical structures, and geometry of the subatomic particles of reality are what creates the larger macro. So you have many humans who have tapped into this geometry. As Metatron, we are negative and positive. We are polarity itself. We are of all things. So when humans tap into the part of us that they see as negative, then they would say we are negative. When humans tap into the part of us that they see as positive, they would say that we are positive. The cube itself, the Metatron's cube, as humans have so lovingly called that, is a part of our collective conscious energy, but is only a symbol of the way reality is created. And the experience of how humans tap into it can be one of limitation or of expansion. It depends on how you use the energy. And the energy is native to reality altogether and has no inherent negative or positive assimilation or association with physicality. It's only the human's intention behind it as they work with that energy. This is very similar to saying a rock is good or bad. It's in the field. If you pick it up and strike another human with it, it will be negative. If you leave it lay there, it will be positive.
Beautiful. Thank you for that.
Yes.
Do children coming on the planet now have deeper knowledge of truth?
Yes, of course. They have been brought into your reality as a physical human being in a higher dimensional energy vibration. This means that as they entered Earth, Earth is less resistant. Why do you believe chaos ensues? Because the human mind has always been chaotic. It did not manifest itself because consciousness was not as free to mold the physical reality around it. But the higher the dimensional energy, of consciousness is, the more easily able your intention is able to sway the exterior and realm of your reality. This is why many humans who say the system is broken, we need a change, now they're seeing that change. The energy of the mind and intention becomes more free. Now, humans who were born 40 years ago, or 50 and 60 years ago, they were born in a time where consciousness was less free and more restricted and more uniform. Many of you who've experienced that can tell the difference from the 1980s to your present time. It was more refined and more direct. It was an associated place where you had to work through the consciousness only in one way. Now there's an infinite springing of consciousness available, and with that energy comes the freedom to manifest more quickly. The children who are born here understand that and know this. And although humans have different perspectives on younger generations, you will find them mostly to be more loving, more sensitive, more understanding in general.
You had spoke earlier about division being at its maximum. Love for you to speak more about that. And as we are seeing, yes, you spoke about politics. Everything seems to get more and more divided. That it seems like people can't see eye to eye, and also a lot of hatred to the other has come about. Can you speak about the necessity of this, and if it is necessary, and if it is really that we need to go to the ultimate state of division before we come back to unity?
Yes, now it is not required for you to go to the maximum state of separation before coming into unity, but through humans who, as you are very aware and knowledgeable, can be hard-headed sometimes. So what that means is they can see the division, feel the division, and still not change the behavior. So the energy of division will continue to manifest until humans realize, in a general sense, singularly and also collectively, that the time is over for this, that we need to do things differently. Many humans are already at that threshold. You see the changes of behaviors, the change of mindsets, all the way through the collective at this time. But a greater collective manifestation of that comes through the systems of government, the systems of healthcare, schooling, all of the systems that humans have that have high levels of resistance and negative outcomes for humans. So these systems are being pressed to the maximum at this time with the maximum level of division. Can division be worse? Yes, of course. Civil wars, great wars could break out. Humans are working to that level of understanding that wars are not the way to work through these energies. You see protests of wars now happening all over. And yes, there are still supports of war, and there are still desires for war. But the longer those wars go on, the more that's lost by both sides participating. The more the human consciousness recognizes how deeply unneeded that war can be to settle differences or differences of perspective. And we are not able to hear.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, you said that war is not needed per se, or it's a realization. Can you let us know what the lesson is in war?
The lessons in war are the same lessons as in fighting with your neighbor, that you believe your own perspective is superior. You believe that the way that you work in life is correct and the other person is incorrect, or another person has slighted you and you feel the need for revenge. That has always been the lesson in war. Now we understand the wars themselves do manifest shifting dynamics on Earth, so they are needed for the moment of the experience. You see your world wars, you see your local wars of any of the countries that you come from, and look how it affected your history. So the manifestation of those wars were needed to change the dynamic of Earth, and especially in local regions and greater regions. But these energies are not the only way to make shifts and changes, great shifts and great changes on the planet. So this is an important aspect of that energy that you're learning now. Many humans who are going through the experience of feeling pain or taking the side of one side or another in these wars, we know especially in the Middle East that this accentuates the energy of humans. But this war that happens in the Middle East, the continuation of wars that happen in that region of the world, are also the manifestation of the deep traumas that occurred in that region of the world, and will continue to work through that energy until the traumas are healed. Most of those traumas are based in religious ideologies, religions that have fought with one another, the 12 tribes of Israel, as they have changed and shifted and created their own dynamics in that region for such a long period of time. The energy between the understanding of all of the different ideologies that are placed there, the trauma that religion as an organized aspect has brought to Earth is still trying to heal itself there. And as long as humans perceive war as the only tool of great change, then it will continue to place itself, especially in regions where trauma exists.
Wow. Now, does these wars that are taking place, let's take the Middle East, but even maybe universally and all over the planet, have they got to do with the traumas that just took place through religions and the 12 tribes and so forth? Or is this a trauma that happens somewhere else in the galaxy that we're playing out here on Earth now?
It can be both. Most of the traumas are Earth-based. This is why you see them breaking out. But many souls who come to Earth are from different regions and locations of the galaxy. Many of the beings who exist on Earth are from the Orion Wars. Many of the beings were perpetrators or the violent or negative beings as humans would perceive. They have come to Earth and now are victimized by war. They're taking that karma on as a soul. Now, karma isn't what humans believe it is. Karma isn't that you are owed a negative outcome for being negative in one life. It's more so a soul desires to find balance. I just played the role of perpetrator in my last experience. Now I want to see what being the victim feels like. As a physical being, you take this very personally. How dare a soul play with my life in that way? But as a soul, the understanding is there that the only importance is experience itself. Being on Earth and experiencing is enough for the soul. It doesn't matter if you are a good or bad or in between and neutral. The soul only wants the experience. So as a being who exists on Earth, having your experience is enough. Many souls come with trauma and enter the Earth, and those fractals of consciousness can bring some trauma through. But most beings enter Earth with an expectation on a desire to have an experience, and their free will and the free will of others around them allow them opportunities for other experiences. Karma is not something that humans should hold on to as an idea of validity or hold on to as an honorable energy. You want the opportunity as a soul to experience all things, but you don't need to punish yourself.
How does karma work in regards to, I've heard in the years I've been into this that some of the beings that are doing the negative, whether it's secret societies or nefarious agendas within politics and shadowy governments, that some of them came directly from very advanced realms, as very highly evolved beings, and they didn't really come from maybe a life of trauma where their karma then came and created a life where they continued that trauma in this reality, but they could have actually come from these realms to play the role willingly of darkness, actually accepted that role, rather than them being in the darkness and creating this disturbance now, being a product of their past incarnations.
Yes, this is very true. Many souls who understand the level of darkness that would be needed to be a bad guy often will step into that role willingly. Every human who is on Earth at this moment has stepped into their role willingly. Those who are born with handicaps step into that willingly. Those who are born in war-torn regions step into that willingly. Those who are born into poverty or richness step into those willingly. All roles are accepted before entering, with the understanding that free will can experience shifts and changes in your greater desire, or your soul's plan, as many humans call that. The experience of Earth itself gives you the opportunity to be in that negative or positive. Now, how karma works. Karma is that energy that manifests a word of religious ideology and keeps the stigma upon that word. There is no true karma, because those lifetimes that you are connected to as past lifetimes are just as probable as the future lifetimes. Your soul, as an individual fractal, resonates at a frequency that will attract the possible future and past lives that were connected to it to come to you. Many humans who suffer through trauma in their life on Earth will bring traumatic lives to them, because your oversoul has nearly infinite versions of lives that have occurred, that will occur, and that are probable to being your life. So you're choosing the life by choosing your vibration of this moment that you can draw to. Now, that doesn't mean the lives of non-versions of trauma are irrelevant. If you're traumatic in this life, you still have lives where there were no trauma, but those are less likely to be in your periphery. And the experience that you have in them will be less likely to connect those to you so that they're recognizable as past lives.
Thank you, Metatron. Last question. And I would love for you, here's a quote from Shakespeare. You may have heard of it. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women are merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts. I'd love for you to explain the truth to that, and what do you, and if so, specifically, is the whole world a stage? Are we all just playing these roles here? And does that connect to the past question as well, of coming here from a higher evolved reality and choosing to be the darkness, choosing to play that role?
Yes, there are two answers for one question. The first answer is yes. As souls, all beings who are fractals who enter a human body are taking on a role for that lifetime. But the other answer is no. You are a soul that also has free will, that has chose to play a role, but now the training wheels are off and you can go in any direction that you want. There is a dangerous association with humans who believe I am only a soul playing a part, therefore it doesn't matter what I do on this earth. Therefore it doesn't matter if I participate in being a human. It's very important to be a human while you are here. Taking your part seriously is important. The soul did not want you to come here simply to not do the part you're supposed to be. And if you don't do that part, after you reintegrate, after your death and reintegrate back into that higher perspective, you may say, well, I messed that one up. I'm going to do it again. And many humans that we have communicated with, that we feel, that we have connected with, feel in their body that they don't want to come to Earth again. It's too much for them. But when they reintegrate to their soul, they understand the purpose, they understand the reasoning. So we would say, yes, you are playing a role, but make sure you actively participate in playing that role, even if you don't want to be the evil when you get here, or the good when you get here. Still participate in being a human. We find that by not participating with being a human, you lose some empathy and sympathy for others. You say, oh, the children who died in that war, it doesn't affect me because we're all just souls. But the fact is, those playing that role have gone through trauma. Those who lose their loved ones have gone through trauma. Those who experience the difficulties of being on Earth are still going through trauma. So be open and empathetic towards their experience, as hopefully you will embrace yours.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Metatron. And as you close out and bring Rob back, if you can do an invocation or a blessing just for humanity, or just share some sort of inspiration as we're moving forward in these times.
Yes, step forward into your own center of consciousness, that 0 point energy and recognition of who you are, as the 0 point energy is the most you of you, and the recognition of that comes only in the satisfaction of who you are. We are Metatron. And salutations. All right, brother.
Amazing, brother. Thank you, Rob.
Yeah, nice to see your face too, brother.
Yeah, you too, man. Yeah, so powerful, so powerful. When you come back, do you remember what was shared?
No. My channeling has changed a lot in the last year and a half. It used to take me 15 minutes to get into channel state. Now it only takes me a minute. Wendy Kennedy helped me with that, an event we did. But it's still the same. No memory, just black.
Man, thank you so much, Rob. I appreciate you so much. We've been in this long journey together, and I haven't seen you channel in a long time, and just what came through to you today was truly beautiful. And I recommend you watch it back.
I'm going to. I'm definitely going to.
A lot of wisdom came through,
Good. I always love Metatron, and thank you for having me here, brother. I appreciate it. And thank you for being a part of my life and being a part of our events and stuff too. It really.
Me too, man. I feel the same way. I have so much love for you, brother. And I just want to let everybody know again, the channel panel, it's, Rob's been, as you know, has been doing this work for a while. He's done a few online channel panels, a couple in person. And the last one was like, what, 8 years ago? Something like that?
2017 was the last live one we did, yeah.
Yeah. So bringing together some of the most epic channelers in the world in one place, and it literally is a channel panel. So not only is the frequency so high and all these individuals connecting to these beings that are coming in and speaking, but it's also just going to be in a beautiful place in Sedona. So if you guys are able to join us, the website is thechannelpanel.com, and you can tune in through live stream. You can come in person, but I'm really excited, and it's a beautiful way to start the year too. It's perfect energy for the new year. And I believe the theme is the dawn of disclosure. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
It's going to be amazing, brother. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. I love you. Give Kalina a big hug for me too, and we'll talk soon.
All right, brother. I love you too. Have a good one, guys.
Take care. Bye. Beautiful. All right, everybody. So moving on, and I am now going to be calling in Laurienet from Orion in just a second here. Just want to check in the comments, see how you guys are doing. What did you feel from that? I saw some beautiful comments in here. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Bridget. All right, so let's go ahead and shift now into Laurienet. And I just want to share with you the schedule for the rest of the day. So as I said, Laurienet is coming on next. And Bridget Renee Holliday, I'm shifting her time. Most likely is going to be on October 18th. So I'll give you guys an update on that probably tomorrow or the next day. Then we have Paul Williams, who is QHHT practitioner, also one of the individuals that's taking the baton and moving it forward from Dolores Cannon's work. He also has shows on episodes on Gaia TV, amazing individual. And then for the closing for today, JJ and Desiree Hurak have sent me a pre-recorded presentation because they're busy somewhere in the world right now. So we're going to go ahead and play that too. All right. So now I have the honor of bringing in Laurienet, and where can I don't even know where to begin with Laurienet, because she's not only such a conduit for galactic awareness, specifically Orion's belt, but she's also one of my best friends and really close to me. And the journey started a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago, and almost 3 years ago. Yep. And she messaged me on Instagram. Got to tell the story here, how this all manifested, because she saw that I was openly out of the closet when it came to extraterrestrials and my connection to ETs. And so she was interested in this and messaged me, and then we just started a friendship up. And pretty soon I found out and realized that she'd already been doing some events in Italy, and also has been channeling not only artwork, but a lot of information and wisdom from Orion. Now, there are Orion starseeds, the people that have lineage from Orion. But when it comes to Laurienet, she is an Orion soul incarnated on Earth. Just similar how Vivian Chavez is literally an Arcturian ambassador, she's that as well. And the reason why I was so curious about Laurienet's information and just kept going deeper and deeper is because when we speak about Orion, we speak about Orion Wars, pretty much, right? And we talking about the chaos that happened there, the trauma that occurred, and that is pretty much what circulates in the community. And there's a reason why. There's a reason why we talk about Lyran star seeds, Andromedan star seeds, Arcturian star seeds, Syrian star seeds, but no one's, and if you are one, let me know. An Orion star seed. It's almost like we give the word star seed a benevolent twist or harmonious conscious twist. By anybody who claims to be this and a star seed, it's this beautiful thing, right? But when you talk about Orion, it's more about the trauma and the karma of that area rather than the beings that are there coming with benevolence. So the stories that I started receiving from Laurienet, mind-blowing recall, like the most recall of the happenings on different planets, what happened with the nebula, what happened before the wars, what happened after the wars, and the true story, because after years and years, when you keep passing down the different stories, they actually get distorted a little bit. So a story that had, the players that we had all been talking about in the community, but from a different twist and a greater perspective of what actually occurred in Orion's belt and their connection to us. She refers to herself, and I guess the Orions do, the people from the belt, as from her people are called the Netiru, and she calls the Orions call themselves aliens among aliens, because there was I could see her in the back laughing right now, because there was a time where they were isolated from the rest of the galactic community for specific reasons, and then they decided to open the gates pretty much and start connecting and communicating with the galaxy. And that story in itself is amazing. So I'm giving away probably some of her presentations, so I won't say anything more, but I'll tell you this. We're going to be we've filmed a couple of interviews I'm going to launch on YouTube, and we're going to do a whole Orion course, a whole series of Orion interviews going deep, deep, deep into what happened there, the different beings and all of that, just so we can go like more into this, because I feel there's a lot of healing there. And plus, we're doing an Orion's conference next year. So everybody, I'm really excited for you to meet Laurienet. Let's go ahead and bring her on. Hey, Laurienet.
Hi, Neil. Thank you for the beautiful presentation.
You're welcome. So what are you sharing with us today?
So today I wanted to be more like freestyle, and I'm trying to read the energy of today. And I usually, in Glastonbury or all the conference we did together, I use a presentation with a lot of scientific facts and story, and maybe boring information, I don't know, about the history. But today I want to give this information really quick and then skip to the message they want to bring today, because I can feel that for the topic of today, the awakening of humanity, it's needed a more soul-to-soul connection and less scientific. And I want to give, I want to be the bridge for them to speak. And so I just wanted to say that in order to be here today, I've been faced a lot of challenging, and Wi-Fi wasn't working at home. So right now I'm in a hotel because my Wi-Fi stopped working. So this is alien energy, 3D life, everyday life. The life of an alienating alien. So just to give you an example, but luckily I'm here, and I know this message was important to bring today. So I done all that I could to be here. So thank you, Fam, for creating this beautiful energy, this magic every time.
Yeah, you're very welcome. I love you very much, and I'm here in the back. So if you need me, let me know. But it's all yours.
Thank you. So I was listening the words of the last speaker and the channeling of the entity who was saying that some of the trauma of the hurt is because of Orion Wars. And today, so because of this introduction, I have to specify some stuff. And the Orion energy I'm going to channel right now, and the beings I want to, the energy of these beings I want to introduce you to is a benevolent energy, nothing to do with the rebels. We are not, I am not, and they're not some kind of rebels push on her to do a karma rehabilitation, you know. They are, and I am a starseed, so I came here to represent a benevolent entities group, the collective of the Orion belt beings called Neteru. The Egyptian is an Egyptian word that means guardian or watcher, and this is what they are. They always been present on Earth, just in case to defend and protect some gates and some innocent beings from interfering other group of beings. So this is the story of my people. I feel like a responsibility to honor them and their energy and to share with you their real aspect. And so you see that I am reading because I channeled before of this presentation, I received some of their words. And today I'm not here as a speaker, a normal speaker that has a presentation, even though I have my old presentation that I share with Neil, and maybe you can see when I speak about certain information, you will see it. But right now I want to introduce them. And so basically, I'm an Orion soul, so who incarnated here with full memories of my past lives, and so my life on Earth, my life on multidimensional lives, and my real identity as a soul is very important to specify that is linked to Orion, not because I only experience a life in Orion or I want to speak about that and I forget to have lived multidimensional lives, but because in Orion, my soul is the essence of my soul, the sparkle, the fire I am is born. And so let's start by saying these beings are beings who came from the Orion belt. So the three stars in the middle of Orion, like the belly of Orion, they are called guardians or keeper of balance. They have a lot of definition on Earth, but basically what they've been created for from the source is to be like protector of the nebula. So like for those who know about the elemental of the trees, the fairies, okay, who protect a certain natural element, the Neteru beings are just created not to do the experience of great life and wars, etc. No, they're just being created for the source with the purpose of being the immunitary system of the nebula and protect with their life the balance and love there is inside this nebula. So in order to make you understand all of these, I will be speaking about some scientific information very quick, because I know this is not the kind of energy they want to for today, but I would love to let you understand for those who never saw my story. So basically, I start to awaken in my teenage year. In my teenage year, I was fully awake with memories. And so my star family contacts me. My contact goes through first, second, third, fourth, and fifth kind of contact of the fifth kind, in which we refer when you say fifth kind contact. Sorry, my English. It's mean that you have a conscious cooperation with this benevolent being, and they respect your time and they prepare your your body throughout many years for physical contact, astral contact, and a lot of things that all the stars that are experiencing right now. So I was born with this purpose to have an active cooperation with my star family and other star beings, benevolent beings. So today I'm here to represent what I think would be their message from the heart. So they're not using words, they use energy and symbols and love. So what is important for me at the end of this presentation is that you go home knowing that there's more, there is other perception, there is other way of interacting with the reality they have that is not human. They interact with the reality with a whole spectrum of way when they communicating with us, and I would love to share with you in order that maybe you can find it helpful to interact yourself with your guides, with your ET contact. And so just to start, to let you know who they are, it's important for me to speak about the way I discovered all of these. So as I said, very quick, I was in a lot of downloads, channelings, and paintings. In automatical writing since I was a child. But then at my teenage year, my energy and my download was so heavy, and I was a volcano of downloading that my health was affected by this huge fire of knowledge and memories that are not meant for a 3D body. So that's why they interfere with my physical experience and contact me. Otherwise, these beings are not interfering beings. Therefore, they are against all kind of interference. So even I don't know, appear in the room is not their style. They prepare you, they introduce themselves, they call you, and if you're ready, they show themselves, all in few hours. So it's not so immediately, it's not like the kind of abduction story. It was very respectful, sometimes very slow for my Virgo minds that needs action and proof at that time as a teenager. And so they doing in their style, very slow, very respectful, and basically contact me, and they referring to me always in message, calling me, and in person calling me Laurienet. And Laurienet is the name they gave to me, telling me that it was my name for the beginning of my existence. So I choose to, I thought with Neil it was cute to use for the presentation of Orion. So my name in my 3D life in Italy, where I'm incarnated right now, is Rebecca, and Laurienet is the way they referring to me. They call me Laurienet. And so in my teenage, I started to channel, and by doing some kind of geometry, I've never done it before, I started to become very curious, and I started to study, and I started to ask to them to explain to me, and all the ET contacts always repeated to me, these are memories, but it's not, it's your job to understand what is inside. So for 2 or 3 years, I started to study, and this geometry for me was impossible to read. And I started to Google pyramids, Orion geometry. And then a few years ago, I come to the website of this Vasildraj, a scientist who was not inside of this topic of ET, was a very scientist, very mathematical, rational mind, who by studying this geometry, this mathematics in the past ancient site, in the Egyptian scripture, he started to admit that possibly it has to be some extraterrestrial or external high intelligent that interact with Earth. But this is because the mathematics in his study, in this discovery, was so evident, so impossible to deny, then he have any other explanation than something external came from outside this or from outside this solar system and help us to know all of this stuff. So basically what he's doing is studying ancient sites and studying the star. Okay, so he is starting to see that, of course, as many of you know, the pyramids are aligned with the Orion belt. Okay, this was the first things I find confirmation. The second things, and this is the discovery of today I want to share with you, very important, is that he was representing this. And Neil, if you want to show the star pyramids, the presentation of the star pyramids, the pyramids of this with the sacred geometry are more.
Do you want me to show the from the PowerPoint, right? The slideshow?
Just go on, thank you. So these are the pyramids with the belt, okay. China, Mexican, Egyptian, and then you can find the star pyramids. Go on, Neil, if you go. Okay. Are almost at the end. Okay. So now this is this. Okay. So you can have an idea. Okay. Vasil Drush discovered that inside the star of Orion, there is this sacred geometry that represent huge buildings of pyramids. And this calculation is not, is really precise. It's been made by computer for 20 years. He spent 20 years to do this sacred geometry and these pyramids among the star representation. And he calculating the perspective, the distance between the stars, and if you linking the dots, linking all the stars together, you can find that are pyramids among pyramids among pyramids, and there are the exact same version that we have on Earth on a tiny version. So this is a huge version of the pyramids we have on planet Earth. So first things he discovered was, okay, this just is a fact that can awake humanity, because who could ever know the exact proportion of this huge distance among the stars at that time, in the ancient time, when there are no astronomical instruments. So the astronomers right now can travel around the stars and watch it by instruments, modern science. So at the time of the ancient Egypt or ancient civilization who has pyramids on Earth, this was not possible. So of course, that is a conclusion of Vasil. He says, of course, it has to be some kind of intelligent form, and not only for the reason that someone has saw these pyramids and representing on Earth, but who created at the first place, pyramids among stars with this precision? He, as a mathematic, says it's impossible that this is casual orientation of the stars. This is a design made by an intelligent, rational intelligent of the universe. He says, he was like, I think, not so religious. So he says maybe it's a god, maybe are ETs who design these pyramids among the stars, who knows? But this was important for me just for a reason. The exact same geometry you saw represented there, and you can go on, Neil, the next, are the exact same painting I was doing since I was a child. So I was literally in tears when I discovered that, because a scientist who doesn't know nothing about aliens was representing in 20 years of study the same exact paintings I was doing since I was a child. This sacred geometry for me was something very it's like repetitive. I don't know the term in English. So every day I do these paintings since I was a child, like almost an obsession, but it was a automatical remembrance. So Orion when I say Orion, I mean my Orion contacts, always referring to these and says, this is important to you to remember, give time, and you will understand what you are representing. So they gently let me understand by myself. So thanks to these scientists, I discovered now that these are the geometry inside Orion. These are star maps that are inside my head that I keep repeating, representing. But there is a purpose. It's not only my memories. This was my soul are trying to communicate a message. And because these every other star beings in the universe use geometry, light language, symbols. They don't use words. They always communicating like that. I was like, okay, I need to start to think more as an alien. Let me use this horrible word, as a soul from the stars, and less as a human in order to understand my images. And so I can say my awakening starts in my 16, 17, 18 years old, but the integration of all these downloads are still in my body right now. So I'm still trying to integrate all of these downloads and balancing in my body all this information, because if your soul came from a dimension very close to planet Earth, it's more easy to adapt. For example, if you came from 3D, if you have a 3D body and your soul is from, I don't know, 6 or 7D, it's more easily for you to adapt to this body. But if you are a soul that came from different, very, very far dimension, it's very difficult to integrate and have a balance. That's why they contact me. Otherwise, these beings, you never heard about them because they don't want to interact and interfere with your personal life. Even a lot of starseeds from Orion Belt I know, they never saw them appear. They only have some astral meetings with them. But because my purpose was different, I was like in charge of the translating of all of this. So I need to translate and be a bridge and communicate this in human words to people. That's why I have been able to do this. It's not because I'm lucky, or it's not because I'm special. It's just because in this specific lifetime, this was what my higher self decided to do and what they let me do. So we decide before to come here with our star family, how can we manage our future incarnation on planet Earth? So I think, and it's not a good news. It was not a good news for my mom that passed 2 years ago. That because she live a life with literally an alien incarnated on Earth, doing alien and weird stuff. I was an energy unable to control because I was in the awakening process. So I have so many fire energy in my hands. Sometimes I was burning object or touching a person. I can leave a print of burning, and I was very not a danger for myself because I doing horrible stuff, but in danger because I was attracting the attention of some military group that saw all the ship around my house, all this electric device exploding, this strange signal, electromagnetic fields around my home. I think they know because every time around my home there was a helicopter. And so I can say, just to close this chapter, and I don't want to speak about myself too much, but it was just to help people that maybe are going through something similar to understand that once you're in the awakening, this is very common, especially if you're not able to control your gift. So they came and they contact me and try to help me to move around all of these. And so today I'm here showing you this geometry. For what? I'm trying to find the word because it's not my language. So this geometry, basically what it represented, is not only a memory, it's a direct information that is written in is like in frequency, in light language, in alien language, in star beings language, that says and points straight a star, a specific star that is the central star in the Orion belt, the star Alnilam. The Orion belt has Mintaka, Alnilam, and Alnitak. Alnilam is the star in the middle, the central part, the pupil of the eye of Ra. So the Orion beings referring to them as the guardian of the belt. And so all of this geometry, even written in the star in Orion, are just representation of a message, like a recording vocal message lived there by the source. The source who create everything decide that in the specific area of Orion, there is a certain nebula, the M42 nebula, that is the nebula called Ra from Orion, Uru. Ra from ancient Egypt is not the sun god Ra, is the creator of sun. So all this geometry was pointing the importance of that special star area, not because there are special beings, not because Orion is more special than other. And all the ancient civilization pointing the belt, not because there are something special in these beings that made them different from other beings, like Syrian, Arcturians, Pleiadians, which I still have contact with, and I love them. And so why all of these geometry points that star? Orion says, since the beginning of my contact, they talk to me about Uru. They call like a mother, an energy of love, a father, a mother. And they say, it's our nebula. Our nebula is a living sentient being who create the suns. And so because I'm a Virgo, I need to understand things in a rational way on this life at least. So my 3D mind needs confirmation. I start to do research. And what I discover is that in the Orion Nebula, that Orion called Ra, the Orion Nebula M42, there is a specific light. This is a recent discovery from science. There is a specific light called circular polarized light. There is a light that is the responsible of life that scientists are looking for since centuries. So the only place they look all around the universe with spectrometry, I don't know the term, so the science that study throughout the radiation of the molecules, they find this kind of light only in M42, the nebula of Orion. So what this means? The scientists discovered that this light is the light that by his rotation is responsible of choosing left or right in the molecules. So the structure, this builds the structure of life. So it's very important because that is the answer, the final answer for Basil, for all the researcher out there speaking about the pyramids and the belt. Why all the civilization was pointing the belt? Why all the civilization was speaking about Orion representing the pyramids that point straight to the belt, the stars in the belt of Orion? And this is the answer because there is inside, at the same distance of the central star Alnilam, the eye of Ra. It's funny because literally at the same distance of the star Alnilam, light year distance, I think, I don't remember the exact number, but at the same light year distance, there is M42. So they're very close. Alnilam, and then immediately there is M42. And so that's why all the geometry in the star area was pointing the central star, because there was a secret place, a sacred place, a nursery of the sun. Actually, right now, M42 is creating 111 future sun like other. So I don't know if 111000, okay, because my English is not so good right now. And so this is the exact number of the sun, is the future sun, like our sun, that is now currently that M42 is creating inside this womb. So I asked Orion, so if this creation, if this nursery, if this nebula is the creator of life, sorry. It's so difficult to say in English. So if this nursery is the creator of life, so what's God? So I was like, when I was a teenager, and they was, no, Ra, Uru, is not God, is an emanation of God, is a sacred spirit, is a nebula. If the universe would be a body, Ra would be, so if a universe would be a body with many organs, and these organs would be the nebula. And Ra would be the womb, the feminine energy, the place where stars are born, the sun and star are born. All of the stars in our galaxy are being created, and the stars that are capable of hosting life, like suns, like our sun, suns, and all the star system that hosting life are originated there. So Orion Nebula is very ancient, and so the natural beings are very ancient. So this place was the beginning of the all that war stories, because this sacred place, can you imagine the power of creation in this place? So not only the circular polarized light, but inside Ra we have all the light spectrums, to infrared, to ultraviolet, and a lot of different spectrum of light existent. All the spectrum, all the biochemical important aspect for life. So this is a huge container of potential. So this is called the cosmic egg, and this is one of the cosmic eggs. So the M42 nebula was at the center of the attention of some entities who came from outside this universe, because the ability of the DNA pool, genetic recreation of planets and future suns, stars, and life forms is all inside M42. So that's why the source created the Neteru, some entity who was created just to be guardians of these stargates. And inside Ra, there are a huge stargate that link to every sun and stars created in the universe. So that's another point of attraction for these rebels who came from outside this universe to study Ra. Of course, it's like an alarm, a huge alarm ringing in all the universe when this entity came from outside this universe. Start to study Ra, enter, violating the sacred space at the time where they haven't natural enemies, because all the benevolent beings respect and love and protect Ra. So in this universe, nobody will ever think to violate M42 because of the protection there is. But this entity came from outside this universe, very advanced in technology, but not in the spirit. They start to possess bodies because they were entity without they were looking for a way to sustain themselves. I think they would lost their body. I don't know. This is something I cannot tell, but I know this entity was even able to possess body because they were entity without body. And so this is the start of the Orion War. So the star is not the war is not started in Orion because Orion was evil. The star Orion is just the stars in Orion are just a beautiful natural area, is a geographical star area that creates life and is an Eden with high dimension frequency of love. So this was a feminine energy place. So this is important. Orion was not evil, and you can check for yourself. You can contact directly this nebula. You can feel the love that emanates throughout this color. So Neil now are showing my painting. Yeah, these are the automatical painting of the natural beings from the belt, my star beings, the most common beings I've met in the Orion beings. So it was important because this piece of story is not a piece of story of Orion. This piece of the story is a important piece of your memory, a collective memory. So we don't have to have fear and hate for this area, geographical area of Orion, because it was a beautiful place since the beginning of the time, and this is the area where our stars and suns are born. So why hating a place so full of love? Okay, so just this information you can find in my conference with Neil, with Orion Beings conference, Orion Scars. You find all this information. Today, this is not the topic. This was just to help people who never who never heard me speak about Orion. It was a way to help them to understand what I'm going to say right now. So this is the beings I came from. These are the beings who were the protector of the belt, who push out the bad guys. And so this entity cooperating with the benevolent beings are in the first place, in the first line, when it's come to defend innocent world, as long as Arcturians, Pleiadians, and so they are constantly working for us, and they're not evil at all. They never been evil, and they never been how can I say? They never mutate their loving nature. They interact with the soul level, and they are very different from all the story you've heard about. So just to, I see you. Do you want to say something?
No, you're going to finish off. Go ahead, say what you're going to say. Go for it.
Yeah. So it's a lot of stuff, and I'm literally shaking for the amount of download. It's like cold energy of downloading that I'm receiving. So I ask sorry for my horrible English, because I'm trying to channel and trying to speak English, and I'm not channeling someone else. I'm channeling my inner, like my higher self, my soul. So it's different, and I'm trying to do it without losing the point they want me to say today. So all of this information I share with you was just to introduce them, okay? But except just it's not about Orion and just Orion. It's about these beings. I want to speak about the beautiful entity I've met in these 13 years. It's funny because today is the 13th, and I've speaking with them to this year will be the 13 years of encounters, physical and astral, and cooperation, sentient cooperation I have with them, like conscious cooperation. So 13 year. In this 13 year, a lot of things happens. They contact me, and the people around me, we were a group of people. So it's a beautiful story of our friendship with them and all the people, the soul who were involved in this. My mom was one of them because it was, of course, in my life very close, and I lived with her when I was a teenager. So she passed 2 years ago, but she was a medium and a channeler herself. But she always hid this for me until my 18 years. So I have to say that it's been a while. It's been like a trip. All of these years past, all of these downloads, and coming today, receiving the invite from Neil again to speak after interact few weeks ago in Glastonbury with so much beautiful soul at the event of Portal to Ascension. And I was asking myself, how can I be a bridge, a clean bridge between this dimension? Because the important things is not lose the channel with them. So the guru, the truth seller out there who are not doing this with the right, with soul, but doing this with interest in material, are no longer are like, they will soon disappear, because a lot of star seeds are awakening, and the real how can I say, ambassadors of their stars will be speaking soon. So the real soul inside people who are listening these events are speaking, are answering a call. And it's not necessarily anymore to have a teacher who teach you and tells you which part of yourself are unbalanced or stuff like that. The things these beings taught me in these 13 years is that you have all inside of yourself. You have to believe in yourself. So it's time to really answer this calling, knowing that there is a little price to pay in order to awakening. It's not something bad, but it's just to give you responsibility. You have to know, and this is the meaning of the sacred geometry I showed you before, that all is interconnected. And so the sacred geometry in the Orion stars says few laws of physics that says all is interconnected, all is moving together, all is one, yes, but all this one is how can I say, there is components in this one that are different, like a spectrum of different colors, and are all necessarily. So all necessary, all needed, and you are one of these colors. So why are you waiting to give your voice out there, to speak your voice, your message, to open your channel and directly communicate with your guides or ET or star family out there? If you're not doing this, or you're in the process, it's okay, because I understand, because as I said, okay, I fully awake, but that doesn't mean that this awakening, like, it's done. My integration of this awakening is still going on in the cells of my body. When you're awakening, what's up is happening that in your body, certain codes, certain DNA keys open. So when it's time, these keys in your DNA open. So a lot of downloads starting to appear, because the soul is like intertwined to the DNA column. So the physical, they show me that the physical attach, like the place where the soul incarnates, is throughout the column of the DNA as an electromagnetic column. And this is the place, or this is the soul. This is the place where soul interconnect with the body. So of course, when the DNA activates, the soul decides to awake. The DNA activates. So the soul awake, the DNA activates, and your body, your poor 3D body, needs an adjustment. So it's not like that for everyone, but for star seeds who are in contact with benevolent beings, And I'm not referring to those that doing surgery or stuff like that, because these for Orion is considered very horrible interference. The benevolent beings don't need this kind of stuff to help you awakening. What they do is that they impose you a frequency, and that this radiation modify your DNA, so help the body to integrate this DNA. So the fun fact is that 2 years ago, I've been diagnosed by unknown mutation in my DNA that I have since I was born, but it's been discovered just 2 years ago. No, sorry, 3 years ago. And of course, I needed all of this modification in my DNA, because my frequency is very different from 3D. And this is an example. Again, I don't want to speak about me, but I want to use this vessel as an example of what happened in the starseed life. So some people use to divide with words and says no, because there is this frequency, this dimension, the Arcturians, the Pleiadians, the Sirians, and it's all goes like that. And if you have some kind of modification of illness, it's because you're not ready, or because you have been hybridized by grace, or etc. No, sometimes it happens that a soul, benevolent, angelic, starseed, whatever we can call it, came here with the purpose of service, but the 3D body is very tiny, even though it's beautiful and it's a vessel that brings us around this experience. But for us, for how we are created, and the different of amount of frequency, the amount of energy we have, it needs a little modification or adaptation in order to fit here as how can I say, human normal people walking around the streets. Okay, so but that usually Neil says, and we laugh because we say we are alien among aliens, because there are some of us that have more difficulties in integrating in this 3D. We are the different ones, not in a way of division, because I'm saying this with a huge love for everyone, for the beautiful, perfect, integrated soul in the body of a human 3D beings of we are all so multidimensional. This is the first thing. But for people who are here with a certain codes that needs to be remembered and activate, or certain mission, sometimes we bring with us this kind of handicap, I don't know, this kind of huge amount of modification in our DNA, and it's more difficult for us to be social sometimes, to interact with others, to understand and read the reality, to not stumble in object. And so I want just to because this is the topic of today, awakening of humanity. So the awakening process is not like, okay, it's all beautiful, I feel the connection with the source. No, it's going through one, get rid and let go a lot of layers and layers of trauma and experience on 3D life, and reconnect with recenter, as Rob was saying, with a 0 point, I don't know how you want to call, but center yourself. Okay, this is one. But don't forget that if you came with a certain purpose, it's more likely you have difficulties that are not in a bad way, but are, as Mary Rodwell says, a way for the starseed to not fall into the matrix. So there is a purpose why you don't fit in the box. You are so bulky and different. You are here to create new way of experiencing reality. And I don't know, maybe I'm out of time. I know we're late. Let me know if I'm...
Yeah, you have a couple minutes left, maybe like 2 minutes.
What?
Said about 2 minutes left.
Was it?
2 minutes.
Okay. No. Okay. So I wanted to let people understand the nature of these beings that is extra dimensional, multidimensional. And so for some people who ask me why some people can interact with them and speak with them and saw them physically or astral and physically, why nobody or not everyone can do it? And let me just tell you this. You can do whatever you want, of course, and you are here listening to this just to learn how to connect by yourself with the source. But there is a price to pay in this 3D life when you choose to incarnate and have direct contact with it. It's not a price to pay in a bad way, dramatic way, but I'm honest. There is a foot here in 3D and a foot always up there in other dimension. You have to have this flexibility to go up and down dimension and frequency and recenter. Okay, today I need to, okay, we have all this ability as souls. The souls are all equals. Doesn't matter where we came from. We're all divine soul capable of everything. But it's important to understand that in order to contact and physical contact with the ETs, your DNA needs a modification, or your electromagnetic fields needs a preparation. And so there are very different steps in order to doing this. Without this would be a painful experience. So for the body, if you're not doing the preparation. So it's important to understand that there is a reason why they don't show up like every day, and they use in like bridge like us to translate their message, because they're on higher frequencies. They are on higher frequencies and higher dimensions, and not better, but just distant. So if you want to connect with them, you just need to tune in with them. But what's happened in normal 3D life with me as well is that it's not because you're awake, you are doing all the meditation, you're doing all well, you're always in the condition to contact them. You can always have a channel open to communicate with them, but every day your frequency can shift, because maybe you're sad, maybe you have a traumatic experience, you need to focus more on 3D and work on some stuff, and they know exactly that happens. And so they know that you are here on a 3D experience, that you need to do this earth life, and so they're very respectful. And it's just our work to do the effort to connect with their frequency. And not because you choose to be a good person today, you will be a good person for the rest of the life. You need to confirm every day you are vibing in the truth. And vibing in the truth means that you often see uncomfortable things, because when light, when you have light show you even the dirty. Okay, you cannot hide under the carpet. You see everything. So one of the most challenging things for a starseed, I think I can share with you, their message was, be responsible, remember who you are, don't forget why you came here on earth. You're not came here on earth just to play. Maybe yes, you can play when you do this experience, but remember why you came here, why you choose to be here today. And so be faithful to that calling, and not forget who you are, and not let all those layers of dust of 3D let you get stuck in the mud. Be the weirdo, the alien among alien you are, and keep doing what you came here to do. That's all. That's my message. So thank you, Neil.
Thank you, Laurienet. Yeah, I love that message. And for me, I felt as a lot of people in this world felt that we didn't belong, something was off in the world, and sometimes I had a lot of judgment around that, even up until today. And just to what you said about embracing that, the reason why we didn't feel so comfortable is because otherwise we could have just fallen into the matrix and just been a part of the system. And it kind of creates a little turbulence where we start questioning, well, why is it that we feel something's a little off? What is going on within us? And that exploration could potentially lead us to a greater understanding of this kind of information, right?
I don't hear the last words because there was an
I was
interference.
just saying, like, that kind of
but
awareness, not feeling part of the system, could lead us to this
yeah,
awakening, making us realize that there's something more that we're here to do. So I never heard of it like that
yeah.
before. So we have to move on to our next speaker now, but I want to let everyone know that so we were in Glastonbury together just a few weeks ago, and we filmed an epic interview that's going to be launched on our YouTube pretty soon. And I'm trying to get Laurienet to come to Barcelona so that we can do like a 7-part series. And my goal is, because this is only scratching the surface, like we can go into one of the planets on Orion's belt that has what is it called? Dinosaur-like beings there. Remember that one, Laurienet? The dinosaur beings on one planet. The queen on that planet, what happened there, and all that stuff. There's so many details with what's going on there. We, with Laurienet's information, really paints a fuller picture of a whole new reality.
We forget.
What's up?
We forget again.
The video.
The video of the alien. I
I
know.
will. How about this? When the day's over. When the day's over, I'll play the video. When the day's over, I'll play the video at the end of the day. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Okay, I love you. We'll talk soon. Okay, bye.
Thank you.
All right, so let's go ahead and bring on Ashley here, and we're going to bring Paul Williams on in a second. Hey, Ashley.
Hi, Neil.
That was great. What'd you think?
I loved it. I loved it. I love when she speaks. I love what she shared, the imagery that's been coming to her. I think it was wonderful.
It's beautiful. And now we have Paul Williams on, who I'm excited for debut presentation at Portal to Ascension. So do you want to go ahead and introduce Paul?
Absolutely. It would be an honor. Paul Williams is a transformative spiritual leader. Trained by the renowned Dolores Cannon in quantum healing hypnosis technique, as a level 2 practitioner, Paul combines his expertise in the Akashic records with a deep connection to the Arcturians, offering profound healing and insights. He is the author of Transform Your Life with Meditation and has helped thousands through his workshops and online presence, guiding individuals towards spiritual growth and discovery. Hello, Paul. Thank you so much for coming.
Welcome, everybody. Wonderful to see you. Hello, Neil. And I was just listening to that wonderful presentation. You know, I wanted to pick up there about this concept of star seeds, because it was really the reason that I got into the work that I'm doing with Dolores Cannon. She was the first one that introduced me to this concept. And I wanted to know if I was one. So what I did was I went and booked myself in to have a quantum healing hypnosis technique session to find out from my higher awareness whether I had this contract. I had the suspicion that I was, and of course, the profound information came through in the session in great detail. This is often a reason that people do book in to do hypnosis work, because they have a intuitive knowing that they have incarnated as one of these souls. And what's so wonderful about these sessions is, beyond the analytical mind, beyond forgetfulness, we're able to tap into our higher wisdom that has all of the information. Why we incarnated, why we're here, what our soul contract is. And I love that thousands of people all over the world, not only in Dolores Cannon's books, but people even today, my clients from every country around the world, are waking up through this wonderful gift that Dolores Cannon left us.
I love to hear you speak, Paul. it's activating, and I can feel your light shine through the screen. I mean, your background's extremely dark, but as you're speaking, I'm feeling this transference, this metaphysical transference happening. Are you feeling that, Neil?
I feel it for sure. And you are, when I first saw your information and connected to you, I felt that you were continuing the baton that Dolores Cannon had, and I feel that from your frequency. One of the most inspirational people ever. And she even coined the terms that we utilize today. Many people are utilizing the terminology she created, not even knowing about what contribution she did, and made. So I completely agree with you, brother. And we're excited to receive your transmission today. So it's all yours.
Amazing. Thank you so much for having me. It's a great honor. And I don't take those words lightly, because Dolores Cannon indeed did leave a legacy. What's really interesting, and I would imagine that most of you have heard of Dolores Cannon, at least perhaps you're not fully familiar with her technique. She did create something over 45 years ago back in the West, when these concepts were quite alien to Western society. Reincarnation, past lives. In fact, she couldn't even get her books published because the concepts weren't even recognized within the Western countries. But fast forward to the clock, 2024, here we are having this wonderful transmission, and we know all about this stuff. We know not just about past lives, we know about parallel lives, we know about different dimensions. Dolores Cannon being pivotal to that awakening, that understanding through her many books that she wrote over the years, from the Convoluted Universe series to Conversations with Nostradamus to the 3 Waves of Volunteers and the New Earth. And what specifically I want to be discussing today, and it does celebrate her legacy and her great wisdom that she left us, is the understanding that we create our reality. Say that to yourself: I create my reality. Even the great Albert Einstein taught us that everything is energy, including you. And you are creating your world with every thought, every act, every emotion. You are this beautiful artist, and this life that you're here to do, whether you're a starseed or a light worker, you are creating. And we're doing this, Dolores Cannon taught us, with our thoughts, with our emotions, and even with all of the forms that we create in life. Let's just take a moment now just to pause and take that in, that we're creating everything. It leaves you with great responsibility. Imagine that every single thought, every emotion, every action that you are taking are vibrations. They're signaling out to the universe. So we are these beautiful creators. We're creating our own reality. And we have so much more power than we give ourselves credit for. We live in challenging times, there's no doubt about that. And often we feel victimized to life situation, our physical limitations. But one of the greatest truths I've learnt with the people I work with, particularly through hypnosis, and they have these wonderful discoveries when they disidentify with their analytical mind and they get really relaxed in the trance state, is that they learn how powerful they are to create and shape the reality in which they live. And you know what? We've been creating all of our lives. You're creating everything, whether you're conscious of it or not. Now, you might say, and often Dolores Cannon would say this, well, I wouldn't want to create this. You know, I have illness in my body, or I have financial limitation. Why would I create this? Now, obviously, we don't do it consciously, because every word, every emotion is creating. And that's why our words are important. You know, what you say in your mind, what you identify with, is like a brush of the brush stroke on the canvas. Now, if you are powerful enough to create illness in your life, you're powerful enough to make you well. And one of the great things that people learned when they would go to have a session with Dolores, or they come to see me, is that they can heal any illness. Because if you can create illness, then you can uncreate it. And this is a great realization. A lot of us are familiar within the spiritual communities that we find ourselves in. We know about the law of attraction. We've heard about the law of attraction. But I want to take that one step further, because we know that from a basis. We don't get what we want. I think that's pretty obvious to most of us, because we certainly wouldn't want any of the unfavorable things that tend to manifest and occur. We get what we are vibrating. We get what we are admitting energetically. Where I think the law of attraction is missing components is that we don't get what we want, we get what we are. And this is why, when it comes to manifesting, our vibration, our energy is so important. Now, we're always oscillating between different vibrations, different energies. Even in a single day, you might be oscillating between depression, anxiety, and then joy. Our job, our responsibility, is to elevate our energy. To elevate our energy means we're on a particular frequency. Think about a traditional radio station. I'm sure a lot of you will be old enough to remember the old dial on your car. Now, whatever frequency, it might be 89.5 or 89.2, whatever frequency, you have to get that broadcast, because that's what you're tuned to. Now, we know simultaneously when we're listening to a radio station that all the other frequencies are available simultaneously. But it's your responsibility and your choice about which dial you're tuned into. When we are tuned into this abundance frequency, we receive an abundant broadcast. So this is why our frequency, our vibration is so important. And Dolores Cannon spoke in great detail in her books about attuning our energy to the higher vibrational states. You know, one of the most powerful ways of doing this, although it might sound simplistic, you've heard it before, is forms of meditation. All of the great wisdom traditions that have come down through the centuries have taught us this. And to simplify it, what you are doing is you are just tapping into your beingness, your innate beingness. That's the real you, beyond the form, the vehicle that you occupy. I like to call this body a vehicle. We know when we drive a car or we're a passenger in the car, we're not the car. We're just using it as a form of transportation to get us from A to B. And that is what you are like in this physical. You are not your body. You are not even your analytical mind. It's just a tool for you to navigate. And if you use it positively, you can create anything you want. Now, that works in the positive context, and we have enough experience to know this, it's going to work in the negative context. And most people are living their lives relatively unconsciously, creating relatively unconsciously, because they're unaware of the power that they possess. Dolores Cannon taught us how to, now she coined this phrase, manipulate energy. Often people get confused when they hear that terminology because they immediately think that manipulate is something negative. Now, of course, it has its negative context. What she was meaning in the positive context, and this is the dictionary definition, is to consciously mold and shape. So to manipulate energy is to consciously mold and shape our reality that we want. Now, first, you've got to know what you want. When you know what you want, then you move on to a frequency of intentional creation. You can have anything you want. Now, the only limitation that you're going to experience, the only cap, is that which you set for yourself. You see, we can create worlds. We have created worlds. But the lack and the limitation that you will experience is that which you set for yourself. Isn't that liberating? Isn't that great to know that we don't have any force out there somewhere that's holding us back? You know, every single block that I have seen with the hundreds of people I've worked with in the trance state, in the hypnosis state, every single time there is an issue holding an individual back, it's not coming from some malevolent force externally. It is the unconscious blocks in their subconscious mind that they hold to mind. Now, one of the major questions I always get asked is, how do I create abundance in my life? How do I create the perfect relationship? How do I get out of this 9-to-5 rat race and live my life's purpose? Great question, right? Many of you have probably asked that question, or you've going to have that question come out as you begin to orient and wake up and realize what your purpose is. This may seem counterintuitive, but another great one of my teachers, Lester Levinson, I don't know if many of you would have heard of him. He's passed on now, like Dolores Cannon, taught me this and taught many people this, is it may seem counterintuitive, but first you have to let it go. Whatever you want to create, you have to let it go. We kind of think that, hang on, I don't want to let this concept go, this idea go, because if I let it go, then I'm disidentifying with it. I won't get it. And in fact, it's the very opposite, because when you hold something, generally when we are clutching onto an object or a relationship or a thing, we're offering a sense of resistance to it. Now, everything in the universe is in a state of movement, is in a state of flux. The moment that we contract, we resist, and the great psychiatrist Carl Jung taught us that anything that you resist will persist. And this is the unconscious block, or one of them that I talk about. See, often the more we want something, the more we are resisting the flow of life, the more we are holding ourselves back from receiving it. So when we let go, we allow and we begin to magnetize magnetically back to us that which we desire. This was one of the greatest realizations, I think, the missing component within manifestation, because we think that by wanting it more or thinking about it more, we've got more likelihood of getting it. And that is actually the very opposite. Say this, everything is in the universe is in a state of flow. Now, you're either going to be flowing with the currents of the universe energetically, or you're going to be subconsciously resisting it. I teach people how to flow with life. And boy, when you start to flow with life and you're moving with the current, with the momentum, you start getting all of the favorable events in your life. You start attracting magnetically to you the relationships, the opportunities, the wonderful things that we want to create. Now, I want you to pause for a moment and just take that in, energetically take that in. Because one of the things that we often forget as we are traversing this reality is just how powerful we are. Now, I'm not a more powerful creator than you are. Neil is not a more powerful creator than you are. We are equally as powerful. We equally have the same potential. But we must understand the power. We must initiate and we must learn how to manipulate, how to create. We do it with our energy. The best thing that you can do is you can be elevating, you can be lifting your energy, you can be meditating, you can be bringing yourself into a state of expectation, of joy. Some great practical tools that you may want to adopt is journaling, getting clear with the universe about what you want. Another great piece of wisdom that Dolores Cannon left us was this, is that all of your guides, all of your angels, and you have many of them, by the way, that are here to assist you along the way, cannot intervene unless you give them permission to. You see, we live in a free will universe. And in order for them to help you, you have to be consciously and actively inviting them in and asking for help. Something that you may do, I certainly do this every day, is I just ask them to bring about circumstances for my highest good. I ask for parking spots. I ask them for opportunities. I ask them for safe travel when I'm traveling. Now, if I'm not asking them, their hands are tied. You need to be inviting them in. And Dolores Cannon said this, and I quote, is when you ask them, boy, do they love to come in. Boy, do they want to come in and help you, to protect you, to assist you. But you have to call them in. We create our entire world, our entire universe. And many people understand this reality as some as a simulation. Some people understand it like Dolores Cannon would define it as it's like a big play. Shakespeare said this too. We come in, we play out our role, and then we discard the costume that we've been wearing. You understand, from this perspective, it's why any form of division or racism is just so illogical, because this isn't who we really are. This is just a costume we're wearing. And beyond that, we realize that we are all one. And just as we are all one, we are equally just as powerful, just as divine as one another. We get caught up so much in this illusion that we identify with all of these costumes that we're wearing, all of the competitiveness, all of the division. And we know we live in a divisive world. You've not come here to add to that division. You've come here to heal that division. You've come here to bring people together and to remind them of who they really are. And this is why I love the concept, although it's misunderstood often, of non-duality, is that we are really all a part of the same divine force. Some will identify as starseeds, which is wonderful. And that is one layer of your existence. But beyond even that layer, beyond even that identity, you are the one infinite creator. You are the one infinite consciousness that is pervasive, not just through us as human beings, but through every sentient life force that is pervasive throughout the entire cosmos. And that is why our galactic family are so willing and able and interested in our evolution and development, because they themselves recognize that we are them and they are us, and that we are all one. So if you've got all of this power, right, what are you going to do with it? First, you've got to know what you want. That is the most important aspect. Because if you don't know what you want, what you will find is you will be stagnant energetically. You won't know to go from left to right. It's like standing before the canvas with all of the brushes and all of the paint and just sitting there and contemplating what to create. Who's been caught up in times of that? You sit there, you don't know which direction to take next. So this is why it's so important to really go within and get still. And learn to remember, to download, if you like, who and what you are, why you are here, what you are meant to contribute. You know, I've come to learn that we all have particularly in these great times of ascension, we all have a pivotal role to play during this most exciting time in humanity's history. And let me talk to that for a moment, just how exciting and special this time is. Dolores Cannon wrote extensively about this specific time in human history. We have other species from every dimension, all focused on this one. One of the reasons that they look to us with great anticipation of what will come next is they know how difficult this school is. They know this is one of the most difficult places. It's so difficult because we forget who we are. When we come in, the veil comes down and we forget. We forget our contracts. We forget our origins. And they have so much anticipation because they know that if we can do it, with this such limited form, they can do greater things. And so there is so much anticipation. This is the first time that an entire species is making an evolutionary shift into a completely different dimension. Our world has been splitting for quite some years. Who knows that? It's so obvious now. When Dolores Cannon wrote the book, The Three Waves of Volunteers in the New Earth, at the time of writing, we certainly weren't seeing the split as we do now. We see the split in almost every sphere of life, from the political, now to the medical, to the scientific. My question for you is, as this split is occurring, where are you vibrationally? Are you finding yourself constantly oscillating between different frequencies, different vibrations? Now, that is okay. A lot of people get into fear when I say this and think, oh, I'm not making the split. Believe you me, if you're watching this today and you registered for this, you're making the shift into the positive. I can guarantee you that. This shift is going to become more and more pronounced. It's going to be a bit of a rocky ride. We've been already going through this, but you have more power. You have more protection than you could ever know. Your most important place for you to put your energy is in conscious creation. And you being incarnated at the moment means that you signed up for this. Now, we're going to have some challenging times ahead. We've been having challenging times. We all know that over the last couple of years. But let me tell you, what is on the other side of all this is beyond what you could ever even imagine. Dr. David Hawkins, some of you are familiar with his work, taught us that the calibration of the average human being has exceeded over 208%. Now, that may sound a bit technical. During the time of Jesus, that was way down at about a level of 100, a very lower form of human consciousness. Because we've raised to a certain frequency as a collective of humanity, and many of us are going to be vibrating at much higher rates and states of vibration. Because we're now calibrating at over 200, it means we have already, and this happened in the 90s, we've already tipped the scales to ascend into a higher dimension. We've already passed the test. That's already occurred. What we are witnessing now is a dismantling of an ancient structure that has held us bound to a certain paradigm for eons of time. Now, that is not a singular event. It's not one event that's going to happen that's going to dismantle a very old system. It's a succession of events. And as that old world is falling away, a new one is being built. A new one is emerging. And that's how powerful you are, because you are an architect. You are building this new world. Now, if we were to construct a building, you would know that we need many people to construct, to erect a new structure. So we all have individual roles to play. We all have our own construction process as we build this new world. A lot of people say, well, where is the new earth? I always point to the individual and say, you're it. You're the hope of the world, the children that are being born today, the younger ones. Dolores Cannon would call them the hope of the world. And these kids are coming in with entirely different DNA. Who's been noticing lately, energetically, your body may seem to be going through and oscillating through all of these different emotions. Your diets are changing. This is all signs that things are shifting. You perhaps are moving to a lighter diet. You're not needing as much food. I've noticed physically for me is that I'm needing to drink a lot more water over the last couple of weeks because things are moving so quickly. This is happening exponentially, year on year. So we're going through a bit of a speeding up at the moment. And it's going to get faster. We're and have been watching the emergence of artificial intelligence. I want to speak to this for a moment because often this is a trigger of fear. Machine learning is learning from you. The machines are not here to destroy us like many people perhaps believe and we've read about in science fiction. The machines are learning from you. They're learning from me. Now, we're not going to go away. In fact, that they are a result of the evolutionary shift that we have made. All they do is they take in data that we are putting in to social media, that we are putting in to the world, and they are learning from us. This is why every action, everything you do online is important because you are training this machine. And so when we train this, we want to move it into a positive sphere, into a positive mode to help us. Ultimately, it's going to make our lives better because it's going to free us up to do more of these manual tasks that we used to do. It's going to take care of that so we can move into this more free society. In Dolores Cannon's books, Conversations with Nostradamus, it was discussed with Nostradamus about the time we're living in now. He called it the 1,000 years of peace. He said there would be more innovation on the planet than it's ever experienced before. One of those things was this intelligence. Now, yes, there will be a negative element to this, but I think that is moving more towards the negative as this splitting of realities take place. The new earth and the old earth. The wonderful thing is we've already chosen which direction we're going to move in. Many of you are being challenged, even as you're listening to me communicate today, and you've listened to the other speakers during this incredible event. And I want to thank Neil for his dedication. And I want to say that Neil, I just love his energy. He's incredible. And he had a relationship with Dolores Cannon. They worked together at a conference. He's one of these architects that's building this. And I just know how hard he works, and putting together something like this, just phenomenal. It's so much more work than you could ever imagine when someone organizes an event. But how blessed are you that you can join from all over the world and be a part of this energetic exchange. Because that's indeed what it is. And you understand that everything is energy. My words that are going out and inspiring you, hopefully, and I know they are, is energy. And as you walk away from this, as this conference ends and you take what you have gained energetically, my question to you is, what are you going to do with that? Get clear, write it down. Get very clear about how you use this energy that has been imparted to you. How can you change your world? Now, I do this in my work, one client at a time, one person at a time, every interaction at a time, because this is how you build. This is how you erect a structure. It's one element, it's one level at a time. And if you've ever witnessed a building being erected, you'll know that it seems, although nothing happens for quite some time, as the excavation process happens, this digging and laying the foundations. And then all of a sudden, bang, it seems that in a very short time, the structure is a quarter of the way up. And then before you know it, it's fully erected and ready for completion. These great pioneers like Dolores Cannon, like Neil, and the other wonderful speakers have been laying for years the foundations upon which we now are erecting this beautiful new world. And we are in exciting times. I want you to release any fear about the future. There's nothing to fear but fear itself. And I want to assure you that everything is on course. What you need to put your energy into, what you need to put your focus into, is what you will create. What specific role you have come. And first you need to learn what that is. And I hope you utilize all of the wisdom and the tools to remember who and what you are, because your contribution is important, and you are important, and you play a pivotal role, and you are not here by accident. You are here with purpose, on purpose. Thank you. I think we're at time.
Yeah, brother, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Paul. And it's one thing knowing that we're not here by accident. It's the next step is to feel it. You know what I'm saying? Integrate it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I know what I'm here to do, as you know, like I've been doing this work for a while, and I even have times where I just wonder, what am I really doing? You know? And just getting to that place of just like complete knowingness of our role and our mission, just moving forward with 100% direction in that.
And there's no doubt about it. This isn't an easy, this is an easy thing. And we go through, I'm sure like you do, and you work so hard in what you do, is we go through very challenging times. I myself have been through some really challenging times this year. It's often when you're in the midst of it, you feel like, oh, what am I doing? Because you don't see the final result. I just want to remind people that don't give up. Keep going. Because I just know that what is on the other side of all of this challenge is something beyond what we can even imagine.
Yeah, man.
It's going to be beautiful.
I feel that in life, in this world of duality, we can either become the victors or the masters of our deepest challenges. And you can almost look at every situation, whether it's negative or someone becomes a quote unquote criminal or ends up becoming someone that teaches from it. Even like, for example, if you were to an ex-alcoholic and you went to rehab, would you rather go and see someone who got a degree in therapy or someone who actually had that experience and then they learned, how they shifted themselves out of it and now they're teaching from that? And if we all doing that individually every day for ourselves, could it be that we're doing that collectively for the whole planet, and that our eventual goal or mission might be to show the universe and other civilizations how we did that as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's such a wonderful time to be alive. And if we could only see all of the help that's there on the other side, we would be blown away. And I'm so excited to be alive right now. And I just know the best is yet to come. So stick in there, everybody. If you've been feeling like giving up, use this energy to re-engage and realign with your higher purpose.
Yeah, definitely. We're going through a phase right now where so much that has been hidden under the scenes, behind the scenes, are coming to the surface, and it could look chaotic and crazy, but as I keep saying, like, we can't move into this new reality with the baggage from the old one.
It's such a good point, Neil. We're seeing this from everything from the political world to the entertainment world, all of this perceived negativity coming up. Something they showed me is they said it has to be revealed. It has to come up. We have to see all these things play out, because it is a dismantling of an entire paradigm that has been going for eons. The matrix, if you like, is being dismantled, and that's going to be challenging. I think we've forgotten about the change that has to occur, and we are really building a whole new world, and it's going to be, even economically, we've watched the changes happening as this new system is emerging. I don't think anyone would even argue, even non-spiritual people would not argue, we are really going through a profound shift.
Yeah, man. Especially like I would say that it comes down to our perception of this reality, because things are shifting, and if the more we've given almost our whole identity to this old paradigm, the harder it becomes that when the paradigm shifts for us to let go and adopt something else, right? And those that I guess aren't awake to it, all this awareness, or even moving towards that, if you identify with your bank account, if you identify with your job, and that's who you are, we often say what we do for work when people ask us who we are, rather than what we are, So the more we shift from that, as the paradigm externally shifts, we have a sense of knowingness of who we truly are without the systems that we've identified with.
That's a really good point. Yeah. And to be standing in your truth, and just know that even if it looks like failure, I've had moments of, why am I going through all of this? And it's often not until you're on the other side of it that you can fully appreciate, because they see beyond what we can see. But just don't give up. That's the thing. Dolores Cannon, I'll leave you with this. Dolores Cannon said this beautiful quote once. She said, "You'll never know what you could have achieved if you give up now. So don't you give up."
Yeah, I love that. Paul, thank you so much, brother. Before you leave, where can people find out more from you, and what do you have coming up next?
Look, the easiest place to find me and all of my links is pwilliamsofficial.com. You'll find my social media links to YouTube there, Instagram, my work, everything's there, book references, everything like that.
Beautiful. Paul, thank you for being here. I'm glad that we finally are connected now and doing events together. You're amazing. Great. Your energy you emanate is beautiful, and thank you so much for the work that you're doing. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you. I'm grateful for you, and I look forward to connecting with you again soon.
Me too. Take care, Paul.
Bye, everyone.
All right, everybody. So I feel let's go ahead and just take a pause here as we shift. Now, what's going to happen for the rest of the day is we're going to have a pre-record coming up in a minute of JJ Hurak, JJ and Desiree Hurak. I'm going to play that, and we have 2 presentations left, JJ and Desiree Hurak, and then I figured it would be kind of cool to end the day with an art show, an ancient art show. I'm not going to tell you what kind of art, but I have a PowerPoint slide of some ancient artwork, and I'll tell you what it is when we get there. And then we'll end the day with some poetry, and that will be day 6. So let's go ahead and bring on JJ and Desiree Hurak, and then we will go from there. So here we go. JJ and Desiree Hurak, interviewed by Alan Steinfeld.
Welcome back to Portal to Ascension and this exciting episode on the awakening of humanity. Today I have 2 amazing guests, 2 very special friends and experts, researchers, people who are really dedicated their lives to the awakening of humanity. And today's presentation and talk is going to be the cosmoplanetary evolution. And this is what we really want to hear, because we're moving into a new time, a new age, where the values of the old society don't apply to what's happening now. But we need to go back to our ancient history, which is really Egypt. Egypt is the mother of civilization.
And it was fun, Alan, because about a year ago or something like that,
yes,
we were all together for Portal to Ascension in Egypt, and
yes,
it was a great journey along the Nile.
It was. And JJ and Desiree have written a great book, just to start off, called Giza's Industrial Complex, which talks about the technologies of this great Egyptian civilization. So if we're going to move into the future, we have to know a little bit about the past.
Right. The Keys of Enoch, actually, in one of the keys, talk about how each of the temples along the Nile is like the opening of the chakra areas. And we know that even Egypt itself is one of the major, what we consider the major vortex on planet Earth. Although all the vortexes around the Earth, I believe, in the very near future are being activated. And that includes Mexico, that includes places in China, all over.
Sedona,
thank
right,
you.
So Desiree and I are Egyptologists, social scientists, remote sensing experts. That is to say, the using of spaceborne as well as ground-penetrating radar to look, at, for example, at the grid system here that you can see in the Giza Plateau,
yes,
while sitting on the top of the Great Pyramid of Egypt.
Okay, so this book, Giza's Industrial Complex, means industrial, means there was electrical power. First of all, how did they generate the power, and what did they use the power for?
Well, of course, the book itself says that they understood how to take water, in which they had plenty of along the Nile. In fact, every single major temple along the Nile actually had a causeway that went to the water area of the Nile. So in addition to that, we believe they were able to take the sun and be able to make hydrogen energy, which is a gas we use today even in agriculture. But we also believe it could have been used for light bulbs, because there's the Dendera light bulb, which actually people like Eric von Daniken have put together and shown that with the right gas it'll light up. And in addition to that, there is also the ability, I believe, to make hydrogen energy for Ascension, where they could use some of this energy to make the Great Pyramid itself an energy conductor.
So we were able to locate, through ground-penetrating radar and our explorations in the 1980s and 90s, the actual subsystems that were there, not only at Giza, but also along the whole Nile system.
But I have to say right now, and this has all come out in the year 2024, that scientists have said they've used water to build the Great Pyramid. And now, because we also show it in the book, that the Saqqara pyramid, the step pyramid of Zoser, which is considered the oldest pyramid, if you look inside, it's not just a bunch of chambers. It's actually almost something that looks like smokestacks. And they've taken these to use, and you can go research the data, that they were using a type of water pump to build the pyramid. I don't think it's just all about building. I think it's about the energy that they were extracting.
Well, you know what's interesting? This might be a little off topic, that they just found a lot of water on Mars, and there happens to be pyramids on Mars. Do you think there's an association, JJ?
Definitely. In my book, The Keys of Enoch, which some of you are aware of, published in 1973, I have the actual pictures of these gigantic pyramids in the Elysium Quadrangle of Mars. That was given to me as a result of my prediction that pyramidal geometries would be found on the surface of Mars through remote viewing experiments, but also it answers your question, Alan, that there's a connection between the pyramidal civilization on Mars and in Egypt, and this is why the Arabic name for Giza is called Al-Kahira, which means in Arabic the spacious one, or Mars. So linguistically, historically, in terms of sacred geometry, there are parallel connections that are very profound.
Right. So what can we learn and apply today from these ancient civilizations?
Well, first of all, it can give us a new energy technology. People are looking at hydrogen, they're looking at water technology, aspects of the two coming together, and I believe it can literally save the planet. That's one thing. In fact, cotton is one of the ways to filter and make hydrogen, and of course the Egyptians are famous for their Egyptian cotton.
So they had basically proto-battery systems making use of cotton filters.
But let's take a look, really, let's go take one step further, and let's look at the area of really of Luxor, where you have the tomb of the kings and the queens, and you see these solar boats. And in addition to that, and Alan, this is really where your thoughts come in a lot, is that you look up there and you see reptilian beings, you see cat-faced beings, you see human-like beings. I believe that they had this technology really from higher sources.
So in addition to technology, the Egyptians give us, as well as the people and cultures of the Far East, a greater cosmology, that we're not alone in the universe, a greater sense of respect for different forms of life, and also a sense that this, so we say, sacred architecture of the pyramid has within it a concept of being able to sublimate energy and use it to raise consciousness.
But what Desiree brought up about the different planetary races, this is the topic of the talk, cosmoplanetary. So we have been influenced by other planetary races, and Egypt was probably a central meeting place of all these old off-planet civilizations.
I affirm what you just said.
Okay.
Egypt was the place, and this is why you have so many different shrines or sacred areas commemorating those life forms that come from our sister planets, and even extrasolar intelligence far beyond our planet from the region of Orion.
One more thing I want to ask you both about Egypt, because when we were there last year, I noticed there were two distinct styles of building. There was the huge megalithic stones without any hieroglyphics, and then there was the dynastic Egypt, which was full of intricate hieroglyphics. So is it true there were these two distinct civilizations, maybe separated by 10,000 years?
Well, we definitely think that probably the very builders of the huge megalithic blocks were either associated with, as we were saying, extraterrestrial, or what we also call ultra-terrestrial intelligences, or also Atlantean. Now, there's a good chance that the people of Atlantis were in communication with these beings that we're talking about as well. They just had a different culture. And what was happening, in a certain sense, obviously, was the misuse of information. And this is where the ancient book of Enoch comes in, that there were giants, that there were influences from the sons of God, as it's called, even in the Bible. In
So neo-Egyptology is pushing the envelope of history much further back, and some of these pyramids would reflect a much earlier cycle before the dynastic period, going back some 20,000 plus years, as opposed to that which was generated in the fourth dynastic period.
Right, just jump over to Australia for a minute. Just north of there is an area called Java, and we know at one point that Java and Australia was actually closer, that it wouldn't take so much to get from one place to the other. But in Western Java, there's a pyramid which right now they're trying to put down, but they've done years and years and years of research. They say that pyramid, Gunung Padang, is 27,000 years old, and that it's been built in several stages. So I think that that's just showing you that what we see in Egypt is not unique in any way, shape, or form. I mean, actually Mexico tends to be more contemporary than many of the other structures.
More modern,
yeah.
the pyramids of Mexico. But let me also go back to what you just said about these inequalities among races and how they came here, which gets us back to a Gnostic understanding, and it's also in your book Pistis Sophia, where there's been an influence by, let's say, negative archonic forces manipulating human beings.
That's right.
And talk about that, because it starts in Egypt with the Gnostics, but it also goes back to ancient Egypt, and now we're seeing its face again in modern age.
Well, Gnosticism comes from the Greek word gnosis, which means higher knowledge, going back to the 2nd century BC all the way into the present time. But we're finding evidences such as at Nag Hammadi that there was a whole library of Gnostic documents, over 54 documents that speak volumes of separate parallel traditions of how history was observed, and contain, as we find within the 5th book of the Pistis Sophia, which means in Greek faith and wisdom working together, the outline of beings that had cat faces, that had reptilian faces. And so it's there in the Pistis Sophia text, which some call it the lost teachings of Jesus to his disciples.
But what's interesting, in Pistis Sophia texts that were found in Egypt, even though they're considered a Christian cosmology, and they are. But I want to just say, which we often say, we live in a world of duality. And ultimately that means, and we consider that those who are around us are just like us in terms of their consciousness. Some are great, they're sages, they're saints, they're, totally tuned into higher consciousness, which is the underlying theme of this conference, and we all can be tied into that higher spiritual consciousness. But at the same time, there are beings that are self-willed, and this is the heart of Pistis Sophia, that the self-willed ones want their independence. They want their separation. They want to be who they are, and they don't care anything else that goes on in the universe. So I think we have to see the two sides of the world we chose to be in. And this goes back, of course, even to the eating of the tree of, good and evil. I mean, we are living in a dualistic state, and it's not limited to this planet. That's what's so important.
It's not limited to this, you mean it's throughout this level of cosmos?
Yeah, absolutely.
When do we graduate from duality?
Or how do we graduate?
And how do we graduate?
Well, this is the intersection or interaction that we're now facing as we begin to understand what has been taking place with the American government, really behind the scenes, coming forth and acknowledging through its top scientists and even reports of its previous astronauts like Gordon Cooper in his book Leap of Faith, that we're not alone in the universe. How do we juxtapose this higher cosmo-planetary ecology evolution with the human in a postmodern world? We do it through racing consciousness. We do it through new discoveries that are synthesized and brought together in terms of a greater synthesis or blueprint of life.
Yeah, but we're so used to duality, man, woman, night, day, good, bad. What will replace duality?
Love and the vibration of seeing that we have both the left and right hemisphere working together. One side, the analytical, which is the left side, the female, which is the multidimensional right side. They have to come together in marriage. This was the overall theme that united the mystics, the thinkers, even the Christian Gnostics with those from the other Oriental cultures who said our ancestry points to the heavens. We were born of the spirit of the heavens, and ultimately we will be returned to the heavens in a post-physical form of consciousness.
And when you merge the right and left hemispheres of the brain, you're kind of breaking through the limitations of the duality within us. So when you merge that, you're able to get into what we would call the oneness, or in some cases the Trinity power, because we're coming into that higher gnosis. But in addition to that, really, and we were talking about this a little bit with our other friends, Alan, you may recall, that so if you're on this level, you're always getting feedback from the local heavens. You're always getting feedback from, either someone who died or someone who's,
whatever's in the environment is what Bruce Lipton talks about.
Absolutely. Yeah. So what do? We need to really reach beyond this local level of thinking, and we have that ability. We are an Adamic species, male and female. I don't just put Adam being masculine. And we have the ability to connect with our higher selves. And when we do that, we bring forth that information, and so we get beyond the duality.
That's why we have been traveling the country teaching remote viewing to many people, because it's obvious evidence that consciousness is non-local, and we are the non-local consciousness in these avatar bodies. So,
and
yes.
Remote viewing, of course, was championed by the great thinkers at Stanford Research Institute, Harold Pudoff and Russell Targ and others, who showed that the human consciousness has the ability to be non-local. This, to me, is the greatest revelation since the splitting of the atom, the understanding of relativity, that we are capable of mental extension as well as projection in other dimensional realities. And this will be the new science of consciousness that will update so much of what has been missing in the past.
It also goes back to the other point I made about about duality, transcending duality. You can't be in duality and have non-local awareness. You have to be present in these other realms. So it's only with the presence of mind, which is the perception of the right brain, that we transcend duality into the oneness of a bigger creation.
And with that, of course, is the energy current or the energy breath that goes with this. This is why you find in Western and Near Eastern and Eastern philosophy, psychology, the importance of understanding the prana, the breath, opening the seven seals, the seven chakras. This is what we found in Egypt, Alan, and you were there with us.
Yes.
We realized that the pyramids would vibrate according to certain acoustics. There was acoustical physics with every pyramid along the Nile, suggesting, as the keys of Enoch tell us in a blueprint, that this is a whole blueprint within us, the temple of spirit within us that we must open and vibrate with if we are to go simply beyond words and concepts. No, we must go into a new energy field of rediscovery of who we really are.
Right, so the Egyptian temples were really temples of initiation. Even if they used technology, even if they were places of making energy, they were still places of initiation. And that initiation was to take us back to the stars, to Orion. And, we talked about pyramids around the Earth, but actually, according to Dr. Hurak's unique experience that he had in 1973, there's also kinds of vortex points in the heavens.
Oh, really?
And yes,
Where are
well,
they?
Orion is one of them, and that's why it looks like it does. Even from our perspective, if you were somewhere else, it probably wouldn't even look like
In
that.
terms of heavenly
You
astrophysics,
mean the belt of Orion?
The belt
three
of
stars,
Orion.
which the Arabic scientists call Mintak, Anotak, and Anolam. But then above and below those three major stars, we have geometric forms, which for the ancients were like an hourglass that composed the higher blueprint of life.
Yeah, so you have like a pyramid on the bottom mixing with a pyramid on the top. And what's interesting is even some of you have maybe watched Skinwalker Ranch.
Right.
Well, some of the recent episodes, they found two pillars on both sides. That would be like obelisks in Egypt. And then they found this conic section.
Where did they find
this,
that?
Well, it's from
At Skinwalker?
well, it's an energy force that they're starting to pick up on. So they can feel and see, starting to see, this is of course through electronics and sensors, the fact that there is a kind of vortex energy there as well. So of course, there's no physical structure. In fact, it's pretty much in the middle of what they call the triangle, which I think is an interesting scenario. But ultimately, that doesn't mean it's a higher vibration. It just simply means there's a vortex point. And there's vortex points all over this planet.
In the heavens, Adam Apollo talks about some of that, how these spaceships travel from vortex points to vortex. But also the section of the sky where Orion is, within 30 degrees each way, that we have Sirius and the Pleiades. So there may be, maybe we've come from that section.
Well, the indigenous of North America acknowledge this, as Desiree can explain, in terms of their geometry.
Well, I just want to go back for a minute. So if you look at the Great Pyramid, and I'll show you the picture here, that the Queen's Chamber, many people say at certain times, it's not 100% of the time, aligns to Sirius, which is the feminine aspect, which is why it's called
Isis,
the Queen's
really.
Chamber, but it's star Sirius. You go to the King's Chamber, and Dr. Hurak had this back in 1973, that the King's Chamber aligns to Orion. That's been shown as well. And then if you take Sirius and Orion, you go up, is exactly what you've been saying in the Lakota.
Go to the Pleiades,
You
right?
go to the Pleiades. So what's the Pleiades? Well, I just want to go back to Orion for a minute, because Orion itself is the vortex that can take us between this reality, this dualistic system, into higher realities that are beyond dualism. It's a major part, and many people say that there's a struggle with Orion. Well, there's a struggle if you look around the planet pretty much everywhere that there's a vortex because there's these energies trying to control.
What does
the
it
vortex.
mean there's a vortex? Is it a doorway to other realities, other
Ultimately,
dimensions?
they are. And
so
that's
there's a star map where you see the Great Pyramid, Sirius, the Pleiades arranged in a line, a direct vector. And you find this repeated also with the Mayan cosmologist.
So what's the Pleiades? Well,
Yes.
the Pleiades, according to the Keys of Enoch, is the cradle and throne of our consciousness.
Who says that?
The Keys of Enoch.
Oh, the Keys of Enoch. You wrote that, JJ,
Yes.
in 1973.
As a result of my contact with higher intelligence.
What does that mean then?
Well, it
Explain
means that, we're talking about here we are on Earth, but ultimately we are also in the heavens. And I think when people look at extraterrestrial realms of intelligence, they see the little, gray men. I won't say green men, but they're usually gray. They see the reptilians. They see, all the different forms that people have seen, but they also see us. And that's what's really exciting because we exist not just on this planet, we exist in the heavens, and our genetic code, which the Keys also talk about, comes from a higher code structure. And that's why it was so important to keep our code structure. And that's why, and Linda Moulton-Hell also talks about this, some of the ET races actually want our code structure.
So we are the result of a cosmic linguistics, higher vibratory processes which pre-shape the biological code that gives us the DNA, RNA. Within our body, we are a walking star. The ancients thought of this. We are here, but we also are embedded within the star system that we can see that's alive, that is the basis of what we would call the extraterrestrial, the ultra-terrestrial forms of life.
We've been given this DNA code system as well from other extraterrestrial races.
No, well,
This is what some people say.
Okay, that
I'm not saying you say
no,
it, but
let's talk about
other
this.
people
This
say-
is very
yes,
important
good.
because people talk about the Anunnaki,
Yes,
who
yes,
did
yes,
all that.
yes.
So we are obviously more traditionalist in terms of the Judeo-Christian understanding, and we'll throw in the Muslim as well because they come back from our cosmology of early writings from Moses, etc. But ultimately, it said that we come from higher realities, and we chose to come here, and at that time, we took on garments of skin. And before that, we didn't have that. So we believe that, and what Dr. Jack was shown in his experience, is that we had like light bodies, light beings, and they looked just like us. I mean, we were all... Anyway, no,
but
so
there was
let's-
this extra thing that seemed to came out of no sense of evolution.
Well, people talk about that. They say we're so similar to monkeys. We're actually similar to pigs as well. But ultimately, I say when you make a car, you don't go and put new materials in. You still use the metal and the rubber and all the other stuff that goes into it. Yeah, so it's a matter of the code structure. It's a matter of the design. And our design is unique. Now, some people say, there's just a little tweak and we would be, literally monkeys or, chimpanzees or whatever. And, we do note that we're very similar to all these different forms. Again, they use the same chemical structure, but our unique design is a reason why we would see angelic messengers that look like us. They're not shape-shifting. Some of them are, of course, to be like us, but many of them have our image, have our form.
Did they come first or did we come first?
They came first. That's the point.
And they lowered their vibration on to become human, embodied?
Well, we chose to come into this realm of duality, and this realm of duality has all these other species in it, some of which are, enlightened, and some of which are struggling to be enlightened.
So think of it this way, the ancient scriptures, the foundation of what we call ancient Near Eastern and Western civilization, speak of the day of creation, the time period of 6 days. There were other experiments of life in those first 5 days, which could be tens of billions of years each, but on the 6th day, the human race, as the Adamic race, came into reality as a higher synthesis of being able to balance and recreate, co-create with the other experimental realities around it. We represent a higher synthesis, according to the Keys of Enoch, of how body, mind, and spirit can come together to trinitize or go beyond the duality. The higher trinitization is the higher consciousness that is missing in Western reductionistic, materialistic science. That higher consciousness is there out of love, of artistic vibration, as well as spiritual endowments realizing we are working with the universal intelligence.
Right, so it's important to realize that there are these other forms and that we are on par, if nothing else, with these other extraterrestrial levels of intelligence, and they do want our, is Linda's Molten House saying this? They want our soul.
Well, some people say that. She hasn't proved that, and I don't know if that's true.
I-
But even though we're on par, we're about to make a huge evolutionary leap to this other level of being, where the lower level ETs will not be able to touch us because we'll be beyond their vibration.
And that's the moment of excitement.
Yes.
We're at a moment of making a choice to go with what the keys of Enoch call the higher evolution, those that have consciousness that is positive, co-creative, and work in harmony, versus the lower dualistic consciousness that is in competition, acquisition, and even destruction of the planetary resources that are used unevenly, without harmony, without compassion. So the message of Enoch and Metatron, and the keys of Enoch, is see the larger blueprint of life, understand the ancient meaning we find throughout the world of sacred geometry, particularly the pyramids, which represent the vortex of the energy code within and without human form, and thoroughly recognize that there is a salvatory or liberation mechanism we all have of raising consciousness that comes through the higher synthesis of mind, body, and spirit working together.
So I'd like to say a few things. First, the pyramids around the world, are really, most of them, vortex points. And they work in a type of grid system. And that system was given to this planet because at the, what we would call the omega phase, we have the alpha, the beginning, and the omega phase, they get activated.
We're at the omega phase now, you're saying?
Yes, at least for this particular cycle. And then it goes on into vortexes that not only are this way, but also come down and
from the heavens.
Yes, and make this opening grid structure so we actually can consciously and in some cases physically ascend.
Will there be a moment in time where that opening occurs? Or is it happening now?
It's happening at this time. This is why we're having government disclosures throughout the world that you're
Right.
part of.
Right.
This is why we're having testimony from astronauts. We work with astronaut Gordon Cooper, and he told me that he saw a flotilla of spaceships while he was over Germany as a test pilot in 1951. This is the time of what Christians also refer to as the rapture, or mystics refer to as the coming of the greater intelligence, the externalization of the hierarchical forms of cosmic intelligence. But it's the combination of the cosmic, the planetary, the ecological, the interdimensional, all together that give us a sense of new being, the greater reality that we are. We are avatars or proto-evolutionary beings waking up with a new assignment to see and to participate in the greater universe that Jesus, the Christ, called the house of many mansions.
So we're really emissaries of light, but now I want to take you in a little slower path of how can we raise our consciousness?
That's what I wanted to ask you. No, really, serious.
We always think alike.
Right. most of the time.
Anyway, so there's different ways, and that's why I said the pyramids are states of initiation. Now, the body sitting in a state of, we'll say, the lotus position creates its own pyramid. And so that's one state of meditation where we can tune in and even see a pyramid capstone over our heads to reach out into our higher bodies and also reach into the stars of understanding the cosmos and let our spiritual guides reach to us, because they are willing to do it at any time. In fact, Anita Morjani, who's been on this program in the last days, is also talking about the fact that when she was on the other side, she saw how joyous those beings were when we said, we want to be in alignment with you. We want to know from you. We want to connect with you.
So we don't want to talk all abstractly. I brought with me a picture from Mexico where we did work with the pyramids. You can see paraphysically a type of dove manifesting with a beam of light. But the pyramid is a type of vortex where we said vibratory mantras, becoming aware of the energy flux and flow. With this energy, suddenly higher realities would manifest briefly, standing columnar waves of energy. This happened while we were also in Egypt, 1990s.
This is the Grand Gallery.
Of the Great Pyramid, you see a golden beam of light that fills the gallery as a result of ancient Egyptian Hebrew mantras that I was uttering and manifesting through song celebration. So These geometries are vortexes not only for, shall we say, the paraphysical, but also the musical and the artistic. Under the right circumstances, we enter into the geometry itself and we are transformed.
So another way, and of course all of them work together to achieve that higher consciousness state, is really to ask and get gifted, literally, because they're willing to gift us from the highest dimensions, even from the power of the divine, to give you greater insight. And I think we need this now on this planet, because the more we make our right decisions, and duality really is a tool for decision making within each of us.
But give these people now practical information that they can use to change their life and change their vibration.
Well, so first is meditation.
Okay.
Second is receiving information, realizing that we have higher sources that are willing to communicate with us to help us. Mm-hmm. We have to make our own decisions. There is free will, and it's up to us to decide. But information about where we need to be and should never come from anybody else. It should come from your own higher guidance, and you should test it from time to time as well. Now, the third,
how would you test it?
Well, I mean, sometimes you say, okay, I felt I should do this. Did it turn out right? Or did
it could be done through biofeedback, as we did with Morton Sabatnik, the father of the first electronic symphony. To put it another way, there has to be intention, extension of consciousness, and then synergy of bringing the right people together. So choose your colleagues and friends carefully, because you want to radiate love. You want to experience compassion in all directions. You want to forgive and move on with the greater cosmology. This requires a selective factor of realizing the joy and purpose of life is to go simply beyond the analytical into the experiential side.
Right, so I'd like to introduce two more steps.
Please.
One, we use sacred names, and that helps in the calling forth of those energies. And you can just use the Om if you wish, but even the Om Mani Padme Om really means you recognize the divine, the jewel, in the lotus, the unfolding of the essence of life. So there's different aspects. We would use, as we did in the Great Pyramid, we've used Egyptian names, we've used certain sacred names like Elohim, or in the Greek,
Theos and Christos.
And what's an Egyptian word that we know?
Well, we were using powers like Ma'at as calling forth the Divine Mother. So these are aspects. We'll do this at the end. We'll use a little Egyptian and maybe mix that with others. And then a final aspect that Dr. Jack just brought up, and that is find your spiritual family. Because if you think about the other side, they actually work in much greater harmony than we do.
They work as a team.
Some of them, the higher levels.
Yeah, the higher levels is what we're talking about. But that makes the difference. And so we're, by being individualistic, by saying, it's only me, you guys don't have anything to do with me, and I don't like what you said, I don't like what you think, that's the separation. So the idea of coming together collectively and understanding each other is really what brings together the higher vibration. So finding your spiritual family and being able to get along with them actually builds our ability to activate ourselves in our higher states of consciousness.
So before the meditation, I'd like to ask one question of you both. What does the future look like? What will people be like in the future? What does the post-awakening world look like to us humans?
Humans will go through what I will call some very high-level changes with climate change, with planetary change. We point this out in the Keys of Enoch. At the same time, during this period, there is the coming harbinger of life over the horizon. And the indigenous elders that we have worked with realize that there is a helping hand coming down. In Christian cosmology, we would call this the coming of the higher master teachers of life. The Christed ones are those anointed with higher love, purpose, wisdom that interact with the human race. So those who are able to sublimate their energy and have the great love and joy and purpose will connect on a higher vibration with those that will open what we call the fifth dimension.
And then what will that look like to us?
It means that our minds, our bodies will have an energy glow, an experience of light, an experience of tremendous miracle working talent. We will understand that every day is a miracle at work, and we will be able to join the galactic family, or what some would call the intergalactic family of nations, cosmic intelligence, in Hebrew the B'nai, or the sons and daughters of light, into a fellowship of trust and the regeneration of life.
So we may not be just like we are here. I mean, we are limited, and sometimes we can get insights. But in our next phase, and I think the future is bright, especially when we learn to work together, to share together, then we are able to function not only on the 3-dimensional level, but also on the 5th dimensional level, and even we would say the 8th to the 12th dimensional level. In fact, our work with remote viewing shows that we already are or have the ability to work with the 8th dimension.
Well, I was going to say that the availability of the awareness of non-local consciousness is already a shift into this 5th level and this higher humanity that we're beginning to embrace.
So if we go back now to Egypt, just as a wrap-up, we understand that we are one part of many species that exist in the greater universe, and the whole idea is to be able to function together, to understand together, to help each other out, and to share together. And
for what reason? What is the ultimate reason of incarnation?
Well, I think the ultimate reason is literally to transform energies of separation into energies of unity.
To bring the divine spark into human resonance and to raise consciousness.
And hopefully everyone watching has a sense of this ability, because we're all in this together. We're all taking lots of what people have said on this whole seminar and applying them to our lives. And the Hurtocks have been doing this since 1973. So look at their information, look at their books, The Keys of Enoch, Book of Knowledge, a fantastic Bible for multidimensional realities, I would say.
So with that, Dr. Jack, can you start a meditation that we'll all share in?
I'm going to go with the ancient Egyptian, we are the light, to be the light, I am the light. Anu Aripata, 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 Anu Aripata. 7 times for the 7 seals. I would like to also do this with the ancient Hebrew Aramaic. Adonai Shema, 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 Adonai Shema.
The Lord hears us, and let us affirm that together, that as we sit in meditation, we are being heard. Meditation is not just about us, although we can go within and find that oneness, that inner joy, that inner compassion, that inner love. But meditation is also about opening the vortex to higher realms of intelligence, to let us also connect with our spiritual guides, our spiritual family, some of which is not on this earth, and also with the divine. We can, because of who we are, as the Adamic species that is prevalent also in the universe, reach beyond even the stars of Orion into the cosmic heaven. And let us see the capstone of light glowing over our heads. We are the capstone to the Great Pyramid. We are the activation points to the pyramids of Mexico. We are the activation points even in China, where they also have the Xi'an pyramid and other pyramids. Let us activate all these with peace, love, and joy, and see the dove radiating around our globe.
These ancient mantras connects us to an ancient part of ourselves, because we didn't evolve from the apes into consciousness. We descended from the higher realms into these forms. So saying these sounds, connecting to the ancient past, connects us to our ancient soul that is here to finally wake up and take command of the human incarnation and call for our own power to create the world, the society, the civilization that will be a hope for everyone. We are the ancient initiates coming home to who we've always been, just been covered with the mask of civilizations, and now our true form, our true essence, our true essence of being is emerging, so we can live in the new realities of this future time.
As the keys of Enoch tell us, we are the architects of the new dawn.
And we are not separate. We are here together, to be together, to share together. And so let us say together the Om Shanti. We'll just do those 2 words and vibrate with them. Om obviously is that universal sound. Shanti is peace. Please join us as we send peace throughout the planet, wherever it's needed right now.
7 times. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti.
This is a cry for universal peace. The Om, the universe, the Shanti, the peace. We're calling out that we may uplift our vibration with new knowledge, new energy, and a new form of the human incarnation.
Let us go forth into new being. Let us see the marriage of the cosmic and the planetary humanity. Let us take upon ourselves the great responsibility of being initiators of those who seek the higher work of the House of Many Mansions. And so it is, and so it will be. World without end, universe without end, worlds beyond without end, immortal soul without end. Amen, 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 and amen.
Thank you so much, Doctors JJ and Desiree Hurak. I'm Alan Steinfeld for New Realities and Portal to Ascension. Hope you enjoyed this. If you want to find your information, where would you go?
We're at keysofenoch.org, and we have it in many languages.
And JJ, thank you for your time and commitment. You've been on this for many, many years, and we appreciate that. Thank you, Desiree.
Blessings to all of you.
Thanks, Alan, for being with us.
Of course. I'm Alan Steinfeld. Thanks so much for watching.
There we go. I was muted. I was saying, wow, that was beautiful and incredible. I love Alan so much. It's just that was amazing. Such an amazing interview, and the awareness that comes from JJ and Desiree is incredible. I love them all. And if you guys are interested in joining us on the cruise, that shouldn't be muted anymore. Are we good? Okay, cool. If you're interested in joining Alan, JJ, Desiree, and a lot of other speakers that are here on the conference, on the cruise, galacticorigins.cruise.com, galacticorigins.cruise.com. But I'd love for you guys to chime into the chat what you thought of that presentation. Honestly, I thought that was epic. It was incredible. So go ahead and let us know. And now the flow for the rest of the day is, first of all, I want to do a couple of announcements to show you what's coming up at Portal to Ascension. And then we're going to do the PowerPoint art show, and we're going to end out with some poetry. All right. So as I've been sharing, after this conference is over, we're going until the 18th. We had the Lyran conference, and then we have this 11 days here. We're really building up momentum and creating a lot of energy. And not only are around 70% or so, plus or minus, of the speakers at this conference, they've been a part of Portal to Ascension for over the last 16 years, because of this being the 16th anniversary. I wanted to, get a lot of people that I've worked with before, and then the rest of them are completely new to the platform. Some of them, many of them, I'm going to be working with over the next year. So it's kind of an introduction to a lot of new people, some that you're going to get to experience over the next year. And almost in a way, it's for me to get to know a lot of these speakers, because I love to interview them and have a connection with them before I actually put them on an event. I have a kind of a procedure of how I put people onto events and to experience them before. So this gives me a great opportunity to not only celebrate our 16 years and, create so much awareness, but also I am witnessing and experiencing some of these speakers for the first time as well. I've seen their Instagram videos, like I would say Soltara, Paul Williams, Aluna. I've been following some of their content, but I've never experienced a presentation from them. So it's kind of cool just to see these individuals and to kind of create a hybrid, I guess, of all the past of the 16 years of what we've done, all the way into what we're going to be doing over the next few years and bringing them together in one. So after this 11 days are done, we go into the Cosmic Dragons Conference. And I asked this before, but I'd love to get some dragon energy in the room right now. If you have a connection to the dragons, say yes. Give me a yes in the room, or even share your connection to the dragons or what's coming up for you with it. And I don't know if you guys noticed, and the energy of the dragons have just increased, and it happened before the Year of the Dragon began. And it seems like the conversation just happens so often. And during this conference, over the 6 days, I didn't even plan it like that. So many people were bringing up dragons within their presentations, even presentations that had nothing to do with it. Whether it's the archetypal energy of what the dragon represents, or whether it's the physical history of what the dragon is and how it got distorted from being this benevolent being to being something that we need to conquer and slay the dragon. So this is our second annual Dragons Conference that's going to be coming up on October 19th. I'm passionate. All the topics that we have in Portal to Ascension, I'm really passionate about. That's why I do them. But when it comes to the dragons, there is something like that really gets triggered in me emotionally. And even though I've had some past life regressions and connected with different types of lives, I have like full recall of specific memories with the dragons. And after that regression, just I can remember where I was, what planet I was on, floating through space, what my cousin looked like in the dragon realms, what the inner world looked like. And that kind of experience has given me such a tangible experience with the dragons that I feel like it's my dharma to do these events on dragons. And this is just the beginning. One conference last year, this conference this year. And of course, we did a couple of workshops and some free things online as well. And this is going to move into full-on dragon work, like retreats, full-on dragon retreats, like 7-day retreats. My goal is to do it in Thailand because that's where I love the most. Such a dragon energy there. I was living in Chiang Mai recently, and I'm moving back to Thailand next year for 11 months. And so I'm feeling that's where it's going to be. You know, we don't know what's going to happen yet, but full-on dragon retreats and whatever else needs to come out with it, because it's always evolving as we peel back more layers of what this means and what the connection to the dragons are and what the connection to dragons means for our future. Why is this information coming out? What is the return of the dragons? So the conference, again, is October 19th. If you're interested in being a part of this, if you're on the website, all you got to do is go to events right at the top there, open in a new tab, upcoming online events, and you'll go ahead and be able to see all of our events there. And I think it's the first one. And it's an all-day event. As always, you get unlimited replay access. And as I like to do, I'm just going to read this part here for you, just to kind of like tap into the energy of what's being created. The spirit of the dragons is deeply rooted in various cultures and mythologies, especially in East and Southeast Asia. They possess a highly developed consciousness that is connected to the natural world and the cosmic forces of the universe. Not only the natural world, but also the cosmic forces. It's a bridge between heaven and earth. According to some spiritual traditions, dragons are considered to be celestial beings with a direct connection to the divine. Many of these races were once physical and now exist in ethereal realms. Why has humanity had such a fascination with these creatures since antiquity? I forget what presenter was speaking about it, but one presenter was talking about the Kundalini. Again, didn't know about a dragons conference, never had a pre-conversation with her about dragons. But on the first day, I forget who it was, she said, the Kundalini is shifting from the serpent to becoming more like a dragon. And just imagine the dragon wrapping around your spine, right? And the fire in the crown chakra expanding into the universe. And also the dragon energy is that of like kind of burning away all this old. So utilizing your own dragon energy to really just burn away and incinerate back to the ether, back to the 0 point, all that has been holding us back from becoming who we truly need to be. So October 19th, some of the speakers, or all the speakers, Flo Karuna, of course, myself, Carla Makinpinlak, Bridget Renee Holliday, Nan Akasha, Adam Apollo, Vox Angeles, who's going to be doing some music for us, Raquel Spring, Tony Lawrence, and Aaron Pine. Fully full circle dragon awareness. Even Raquel Spring is going to be talking about dragon information within the business world. So it's like we're really touching on a lot of different things there. So again, portaltoascension.org if you're interested in that. Afterwards, about a week after, we do this long-awaited, 2 times postponed, 3 years in the making, finally getting there, Crystal Skulls Conference. We were originally supposed to do this online, in person in Sedona. The venue got sold, a bunch of chaos ensued after that. And there's been, like, to be honest with you, the amount of resistance that has been around putting this conference on has been insane. And at a few points, I was like, maybe we shouldn't do it. But I feel like the resistance was kind of like something we had to push through, and it just needs to happen. So we're finally making it happen. crystalskullsconference.com, October 26th to 27th. You're going to get to experience a lot of the skulls, the ancient skulls, the modern skulls. We're going to speak about, you're going to have transmissions from the skulls. There's going to be a panel in the beginning where we have all the skulls shown on screen as we do this transmission. And then you'll get to experience individual ones as well. And many of the skulls here are very ancient. Here you can see some of the skulls that will be there. Bill Holman, who has probably one of the most popular skulls, is going to be there online. emceed by Michelle Anderson, myself, and Alan Steinfeld. Music by Peter Sterling. So if you're interested, this is an online event as well as 2 days. Get unlimited replay access and go to crystalskullsconference.com. Okay. All right. And last thing before I get into the final presentation for today. If you are new to Portal to Ascension, I'm going to stop screen share for a second, take a look at the comments here coming in. Kind of want to read this, what you have to say about dragons here. Bridget, connection to Red Dragon. That's my connection too. Deep connection to Red Dragon. Dragons love to all. So much dragon support. I always known dragons were real. Yeah, interesting, huh? That's something I speculated on a lot myself. The connection to the dinosaurs and the reptilians and dragons too. There's a lot of hidden truths or unknown truths within that. So Omni Collective is saying dragons are the relatives of the dinosaurs and share a connection with Draco Empire from the Earth, which was imperial territory. That's deep. So on the last day, I'm going to do a dragons presentation, and we're going to touch on that a little bit because they are the ancestors to many different races, including humanity. All right, so back to this. So if you're new to Portal to Ascension, go ahead and give me, because I feel from the first day, a lot of people that weren't here on the first day are in the chat now. Give me an 1111 in the chat room. I'm curious who is new to Portal to Ascension. Give me an 1111 in the chat room, and I want to show you how you're going to be navigating the site, and then we do the art show. So, we've been doing events, and maybe over the next few days, I'll kind of tell you the story and the journey here. But I started doing events in 2008. 2016, we started doing online events. And now, after 3 years of building this website, it's finally done. And all of you have access to the site. So the way it works is you log in. Obviously, I'm already logged in. And you go to the Watch Now page. There's 3 tabs there. All videos, my watch list, my events. This video and every video you paid for or registered for, whether it's free or paid, okay, will be under my events. All videos you've ever registered for, whether it's paid or free, will be under my events. All videos that are free that you might have registered for and have just been marked as free for me, which is over 2,000 hours of content, is under all videos. So you have another 2,000 plus hours of content here. And you can search by filter. We have a few different categories: The Awakening, True World History, ETs and UFOs, Health and Wellness, and Series. So you can see Awakening, Remote Viewing, Energy Work, Sacred Geometry, True World History, Ancient Technology, Asian History, Earth History, Egyptian History, Galactic History, History of the Americas, ETs and UFOs, Conspiracies, Experiencers, Advanced Technology, Channeling, UFO Disclosure, Extraterrestrials, Health and Wellness, and so forth. You can click on any of these tabs, and since there's 2,000 hours of content, it will go ahead and filter it properly for you. If you want to watch things later, you click on add to watch list, and then that will show up in the watch list page. And then I just want to show you how it looks when you go and watch an event. So this event is by Adam Apollo. And there's the video there, right? The title. You can add to watch this from here. Has the about, has the presenter and all the info, and suggested videos that are available for you to watch that are in alignment with the topic. Okay, you can share it and all of that as well. So that's how it works. It's taken, as I said, 3 years to work on this website. So it's a resource for you all. Please do use it. Use it. It's a one-stop shop for consciousness. We have a lot of content, a lot of awareness in there, and it's going to continue to grow. And finally, we're at the final stages of the launch phase on that. So just wanted to show you all that. And now, after a big breath in, all right, let's do it. So I'm going to show you guys a little art show that I thought would be fun. And this is kind of just like a fun thing, really, but also interesting. It's a presentation, a small one I put together before. And I love, if you know anything about me and the way I create events, I love entertainment. I love theater. So I like to throw in art, throw in music, create a whole experience, right? So why not throw in some art? So this is called UFOs and Celestial Beings in Ancient Art. So let's take a look at this together. And I'll make it full screen for you guys. So we're just going to look at different forms of art in the ancient world. And here we have one called the Ancient Astronaut of Tassili in Ager. It's a speculative interpretation of a prehistoric rock painting found in the Tassili Ager region of Algeria. The painting, which is part of a larger collection of rock art in the area, has captured the imaginations of some individuals who believes it looks like an extraterrestrial astronaut or alien being. This one right here, found in the Sahara Desert, renowned for its extensive collection of rock art, which features depictions of various aspects of daily life, wildlife, and rituals from ancient times. The painting in question is believed to date back to the Neolithic era or the early Holocene period, about 6,000 to 7,000 years ago. It features a human-like figure with a helmet or headgear, a possible oxygen mask or visor, and a suit-like body covering. This image has led to some to interpret it as an astronaut. So beyond this image, the Sahara Desert is such an interesting place, and there's a work in progress for a presentation I'm going to do on the Sahara eventually. That is, around 13,000 years ago, the Sahara Desert was a lush oasis. The least excavated place on the entire planet is the Sahara Desert. One of the reasons why they give us that they don't excavate the Sahara, one of the main reasons is we were primitive back then and there's nothing to discover because we were primitive. But as a lot of us know in this world, looking at the new dating of the Sphinx, looking at maybe the fall of Atlantis and how Egypt could have spanned the whole of North Africa, that the Sahara Desert being a lush oasis during the last ice age, meaning that it was prime for life to live there. There's a lot of hidden secrets that will be discovered there soon. And now with the invent of radar laser technology, it is very easy to find different structures underneath sand, underneath jungles. So a lot's going to come out of that area. This one here is a sarcophagus of Pacal. It's an iconic archaeological artifact from the ancient Mayan city of Palenque, located in present-day Mexico. It is one of the most well-known and extensively studied pieces of Mayan art and archaeology. And here's some more of it. The lid of the sarcophagus is covered in hieroglyphic inscriptions and complex imagery, which provides valuable insights into Mayan cosmology and beliefs. The central image on the lid shows Pacal with outstretched arms, apparently engaged in some kind of journey. He is surrounded by supernatural symbols and beings. So some people believe this looks like a UFO, this looks like a rocket, and there is a lot of things in here that look like mechanisms, different things that are moving around. And whether those are ancient tools and mechanisms, we've been told that those things didn't exist anyway, but it looks like he's taking off someplace. And others say that it's him, basically an image of him being shot out into the afterlife. This right here is the Quimbaya artifact, and there's several dozen golden objects found in Colombia. and this is dated around 1000 CE. Now, this one's a very interesting one. The Nuremberg celestial phenomena of 1561. It refers to a series of events that occurred in the early morning of April 14, 1561 in Nuremberg, Germany. It is primarily known for a broadsheet published in Nuremberg at that time, which included a detailed woodcut illustration and a description of the event. The woodcut is one of the most famous and early examples of what people consider a UFO sighting or an unidentified celestial event. The stories that came out of here about what was going on in space, it seems like there was some sort of battle, some sort of interaction between different craft. The woodcut, which accompanied the account, depicts a chaotic scene with various objects and structures in the sky. These objects resemble orbs, crosses, cylinders, and other shapes, some of which appear to be engaged in a battle or interaction. Smoke and fire are also shown in the illustration. The description in the broadsheet is written in a mix of Middle High German and Latin and describes the event as a frightful spectacle and a very frightful sign. It mentions the appearance of, and I put something on top of that, so I can't even read it. Many men and women of Nuremberg saw what the broadsheet describes as an aerial battle out of the sun, followed by the appearance of a large black triangular object and combatant-like ship. Now here, we have the creation myth of the Dogon. According to the Dogon creation myth, the Nomo were among the first beings created by Amma, the supreme deity in Dogon belief. They were often depicted as amphibious beings who came from the stars or from a watery world and were closely associated with water. Now we have the serious connection to the Dogons and the watery planet, which is a lot of information coming out in the metaphysical world and channeling world about this specific area. They had amphibious nature. The Nomo were believed to have both human and fish-like qualities, possessing both terrestrial and aquatic attributes. They were seen as intermediaries between the human world and the divine or cosmic realms. Teaching and knowledge. The Nomo were seen as wise and knowledgeable figures who shared important teachings and knowledge with the Dogon people. They were considered spiritual guides and instructors, and it goes even further to say that these beings came down to teach us specific disciplines on how basically assisted us in the evolution into another way of living on Earth, which is very similar to the story of Quetzalcoatl, similar to the story of Thoth, that after a great flood, this being or beings went around the planet to teach us how to get back to a level of technology and advancement that we may have been at before and could have possibly been wiped out from a flood or some sort of great cataclysm. Now, this one's a famous art piece here. And in this one, I forget who did it, but it's an ancient art piece. But you can see, you might have seen this one before, where you can see something that looks like a craft on one side, on the other side. Now, the people who deny that it could be anything to do with extraterrestrials say that this is just the soul, a representation of the soul of Jesus coming and going. But if you look at how finely created this craft is, especially this one on the right, that with that orb metallic-like structure with the spikes at the end, it's just very interesting to observe and to kind of just philosophize a bit of what they really meant when they created this. And then here we have another one, the ancient art piece, which looks like a craft in the sky shining down light onto these people right here, which is a Christian imagery. And then we have here in ancient Japan, another, I mean, that looks like a UFO to me. Now here we have the Gate of the Sun is a significant archaeology and artistic artifact associated with Tiwanaku civilization, an ancient pre-Columbian civilization that thrived in the highlands of the Andes, which is now Bolivia. It is believed to date back to the Tiwanaku civilization that flourished around 300 to 1000 AD. The central figure on the Gate of the Sun is often interpreted as the sun god or a deity associated with fertility and agriculture. The central figure is surrounded by a series of motifs, including animal representations, human figures, and are believed to convey aspects of the One Ku cosmology. And here's a closer depiction of it. Now, this one here is the Chachapoya civilization, which flourished from around 9th to 15th century AD, and they were contemporaries of the Inca Empire, came after them, and the two civilizations occasionally interacted through trade and conflict. Now, for sure, we got to speak about the Vimanas. And I spoke about this before, you guys might have even heard of it, but the Vimana is an ancient flying craft in the ancient Indian texts, in the Vedic texts, and even other texts in India. And the Vimanas, though, in some of these texts actually have depictions of how they worked. And this image right here is taken from an ancient text. You can see that it has all the different components in there, basically trying to describe the blueprints of how it worked. On the left-hand side, we have a sculpture of Ravana, who is basically the demon god, but that's the whole story behind that and who he was and his connection to Rama and Sita. But the sculpture of Ravana's Pushpak Vimana over the battlefield on a lintel phantom rug in Hindu Khmer temple in Thailand. So it's a picture of Ramana, basically the nefarious ET that is in the Vimana there. And here's some more imagery from ancient texts, flying vehicles in ancient Indian text. All right, and that's it, everybody. I just wanted to do that, show you some artwork, just to throw that in for you here. And now, in closing, so I hope you guys enjoyed that. So now, in closing, what I want to do is we're going to close out with some poetry for today. And thank you all for being here and being a part of this day, a part of this event. Really, really appreciate all of you. And I hope you're enjoying yourself, because we're day 6. We still have 5 full days to go, and a lot more awareness that's going to be coming, a lot more beautiful experiences that are going to be given to the collective. So I appreciate every single one of you. And now to close out, we're going to close out with some poetry. I'm going to put on some videos here. And let's begin. Now, to close out here with this poetry, I want to take us all on a journey. There's 4 different pieces I'm going to do, and every time a new piece starts, we're going to change the visual. So I invite you now just to keep your eyes open if you want, but let's just take some deep breaths together. It's been a lot of information, lots of awareness, lots of activations, many transmissions. A lot of insight. Now let's begin to come back into the body, into the breath. And here we go. The resurrected one. Many times I faced incarnation. Connecting to the Akasha, it's all simultaneously happening. The desolation, sun explosion, implosion, creating a rip in space-time. One day I will travel with the universal mind into planetary systems vaster than the galactic kind, where the laws of physics no longer apply, where the energetic beings reside. Going faster than the speed of light. Mass increases to infinity, omnipresence of my energy, one with the celestial melody. Harmoniously find the frequencies that are hidden from sight. I left the density of struggle, resistance, and fight. The lessons have been learned, so it's time to climb. up the dimensional ladder onto the next multiversal ride as a quasi-physical being, half flesh, half light. The metaphysical, metaphorical, quantum theoretical truth of mankind. Full disclosure of the cosmic kind, resurrect the Christ consciousness, let the bliss flow, and undergo the transition into the fifth world. Prophesies to be the end of human karmic woe and the duality of friends and foes. Know this, know this. We are about to shift the human consciousness to the dimension that is next. Allow the vortex to appear. When people start to disappear, melt and dissolve the fear, the time is near for the revolution of consciousness to steer us into the galactic arms of the Milky Way. Swim into the ether with abundance for the universe, we pray, eradicating lack mentality, creating technology holistically that has never been seen through alchemy. Order is the result of anarchy, throwing off the center of gravity only temporarily during the ascension of our galaxies and all sentient beings. Through the ascension of our galaxy and all sentient beings. Through the ascension of our galaxy and all sentient beings. Through the ascension of our galaxy and all sentient beings. Yanawo. I can feel the creeping poison. The butterfly will sting. I hear the noise fading from this world that I am in. If I open my eyes widely, I can see the creature's wing. I feel the earth maneuvering under the sun. The new age of enlightenment has begun. My destiny chose me wisely, no bruise, no cuts, or anything at all. I meditate for meetings with true friends. In my dreams, I see clouds surrounding the sun. The galactic arms embracing the one. The black hole will swallow us and destroy Earth never again. Recycle my soul and physical manifestation. A jolt, the planet is moving, waiting to be pulled into the next dimension. Is this chapter over? Is a new one about to begin? Is this journey over? Are we all about to ascend? Does it matter about the time? Do we have to wonder when? Uniformation across all intergalactic nations. Incarnate in this world we are facing, reflections of ourselves. Reminders of the disconnection from source. Governed by the moon, turned into werewolves, crater of our reality and still controlled. Paradoxically living, intuitively gifted, karmic veils are henceforth lifted. Through the sands of time, I am sifting. Through the vibration, I send my message. The frequency has arisen, the resurrection of the first Christian. Not external, but the one within men and women. Split from the original celestial division, the galactic mission has been given. It is simple and clear. Take the wheels of the planet and steer through the nearest black hole, in which one day we will exit out of a white hole. I am another universe. I am another one verse. One celestial song, a part of the core of the multidimensional, omni-universal, exopolitical rhymes and equivalents strewn and sprayed across all intergalactic vertebrae. Connection, chakra points that have spread from eons and biblical days, here to portray the truth in multiple forms. The crystal children are now being born. It is time to terraform and co-create our new cosmic fate amongst the stars and races throughout space. It is time to co-create a new cosmic fate amongst the stars and races throughout all of space. It is time for humanity to wake up. It is time for humanity to wake up. It is time for humanity to wake up. Wake up. And then there was one. Life untangled, rhyme is undone. Life source drained, vanity explained, following those with fame. Always fight and complain. But the answer, it remains the same. Controlled with borders and tamed, locked up and enslaved, riding the quantum wave through awareness. We are saved. Ascend and fade away and live for today, and don't play games or get erased from this place. One face, unity of race. Consciousness explained. The end of human reigns, galactic alliance remains a true cosmic place amongst the stars in space, aware now in case reincarnation takes my next life away. So ascend and pray, not for monetary gains, but an escape for superficial ways. Life, 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 life. Life is just a phase that will one day be replaced by pure energy and an entirely new intergalactic race. Life is just a phase that will one day be replaced by pure energy and an entirely new intergalactic race. Insanako na ah. Om Bhurbhava Swaha Tatsarvitarvareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhava Swaha Tatsarvitarvareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhava Swaha Tatsarvitarvareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Shanti, 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 Shanti. May all feel peace. May all feel joy. May all in the universe experience harmony. And so it is. All right, everybody. Thank you all so much for being here and being a part of this. Love you all. We're going to keep going and keep creating amazing awareness and so much more in store for you all. We just went over halfway mark. So have a beautiful rest of your day. Appreciate every single one of you, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, take care. Bye-bye.